Hi everyone, hope you're well. Chris Cowlin here. Now before we get into it, I'd just like to inform you about a new website selling quality current and retro Spurs jerseys, okjersey.com. They sell all current and retro Tottenham Hotspur shirts in all sizes. They sell the current fan and player versions as well as the 80s and 90s retro shirts, including my very favourite, the 1991 FA Cup final shirt. You can order very easily from okjersey.com, and if you use the code Chris, you will receive an 8% discount off your final order. You can also use the QR code on the top left of your screen. And by the way, they also have some training wear here and the 25-26 colour special edition jersey. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to another edition of The Fan Show, where of course myself, Chris Cowlin, and my co-host Craig Dearman will be talking to a number of Spurs fans from all around the world on everything Tottenham, all topics covered here, and the guests can come on and talk about exactly what they would like to talk about, and they can also take questions from myself and Craig. Of course, we will be probably talking a lot about Saturday's defeat at home against Liverpool, losing 2-1, and we have now broken a Premier League record. That is 11 home defeats in the Premier League in the calendar year of 2025, breaking the record of 10 home defeats in the Premier League in a calendar year in 1994 and 2003. Now, we're live on YouTube, Facebook and X, so please do get involved. Your thoughts and comments, really valued by us, and we will talk about as many as we possibly can. We'll put some on screen and we will read them out and discuss the points made by you. This is why we do these fan shows, because we want to cover absolutely everything, and we want to cover what is on your mind and how you are feeling right now. Let me ask Craig. Craig, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good day yesterday out with the family, I might add, not at the stadium like myself. What did you make of the game?
Had a really good day yesterday until managed to tune in to watch Tottenham, which put a bit of a sour taste in the mouth. I didn't think the first half wasn't fantastic, and then just went downhill obviously after the sending offs. Lack of discipline from Javi. Look, you could talk all day about whether it was a red card or not. It was a red card. He went off the pitch, so that's that. Romero again, last few minutes really, but it's more of the ongoing knock-on effect for that. We're missing two players now for the next game. It annoyed me greatly that we looked better with 9 men than we did with 11. It annoyed me that and we've done this on several occasions this season, where when the handbrake is off, when the shackles are released, we go forward and we look very dangerous. But time and time again, we don't start matches like that. Yet Liverpool were on the back foot in that last 10 minutes, 15 minutes even. And for me, that wasn't necessarily Liverpool doing like teams do, just sitting back and seeing the game out. That was Spurs going at Liverpool. So it shows that we can do it when we want to, but we just don't do it enough. The stats you read out there, Chris, are damning about the home performance this season. It's just dreadful, absolutely dreadful. And what I'm concerned about is that Thomas Frank, in a way, will be able to hide behind the sendings off yesterday, when for me it goes a hell of a lot deeper than that. And looking at it over the extended period of this season, have we improved? No, we haven't. If anything, we've gone backwards. So that comes down to the way he's been setting us up and the ensuing results we've got from that. And it's just incredibly frustrating. Yesterday was slightly different, obviously, with the sendings off as well, but it is what it is. We're in the position we're in, and I am quite concerned now we could slip down that table even further over the next few weeks, and we could even be in the position we finished last season in. And I just can't see where the next win's coming from.
I was going to ask you that. where do you see the next win? Because when you talk about the position that we're in, we are 7 points away from the top four right now after 17 games. We're nearly halfway in the Premier League campaign, but we are also only 4 points above where we finished last season, 17th under Ange Postecoglou. Did you expect a lot more from Thomas Frank, Craig? Because when you look at all of the stats, and TNT put it up on their screen yesterday, when they covered the Newcastle Chelsea game, every single stat under Thomas Frank is actually worse than Ange Postecoglou last season. And a lot of people, the positive fans who want it to work, I want it to work under Thomas Frank. You want it to work under Thomas Frank. I'm sure every single Spurs fan wants it to work under Thomas Frank. But these stats, stats say a lot. And when you look at performances as well, it says a lot. But every single stat is actually worse than Ange Postecoglou. And when you think back to last season, how much Ange got criticised and slagged off by the fans, the media, pundits, everyone didn't want it to work under Ange. The pundits, they didn't want Ange to win that trophy when he came out and said, I always win in my second year. But when you look at those stats, all the stats are worse. And defensively, I thought would be a lot better. I agree with you on the Romero thing. I think that, a captain, acting like that in that way, when you need your captain, you need your best players on the pitch. And, the Javi incident, I think the more you slow it down, and I think the more that you see still clips of that challenge, it looks absolutely terrible. The only thing that I have a problem with is that when a referee gives the yellow card, VAR intervenes and then it's like re-refereeing the game. I absolutely hate that. Just let the referee is there to do a job. Let them do their job, because if I was a referee and every decision like that kept being overturned, you'd be thinking, well, why am I here? You might as well just have computer AI referees. It's absolutely crazy. But and I would also say about John Brooks. When I tweeted yesterday, I put Tottenham Hotspur 1, John Brooks and Liverpool 2, because I tell you what, not only the red cards, the decisions yesterday, every single foul, when the Spurs player was fouled, nothing was given. And even Thomas Frank, very sarcastically, and I completely agree with this, I was sat right behind him, and Thomas Frank sarcastically on a couple of occasions actually, clapped really loudly and vigorously, sarcastically giving us a free kick at one point, because we didn't get many, but any foul on a Tottenham player, it just seemed to get dismissed, which it was a really, really poor refereeing display. And, we're not people that normally slate referees on this channel, but it was a really poor display. But let me go back to my original question. Where do you see the next win coming from? Because Spurs are going down that league table, and yes, you could say that we had a lot of fight and character in the last 10, 20 minutes. And it's funny because even Arne Slot in his press conference after the game, he said it was like we had 9 players and Spurs had 11.
Mm. Yeah, it was, and it just goes to show, doesn't it? That Liverpool were there for the taking yesterday, without a doubt. They weren't brilliant at all. They were pretty poor, and yet Spurs somehow managed to be worse. In answer to your question, where can I see the next win coming from? I couldn't honestly put my hand on my heart and tell you. I couldn't. Possibly West Ham in January. I don't. I mean, even the FA Cup game is not going to be easy against Villa. There's teams down where we are, and we saw this last year. We just so happened to get lucky that there were 3 teams, and they knew this obviously when they planned from January about what to do. They looked at it and said, there's 3 teams definitely worse than us and we're not going to get relegated. Well, now the teams that are down there, you could possibly say bar Wolves, because I think they're gone anyway. I'm not saying for 1 second we're going to get relegated, but we could be in a bit of a relegation fight to a degree. And just me personally, look, I've had enough. Absolutely had enough. I think the club needs to act now. We've got enough of a sample size now with Thomas Frank. We've got more than enough of a sample size to see where this is going, where it's not working. You can talk all you like about, but he's had Maddison injured, Kulusevski injured. Players get injured all the time. He bought in Javi Simmons. They bought in Kudus, right? You could say replacements for Son. Simmons was supposed to be a replacement for essentially Maddison/Kulusevski. Got Bergvall coming to prominence who can play in that role. So we've got players in that squad. And the performances aren't good enough. The returns of points are not good enough. Everything is not good enough. And for me, I think it's time the club need to act, and they need to say thank you to Thomas Frank, but we need to try something else, because I've seen it time and time again. And I know some people are going to disagree with me in the chat and people watching, but I can't see this working under Thomas Frank. I mean, I hope I'm really wrong. I hope it's the worst mistake that I've ever said on here, but I just can't see it turning around anytime soon. You usually want to see little glimmers, but I haven't seen anything, Chris.
I think it's fair to say, Craig, I think it's very fair to say that he is losing fans week by week and game by game. And with his comments, just quickly before we go to our first guest, give me your reaction on his latest comments, saying about the loyal fans see the bigger perspective.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand what he means by that. He's
kind of aiming that at you, because you don't see the bigger perspective, Craig, if you want him out now.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. I think he's just trying to get some fans back on side. Obviously, there will be fans that think that genuinely think he's going to turn it around, that he hasn't had enough time, blah, blah, blah. I am looking at the bigger picture. That's the annoying thing. I think I am looking at the bigger picture. I've been a fan long enough at this club. I've been a fan. I know enough about football. And what annoys me is people that say I'm wrong. I would never turn around and say to somebody that if you want Thomas Frank in, you're wrong. It's just an opinion, you know? It's a debate. We've all got opinions. It's subjective. Nobody's right. Nobody's wrong. It's just an opinion, right? So, but I think I've seen this time and time again. I think I've seen enough of this over the years to know this is not going to work. I'm so sure about that. You know, I've said to you for weeks, I can't see this working. And I just don't see any glimmers that it's going to improve at all. And if you're a player, who's going to want to come to Spurs in January?
Yeah, but it was only a couple of days ago that Bentancur and Romero are talking about winning trophies this season. They want to win trophies this season. Thomas Frank, on the other hand, in the last couple of days, and he said it a couple of times, this is not a quick fix. Daniel Levy at the start of the season was saying we want to fight on all fronts. Then we hear about the £100 million injection into the club from the club's board. Then we hear from Thomas Frank and saying that, you know, it's complex and very difficult in a January transfer window. So we don't know what to expect. That's the thing, isn't it? We don't know what to expect from this board. We don't know what to expect from Thomas Frank in this second part of the season. As we've said, we're sliding down that Premier League table right now. Things are not looking good, and more people are unhappy with the style of football, the defeats, and lots of other things. Anyway, let's go to our first guest and get straight into it. And we're going to go to Phil in Australia. Phil, hello, how are you?
I feel
very well. Good evening, or good morning for you. Now
Good
you
morning.
know how
Good
I
evening.
feel. Yeah. Their last 10, 15 minutes was a good performance, and the first 10 minutes against Liverpool was okay, but it's the first time we saw a bit of bite. No doubt in my mind the referee's a Scouser, but then I'm used to seeing when we played Liverpool in the 70s and 80s, and then Man United started developing in the 90s. They always had the refs on their side. We've always had to fight the refs. But I don't know why we bother with VAR. What the bloody hell are they looking at?
Mm.
You know, I would, if it was a murder case, I'd have sent Romero's shirt to Scotland Yard and checked the fingerprints. You know, he's got both hands on the back of his shirt. What the hell is he going to do? Yeah, Xavi was stupid. Van Dijk was going nowhere. Just jockey the play. You don't have to do that, because people say whether you think it's a red card or not, if that happened to one of our players, we'd want the guy sent off. There's no two ways about it. And you've got to be fair with that. And you're quite right what you say about Romero. I mean, he can make the Incredible Hulk look like a fluffy bunny. It's like me. And he was raging, but he is the leader. And the worst thing, and we've been doing this all season, is the unforced errors. The passing, even Xavi's passing it off the pitch, Pedro's off the pitch. And the biggest disappointment I had was Kudus. Kudus is halfway running down the wing, halfway through the Liverpool half, and then turns round. What the hell is that? I can't remember him going on the outside at any time, and I told you this at the last fan show. Put him on the left for a change. Do something. They look like strangers. These players are training throughout the week, or they're supposed to be. But are they? Because it doesn't look like it. They don't know about passing to each other. I mean, we're wearing, against Forest, we're wearing bright yellow shirts and we couldn't find our players. Last night was exactly the same. We're wearing white. They're in red. It's not a big deal. You don't have to do cross balls all the time. But it's about that running off the ball. I was a bit more impressed with Spence on the left. I think he did quite well. But again, lack of support. But Kudus, I was very disappointed with him. I've been disappointed with him for a number of weeks. Because of the
Phil,
guy's
what is that?
strength.
Why is that about Kudus? Phil, why is that about
I don't
Kudus?
know.
Do you think that's the player, or you know, you mentioned about the passing there. Is that the way they're being trained? Is it, or do you think they should? Do you think this is firmly on the players not being good enough?
Well, it must be. I mean, if Frank is watching that, and Kudus is halfway down in the Liverpool half, yeah, and then he suddenly turns around and passes it back into our own half, there's something seriously wrong. He finally pulled him off, but he doesn't pull him off in time. He should have done some changes earlier. So you can't be glad with what's going on. And you can't blame the fans either, because the fans kept supporting them the whole game and were really up for it when they were down to 10 men and 9 men. They were really jeering them on. So what, they're going to say the supporters didn't support them then? They were supporting them big time, and it was getting up there. But you can...
In fairness, though, Phil,
first all the time, his safety first.
Yeah. In fairness, Thomas Frank did applaud. He did applaud the fans in the game. In the press conference, he actually said the fans nearly sucked the second goal in the net. That was his words. With Thomas Frank, how are you feeling about him?
Fans are sucking the ball in. How the fans are sucking in when the team sucks is. Doesn't mean anything anymore. It's crap. It's ridiculous. As I said last time, we can't seem to cross a decent ball in. 1 out of 10 isn't good enough. I mean, we had 15 shots on goal, but how many did Alisson really save that were, you know, you can talk about statistics all day long. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics, because you can have I wouldn't count Kouali's header as a bloody shot on goal. It was pathetic.
Yeah. It does. I think I'm just trying to look at the stats here. I think it was 4 shots on target, and I think you're absolutely spot on. A couple of those were, it was 4 shots on target, 15 shots. So a couple of those Colin Muani headers, very tame headers, I might say, it would count as a shot on goal. But how are you feeling right now about Thomas Frank? And what I always ask myself, when a manager, it appears, is under pressure or is losing games or it's poor performances. What I always say to myself is, if a new manager came in now, would he get better out of this squad? Can a manager come in and get this squad ticking almost immediately? Because it worries me, actually, when a manager comes out and says it's not a quick fix, and he said that a couple of times, and he keeps referring back, and he said this a few times as well. You've got to remember, we finished 17th in the Premier League last season, and I always take that as if to say, well, if we finish 16th, then is that a success? Because it's kind of the vibe that he's given me, and I don't like that.
No, he's got a small club attitude. Because if you look at the top 5 or 6 teams, they don't worry about the opposition and change their team every week. They have a way of playing, and they say, let the opposition worry about that. But Frank is chopping and changing all the time until he loses players because they've been sent off or they're injured. And he's got to, I don't want to repeat everything I said the other day about putting the ball in the opponent's net. The only way you can do that is to properly attack and support the player. Now, if you've got I'm just going to go back to Kudos, who he usually has 2 or 3 men round him. So if he's got 2 or 3 men round him, that means possibly we could have 2 or 3 spare players going to support him to receive the ball. And that's not happening. They're not supporting the team. I mean, I said I wanted Frank to stay. And to be quite honest, who's going to come to Tottenham? The only time they're going to come to Tottenham is because they know if they get sacked, they get a nice payout. But what's the point? Frank received a team that was a European champions. And he had to build from that. And he hasn't built on that at all. How can you break that down? I suppose it's a bit like Liverpool, who were champions last year, but are 6th at the moment and weren't playing particularly well. So what do we do? So if we get rid of Frank and we start rebuilding again, don't know. Remember, Keith Birkinshaw got relegated in his first season. Now it's a completely different game. They got no patience at all. But he led us on to glory. We had the Ardiles and Veer. We got back the FA Cup. He built us up. We won the UEFA Cup. Won the FA Cup twice.
Phil, dare I say it, things aren't that bad that we're going to get relegated. And both you and Craig have mentioned that R word in the first 20 minutes of this show.
Well, what do you think? I mean, gravity's a terrible thing, and we are dropping like a stone. It's like, the difference in real life, people's balls drop. And we are dropping. There's no 2 ways. I remember only a few weeks ago, if we win this game, we go second. Well, the only second we're going to end up being is second from bottom if we carry on. You think we're going to get a result against Crystal Palace? Leeds just beat them 4-1. We're going to get the repercussions from that.
Yeah.
And what's he going to do about it? I don't know what to do. Bentancur actually had quite a good game yesterday. First game in months where he actually played well. But these are not junior players who lose their heads. Romero, Bentancur, we need them to put, they can't keep losing it all the time. Yes, I want passion, but controlled passion. It's like a boxer. When you punch someone, you make sure you chin him. They just don't. They don't act correctly in the sport they're in. They're not playing for each other. They're not running off the ball. And the simplest thing of just passing the ball seems to be beyond them. There we go. Happy Christmas.
That's the worrying thing for me is the passing yesterday wasn't particularly good, was he? Like you say, there's passes out of play even a couple of times.
Yeah.
And that you'd think would be one of the. They weren't hard passes, it wasn't hard passes, but.
And Craig,
they were
with you guys saying that, I think the crowd actually deserve even more of a special mention, because I felt the crowd were really behind the team yesterday. And even when we made mistakes, even the red cards, both Javi Simmons and Romero, they got applauded off having received a red card. I've never seen that before, ever. Both players are getting applauded walking down the tunnel.
Yeah. I think that was more due to that was sorry, Phil. I think that was the crowd. You could see that frustrated with the referee in display, and obviously disagreeing with the decision, especially about the Javi one. But then again, when you're in the stadium, you don't get to see the constant replays like we do at home. And like you said, my son's a referee, and I said to him that's definite red. And he said by the letter of law, he said I don't think it would have been. He said I'm not sure I'd have given that. But then again, he's seeing it once if you're doing it over a park, when it's being over-analysed a million times on the pitch. Personally, I think I've seen them given with the Javi Simmons one. I've seen them given and I've seen them not given. But when you look at it in that freeze frame, the studs are in the back of his calf. You can't really argue against it, in my opinion, the Javi Simmons sending off. But I would just argue, what the hell is he doing anyway? Virgil van Dijk's heading back towards his goal. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing, Javi Simmons. And he got what he deserved.
Well, Romero's being an idiot. He knows he's on a yellow card and he kicks the fella or whatever. Even if he's been clattered in the back, get on with it. We're chasing the game. But he should never have been booked in the first half, because what's the referee done? The referee he sounds like Keir Starmer. He can't admit that he's made a mistake, and so he books him.
Do you know, Phil, I'm all up for aggressive play. I'm all up for the aggression. And I love, watching Tottenham be aggressive in games. But I felt that, many times on Saturday against Liverpool, it was a lot of stupidity rather than, the aggressive tackle. I agree with Craig. Watch Javi Simmons making that tackle, whether you think it's a yellow or red, whatever you think about that decision from the referee, it was a terrible tackle in that area of the pitch as well. And I just didn't get it. And, with the Romero thing, he's captain, he's leader, he's one of our best players. And, to act in that way, the first yellow card, yes, it was pure frustration, shouting at the referee, getting in the referee's face. But that second yellow card was just stupidity to me. And where I was sat actually behind the tunnel, I don't think any actual media companies have picked this up yet, but Romero went down the tunnel, and literally 2 minutes later, he came back out the tunnel and he wanted to speak and argue with the fourth official. I did put a video out last night showing this, and you just think, what on earth are you doing? He had to be held back, to not argue with the fourth official while the game was still going on. And you think, this is our captain. What are you doing? We're losing the game as well at this point. And honestly, it just seemed like a bit of a mess yesterday. And every week that goes on, where I want to see progression and where I want to see, signs of positivity, it just seems to be getting worse. And that's why I say, I think, everyone I spoke to at the stadium yesterday, I think that Thomas Frank is losing fans week by week. And this is not a good thing. It's not a good look. And especially in the press conferences, whenever a journalist mentions the fans and he kind of gives like a subtle dig at the fans, that is not the way to go. You are not going to be winning people over by doing that week by week, and especially with these performances and results. Phil, before we move on to our next guest, anything else you'd like to add?
Well, it's just funny. I was watching another podcast with Tim Sherwood was on it. They interview managers, Tony Pulis and Mick McCarthy. And there was one thing that Tim Sherwood said, which I thought was quite interesting. And that was that you bring some players in from the academy. What players do we have from the academy? I know we've got Mickey Moore, he's up at Rangers at the moment and everything else. But we need at least one player in that team whose blood is white and blue. Because all our successful teams have had at least one who's developed from schoolboys, whether it was Glenn Hoddle, Harry Kane, you can go through that. And we don't have any of that at all. And that's what I think we're missing. So we need, as you were saying before, we lost control, complete control. And I've been a Tottenham supporter for years, 57 years. And we've always had to fight the referee. I've never seen a referee who's done us any favours. Really can't remember it. They've got a red shirt on. They seem to do it all the time. And whether the referee was right or wrong or anything else, we have to play our game and get it straight. And I think I've got to agree with Craig. I think Frank is now on borrowed time. But I don't see that being a resolution of sacking a player, a manager, because I don't think it's going to. So what? The players are then got to develop another way of playing. We got rid of the manager who won us a European trophy. Yeah. Then what we're talking about now? We're going to get rid of the player who was the highest scorer last season, Brennan Johnson. Why? Because we got such a great team, such a great squad. That's not the way to do things. But I don't know where Frank is aiming for. If we knew what his target was, then fine. Yeah. And sorry, it's going to be a cold Christmas. It's I don't know what the answers are. You can't keep chopping and changing. Sometimes you have to say, I made this choice and we're going to work with it and make it right. But he's got to buck his ideas up. And he's not doing that at the moment. That's my opinion. If I went to Tottenham now, I'd be arrested. My French is very fluent now watching Tottenham, but that's about it. But effing and blinded. My neighbours think I'm nuts. 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm effing and blinded. Oh, he's having a nightmare.
Do you know what I find sad? And also happened yesterday, at 70 minutes, a lot of fans just got up and left, and people are leaving now, like with 20 minutes to go. Never really seen that inside the new stadium. People leaving 20 minutes to go. People have always wanted to watch us to the very end, and just seeing more and more people leaving games early, which is it's very, very sad to see. That's what I keep getting at. That lots of things that I'm seeing around me at the moment, particularly in the stadium, is sad situations, and this must improve. And it's funny. It's funny, Phil, like you said about the referee. We can't blame. I know it's a very poor refereeing display, and I'm not talking about the red cards. I'm talking about everything else. But we can't blame the referee for all of these other performances and lack of shots on target and lack of attempts and lack of progressive passes and through balls and all of this. You can't blame the referee for that, for what we've seen this season, particularly under Thomas Frank. So, yeah, Phil.
Just want to
thanks.
say last thing. I spoke to my brother, who's a season ticket holder. He's damaged his knee. He can't get to the game, so he tried to resell the ticket on the Tottenham app or whatever. Couldn't sell his ticket for the Tottenham-Liverpool game.
Yeah.
Now, I know they had 61,000 there, but tell me about that. Tottenham-Liverpool should be sold out.
Yeah.
There's a ticket available, and he couldn't sell it. That says exactly what's happening as regards to how the team plays and the entertainment value.
Yeah.
We don't mind losing if we give it a go. And that's why they got applauded yesterday.
Yep.
Anyway, sorry about that.
Phil,
I try to be a bit.
Have a good Christmas, and we will talk to you again in 2026. Thank you so much for joining us.
No problems. Thank you. Have a good
Cheers.
one. Bye.
Thanks, Phil.
Right, we are now going to go to Gary, who has been waiting very patiently. Gary, how are you?
I'm not too bad, Chris. I'm out in the sun at the moment, so it's not looking too bad.
Gary, where are you joining us from?
Future Ventura.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right.
Lovely. How are you feeling right now?
I don't really want to talk about the games individually. I'd rather do something a little bit different, because I'm sure everyone's going to be talking about the games. I think we have to realise, with the squad we've got, we're a mid-table team. We've got good players, we've got average players, but we haven't got game changers. If you go back 10 years, we've had game changers. Gareth Bale, Modric, Richerison, Kane, Son. We at least had one of those sort of players in the team. We haven't got a midfield game changer. We had Kudus, who looked really great. He's gone off the boil. I don't know why. Like your previous caller says, he doesn't do the runs in the wing anymore. He seems to stop. You know, I think the recruitment isn't easy, but we do have some very hit and miss. No club get the recruitment right all the time, but our misses have been big mistakes, like Nombele. I mean, we were paying for him for years. You know, by the time you pay all of his wages and what we paid for him, that was 100 million gone. You know, it's got to be found somewhere. You know, Simmons, how long are we going to give him? I know players take time to settle in, but you know, I hope he does turn out the player we bought. Richerison, I think he has had a better season. I think he's really, really trying. But is he the player that we bought for 55 million? Solanke, I mean, we bought the wrong Bournemouth player. I mean, 2 years ago, I emailed Donna Cullen, because I live in Bournemouth and watch Bournemouth. I gave her the heads up to Semenyo 2 years ago. I'm not a football scout. I don't know the positions. I don't understand the diamonds and all that. I see a player who's really good. All right, she did reply back because she passed it on. But Solanke, I know he's injured, but...
She did reply back?
Oh, she always replied back to me. Never gave anything away. Always. I used to email Daniel Levy, and he used to just put, "Come on, you Spurs, thanks for your comments." But Donna Cullen always... for 2 years I was emailing her, because my son made a sign up years ago saying, "This is a new stadium, this is the old stadium." And I sent it in, and she put it in the first programme against Crystal Palace. So I had her email. I used to give her little tips, and honestly, she again never gave anything away because she's a professional, but she always said, "Your thoughts are bang on." And that's pretty good for someone that high up, you know. But going back to Solanke, I've seen him for years and years and years. He's not going to score 30 goals a season when he's fit, you know. But it's a continuation of our big money signings of the flops. If we buy a player for 30 million, doesn't work, and sell him for 20 million, it's not a problem. And I know recruitment isn't easy, because all the top players now, we're not a big club in overseas players' eyes. You know, they're a big club to us. I'm 65 years old. I can remember when they're a big club. And in our head, we are a big club. But when you're looking at players that want to come to the club, and Liverpool get involved, Arsenal get involved, Man City get involved, Chelsea, you know, look at Semenyo. There's a release clause. We're not going to get him in a million years. There's 65 million. I don't understand what the Gibbs business was, Morgan Gibbs White, was about. This clause is out in the open. I don't know what happened with that one, really. If they're out in the open, why don't you get the player? I think Eze, the trouble with Eze, we didn't go in for the release clause because I don't think we had the money to pay up front. I think we waited till the release clause finished. As soon as he found out Arsenal were interested in him, that's so. And I think I don't buy into the new Enoch. I think Daniel Levy was the pantomime villain. They got rid of him. I think it's the same meat, different gravy. I've listened to guys that understand the finances, like that Stefan Borson, is it? He knows his stuff. And he seemed to think that 100 million was not necessarily going in to the transfer market. A little bit might, what are they doing with Levy?
I've always said this, Gary, because that 100 million's there. I think a lot of fans think we've got 100 million pounds to spend in January. That's not the case.
I think that Levy had a good relationship with the banks. When he went, I think the banks might have called in a bit of money. I think they might have thought this new lot. I think Joe Lewis can still be calling the shots. And suddenly he was out the frame. His kids are in it. Has Daniel Levy ever been to a match? Have you ever seen him there since his departure? Right? Is he still the shareholder? Is his son got the shares? Have they got to pay him off? He can't. There's none. He's going to have some money, isn't he? He's not just going to walk away for all that work, and it's got to be paid for. So I think if fans think that money is going to go into thing, I think we're going to be disappointed. And I think getting rid of Levy, just buying Enoch a bit of time for the fans to get off their back, and I think they're going to see for it pretty quick. I hope I'm wrong, but to build a club, they're not rich enough. To build a club up, you have to have 20, 30 billion. It's mad money now. Say they reported the Lewis family got 4 billion. You need 500 grand over it to write off over a few seasons to build it up, with the fair play. They're not going to put that amount of money in. We've got an average squad at the moment. And regarding what your previous caller said, the academy, what's happening with that? As he said, Mickey Moore, 50-50, he might make it. Look how Marcus Edwards was meant to be the saviour. Yeah, Troy Parrott was, he's doing not bad now, but Troy Parrott, but we sold him. There's these players that James Scarlett. How do we hear about James Scarlett scoring in the under whatever and this and that and the other? He's barely a squad player. We just don't seem to get enough through to help the squad. I don't know what it is. But
managers though, Gary, are under so much pressure, aren't they? And it's funny because a lot of fans want to see the youth players and the development players coming through, which we have seen a lot of time in our history. But when you look back at, say, the last 5 years, how many of those players that have done really well in those development sides? And I might add, in the last couple of years, we've won so many trophies, under 17s, 18s, under 21s.
Yeah, but they don't come through, do they?
Exactly. So why is that? Because that surely is on the manager bringing those players through and giving those opportunities.
Some of the players get to a peak and they don't kick on. I'm not saying individual. Some players look really fantastic, 17, and just can't get to the next level. That might be an answer. Or we sell it. I mean, I don't know how Troy Parrott is doing for his club, but I know he's a hero in Ireland, because he scored like 5 goals in 2 games in the qualifiers. I don't know what. There's a player, what's his name? The player in Hamburg, begins with a V. I think he's Croatian.
Luka Vlahovic.
He's ripping it up there, and they're talking about, I'm not sure where I'll be next season. We should be definitely getting him back whether we can't this season, but, he's talking about staying in Hamburg next season. I don't know.
That's an interesting one. Craig, let me come to you on that and bring you in, because Luka Vlahovic, it's funny, some people like Gary saying we'll bring him back. How on earth is he going to get a game when you've got Mickey van der Ven and Christian Romero? Because you've got Radu Dragushin now coming back after 11 months after an ACL. He's back in the squad against Liverpool. So, great to have him back. You've got Kevin Danso as well. So where does that stand for players going out on loan, coming back to Tottenham? Where's the game time coming from?
It's definitely interesting. I liked Vuskovic. I think he's still so young, though. I think he's got many years that he can force his way into the team. But it's the old adage, isn't it? If you're good enough, you're good enough. I'm sure that's not the actual saying. I probably got that wrong. But you know what I mean? If he's good enough to be in the starting 11, he'll force out somebody else. So, for me, if Romero keeps getting sent off, then there's obviously going to be one centre-back spot available each week. I would probably imagine, because Dragushin's agent tends to speak a lot, that he could well be off perhaps in the summer, so that could lead to an opening there. I don't know.
Yeah, we're due a statement from him surely soon.
Yeah, I was going to say now he's back fit. He's been quiet for the last 9 months, but I mean, look, it could even be in January. You don't know, but I think the best thing for Vuskovic to do is stay where he is because he seems to be developing very, very well. And as you say, at the moment we've got a glut of centre backs. So if you're good enough, you get in the team though. And what Thomas Franks had that Ange didn't have last season, well, the season before, was a settled back four. That's one area of the pitch that has been pretty settled, hasn't it? And let me ask you, Gary, actually, you say about the squad's not good enough, 100% agree. But should this group, as it stands, be in a higher league position than we currently are?
No, I don't think we are, to be honest. I don't think we've got a great defence, but we haven't got much creativity. You know, going back to even the players that are coming back. Maddison looked really great when we first got him. After his first injury, you know, back a couple of years ago against Chelsea, he was off the boil a little bit. You know, Kulusevski was, just before he got injured, was a little bit off the boil. So I don't think we've got that excuse to say, oh, what about if the players come back? Solanke, you know, he's not a bad player, but I don't think, as I said before, I don't think he's worth that amount of money. I don't think he's guaranteed to, whenever he does get back, which is a bit of a mystery with his foot injury, but when he does come back, you know, I don't think we've got the players to be above mid-table. And I'm sorry to say that, but I only can say it how I can see it. I'm not going to go over individual games in this. Some games have looked good. We started off good. I don't know what it's gone. I think Kudos was really a game changer right at the beginning. He was really, you know, making a lot of chances, but he's gone off the boil. And I don't really. What happened? Why did we sign Tell? We had him on loan. Try before you buy. Why did we sign him? Can you answer that question? Any of you two know why we signed him?
No.
We've questioned that many times, Gary.
You know, it's like going to the supermarket, tasting a bottle of wine, having a little sample, go, this is horrible, and buying the bottle. Do you know what I mean? It's like, weren't even in the European squad until like they replaced Solanke. You know, I think the recruitment is quite a problem. And it's not easy. I don't know who the recruitment people are, so I'm not calling any particular person out. But I said, I live in Bournemouth and I go to Bournemouth matches. I'm 10 minutes from the stadium. Their recruitment, they can't keep the players, but look at how many top players they've found from nowhere. You know, they keep finding, all right, they're going to run out sooner or later, like Southampton. They had a lot of players years and years ago, Van Dijk and lots of good players and managers. They can't keep hold of them, but they do find some of them. You know, we can't really find any gems from the lower leagues. And there's talk about Brendan Johnson going, you know, I think it's a personal thing. The managers don't like him. But maybe he's not training hard enough. Maybe he doesn't fancy him. But I don't think one of the players should be sort of kicked out, really. I mean, if he wants to go, I can understand. That's the manager's words. What does that mean? Bye-bye, isn't it? The manager says that, you know, you're not wanted. You're not holding him. You're not saying, well, don't hold him back. You know, if they wanted him, they'd put his arm around and say, don't be stupid. We'll give you more game time. You know, I said it's not easy to get good established players because you've got Man United, Liverpool, the old money. You know, I'm talking about overseas, even English players. Then you've got Chelsea and Man City, the new money. Bigger team. Hate to say it, Arsenal. I think down after that, we're sort of Aston Villa, Newcastle in players that want to come to us. You know, if a good established player has the chance to go to Liverpool or go to Man United or go Chelsea, they're not going to come to Tottenham, are they? We've got the great stadium. We've got, you know, great training facilities. We've got history, but how long far back do you got to go? Do you know what I mean? I said, I'm 65. You know, it's a long time, apart from the European champion, you know, what we won last year. But that was a bit of a counterweight with it where we finished. But we don't want to go there. We won it but it helped us that there wasn't a drop down from the Champions League. But this year it's going against us because however far we go in the Champions League, when we're out. We don't get the second bite of the cherry in the Europa League anymore. So it helped us last season, but this season, and unlucky, a cup draw. It's not good, is it? I mean, you can't help that. That's going to be a tough one. Be nice to have a few easy draws in the third round and the fourth round, and that's our only chance really of getting anything. But listen, we fight. I don't know about the manager. You know, I don't. Who else are we going to get? You know, I know, Chris, you didn't want Postecoglou to go. I think it's probably a 50-50. Who knows whether that was the right or wrong decision. Frank, it was seen to be a safe pair of hands, you know, before we got him. It wasn't like a wow, but we've had the wows. We've had the best manager in the world.
This was my point, though, Gary, what I said at the start to Craig. A safe pair of hands, you know, someone to come in, steady the ship and make us better defensively. It looked like Thomas Frank was that person.
Yeah,
and then when you look at
that's what we thought.
and when you look at all the stats now, it's actually not the case. It's actually we've got worse stats this season than last season under Ange, who was severely criticised for his attacking display. So our attacking play was a lot better, and our defensive play, dare I say it, was better stats wise under Postecoglou. It's crazy.
Who do we get in? Forget the paying off the manager. Forget that. Forget the financial side of it. Forget that old Tottenham keep going through the managers. What manager can you think of a manager that in or out of job that would consider coming to Tottenham? I can't think of one, but I'm not a guru on football. Maybe you guys might know of a suitable one, but the only thing I can think of possibly is as Areola in Bournemouth, he's not signing a new contract.
Yeah.
In Bournemouth, that owners are they're not skinflints. You know, they have probably offered him as much as anyone will pay to keep him. You know, they've earned so much money out the transfer market that they'll offer him the world. But he wants to hedge his bets. So he wants to see if a Real Madrid comes, a Barcelona come, a big. But if there was nothing else to him that was really like appealing, and Tottenham come, maybe, but would he do any better there? Who knows? I don't know. I think we need some real creativity in the midfield and a game change. Look at Gareth Bale when we had him. He could make a goal up from nothing when he was a defender. Every time Harry Kane had the ball in his feet near the goal, you were surprised when he missed it. When I used to watch Dominic Solanke, I was surprised when he got it in for Bournemouth. Honestly, we look at that Son and Kane. It was the best in the world, that partnership. Again, we couldn't keep him. You know, I'm not saying Kane went to go. Yeah.
Gary, sorry to interrupt. How long do you give it though? Just because I mean, I've heard a few people say that about who's out there, right? How long do the club give it? You know, do they wait until we're 17th and then push the button? Because looking at the league table, I just looked at it. We are 4 points above 17th. With Nottingham Forest and Fulham, who are behind us with a game in hand, right? So I don't want to appear like I'm being historically negative here, but we could be 17th in a few weeks.
Do you know what,
right?
Craig? Do you know what? I think that will be when and if the club feel that we can't reach a European spot, because a club like Spurs, particularly now with the the stadium, the training facilities, all of that, you know, like everyone talks about, including Gary now. We must have European football year in, year out. No matter what competition it is, you have to have European football at a club like Spurs.
And the last 10 years, although we didn't win anything, we were right up there. We were guaranteed full fifth. You know, looking at how we slagged it off, we haven't won a trophy in years. We were a much better place in that last 10 years than we are now. You know, we had good managers. We had Redknapp. Why the hell they got rid of him, I don't know. I think it might have been that tax business and all that, but he was almost England manager. We got rid of him.
Gary, on managers, I would say Andoni Iraola style of play. I think he reminds me a lot of Pochettino, by the way, for the job that he's done at Bournemouth, and I think he's very, very underrated. Oliver Glasner, I think, has done a fantastic job at Crystal Palace. I've looked at Oliver Glasner before he actually went to Palace. I thought he was a very, very impressive manager with the way that he deals with the media and everything as well. And of course, then you've got Mauricio Pochettino. He's always said that he wants a return. And I tell you what,
it's my favourite, but I think it's a bit old hat now. I'd love him to come back, but I think it sounds a bit old hat if I said that. You know,
but you just said I'd love him to come back, and I feel like most Spurs fans feel the same because that connection.
when my boy was little, I used to go and he used to get autographs from outside Bournemouth when Tottenham played. And once, this is a little story how nice guy he was. I took a picture and it didn't come out right of Hugo Lloris. He went in the coach and got Lloris. You know when the players go in after the match, they don't come back out again. He went and got him. All right, he weren't in the coach because he got a private plane from Bournemouth. When my son made a sign up with Pochettino's Blue and White Army, he was almost in tears. You've done that for me. You know, everyone wants the players, and he gets. But he said, "What do you want me to do?" He'd seen such a nice, genuine guy that, you know, and he done well. And again, all right, we had a little bit, but I think the main problem with him, I don't know why he said it before the league final. I don't even remember. He sort of said that his job's done after the final. Can you remember him saying that?
Yeah,
and his father kept saying Real Madrid. And I was in the pub just before, I think, just after the semi-final. And I thought, why did he say that? Before the final, we all sort of thought, oh, once that's done, he's going to go Real Madrid. Did you get that impression? Because I did. Or at a bigger club. I think, you've remembered it as well. Why did he say that?
Yeah. If we had won that Champions League final, Pochettino would have left anyway. Yeah. But it turns out, Gary, that he didn't get along after that anyway. He was sacked in November, which, you know, we could talk all day and night about that situation, whether he had more than enough credit in the bank to keep his job. I felt that he did, and Spurs and the board should have backed him at that point and give him more players and better players.
I listened to Harry Redknapp, and he does say how it is. And he was talking about, you know, the club and about Joe Lewis. He said at that time, Joe Lewis was the general, right? He was the boss. Levy was lieutenant and taking orders. And Redknapp reckons that Lewis was behind him getting the sack. So I think a lot of the problems, but Levy got the pelters for it. And I always was not anti-Levy. I was anti-Enoch, and he was only 30% of that. I think they're not big enough to take the club to the next level. As I said to you, if just say Elon Musk bought the club or someone massively money, they could write off $1 billion and not even notice it over, say, 4 years, you know, because you can't spend ridiculous money. But Levy left us in a very good position where we can spend quite a lot of money because our revenue is quite high. Are Enoch or the Lewis family or whatever going to stomp up their own cash, a quarter of their wealth? They're not. They might put 100 million. I think they were forced to put that in, you know. So all down to wages. It is a vicious circle, and I think to go forward, we need a Middle Eastern or an American consortium, like actors and this and that, and the other, or very rich individuals that want to write off. Okay, if you buy the stadium and the club, that money's still there, whether you sell it or not. You're not going to lose that money. But you need another $500 million that you're going to have to write off. Like, look how much Abramovich has lost. Look how much Man City have lost. But they're not bothered, are they? They're not bothered about profit or loss. Now they're a little bit careful. But, you know, you need an owner that is prepared to back the club. Why did they borrow 90 million at the beginning of the season, Enoch, on future earnings? Why did they borrow 90 million? They must have known Levy was going. The minute Colin went, Levy was next on the line. I don't think Levy thought he was going to be fired. I thought he just moved sideways. But they knew. Why did they borrow 90 million at the beginning of the season on future TV money? So there isn't that much money left, is there? And that 100 million, you know, that, and there'll be more to come. I just think that I haven't bought into it, but, you know, I don't think you have either.
We have to wait and see. We have to wait and see, Gary.
I hope I'm wrong. But I've listened to Simon Jordan, Stephen Borson, and I've put my own spin on. These people know what I'm talking about. You know, I don't understand the mechanics of how clubs work, what the agents do, what this one does, the recruit, you know, clauses, this and that and the other. It's a minefield, right? Yeah. But when you listen to professionals, especially that Stephen Borson, who does advise financial, and you've got to take what they say because they're not. They know, and they're not biased. And he's not a Tottenham fan as far as I'm concerned. He's not anti this, he's not pro that. I think he knows what he's talking about, and that's where I got my put my spin on it.
Yeah. Gary, we could literally talk about Tottenham with you all day, but we do
All right,
have a green room full.
I'm going back to the pool now, but I'm flying back tonight, so it's not going to be all good.
Have a great rest of your holiday, and Merry Christmas to you and your family, and we'll talk to you soon.
Merry Christmas to you two guys and all the viewers. And we just got to stick at it, innit? We support the club. No one changes clubs today, let's face it. I mean,
Exactly.
I've got a second team, that's it, because I live in Bournemouth, but no one changes the club. It is what it is. And I can understand the fans not going. And one quick question. I think a lot of seats is because Son's gone. I mean, obviously there was quite a lot of Koreans there. You know, I don't think they would necessarily maybe live here. They might have been package holidays or what. But I think that's probably why there is quite a few seats. I don't know how you go more than I do, but you know, I think I think there might be at least 5,000 to 10,000 missing from that point of view.
Yeah.
All right, nice,
Gary.
Nice
thank you so much.
Cheers. Speak in the new year. Bye. Cheers.
Cheers. As Gary said there, you follow Tottenham Hotspur through thick and thin. Just going to go through a couple of points here with you, Craig. Ando writes here, seriously, when are the players going to take some heat? Is this all on Thomas Frank, or is this on the players as well? Because, you know, the players, I think it's fair to say that some of these players are underperforming. Yes, the tactics are down to Thomas Frank, but, you know, some of the players should be given more, in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. There's nothing else really I can add to that. The players have to take responsibility on the pitch. The manager can only do so much. But yes, he will set them up in a certain way. And as we discussed about Kudus, is that, and I genuinely don't know the answer to this, with him turning inside and not trying to take players on, is that him being coached to do that? Or is it he's got no confidence to do it? I don't know. But the players have definitely been underperforming as a whole, probably since the first 3 games, I would say. I think the first 3 games, you still had the sort of hangover, it's not a hangover, that's the wrong word, but still with the parts of the Ange mentality to the game, even though we was a little bit more defensive in the Super Cup, there were certain elements you could see in the play there that's difficult you can't just turn that off. So it was going to take time for Thomas Frank to get across his ideas and everything. But I would have thought by now, I think it's fair to say by mid-December, that you should see we should be playing the way Thomas Frank wants us to play. They go over things time and time again in training. We've heard that, routines, passages of play. So you'd have thought the players would have picked up on that by now. But you can see, and I'm sure, see Dustin's in the green room. He'll show us and give us his thoughts on passages of play and things where players are on the pitch where perhaps they wouldn't have been under Ange, because it's a completely different system. But yeah, going back to your question, the players do need to step up and do need to put in better performances, because week after week, some players aren't showing up.
Right, let's go to our next guest, someone we haven't spoke to in a little while, and it is Gary. Gary, how are you?
I'm good, Chris. How are you guys? You okay?
Apart from Tottenham, yes.
I'm lying, basically.
Gary, how are you feeling right now about everything? Thomas Frank, the Liverpool game, previous games, the defeats, the record that we've lost more Premier League games at home in a calendar year of 2025 than any other year in our Premier League history.
Where'd you begin? I think there's the word I would use to encompass the whole thing would be frustration. I think the fans are clearly frustrated, and rightfully so. Even the ones that are avid Thomas Frank sort of in. And I was one of those, to be honest with you, when we appointed him. I think the players are really frustrated. You can see it in their body language. I think you saw it yesterday with what Xavi Simons and Romero did. I mean, Romero's sort of a red card waiting to happen anyway, but he's clearly frustrated at the moment. I think Mickey van der Ven, his body language is worrying, in my opinion. I think Thomas Frank is frustrated. I think, dare I say, it's kind of looking like he may be out of his depth. And that's my polite version, by the way. I think the board will be frustrated. They've come out and give it the big one. You know, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to challenge for this, challenge for that. Really, that was a stupid thing to say because they can't do anything until the transfer window opens and subsequently the summer transfer window. So that was a daft thing to say in the first place. And overall, I just think there's just a general level of frustration. I think that's probably the word I would use to sort of encompass the whole thing. I know for a fact I'm frustrated. I'm sure you guys are too. I mean, you go every week, Chris. You know, you must be frustrated. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that would be the word I'd use, is frustration.
Sorry, I was just being served a cup of tea then, which is far more important than talking about Tottenham. Gary, good to have you back on, actually. Yeah, we haven't spoken to you in a while, have we? So I can see your frustration in your face, the same as all of us. Do you think this style of football that Thomas Frank's trying to employ doesn't suit this group of players?
I would say so, yeah. And again, I feel that's probably why you're seeing certain things that you're seeing from the players. You know, look at your first call of Phil. I mean, super frustrated. You just got it from him straight away. He made some good points as well, as did the other guy, the last guy on. But I just feel that the way we're set up, the way we're playing, the tactics that are being used at this moment in time, substitutions, it's just everything. It's all encompassing, and it all kind of leads to that frustration. And as I say, you saw it yesterday, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, Javi Simmons, that, you know, I didn't think that was a really bad tackle, but he lunged for a ball he was never going to get, and that's born out of frustration because he just wants to get into the game. You know, and fair play to him for that. At least he's trying. Romero flicks his leg up, just pure frustration. It really is, you know, because he's frustrated because he's effectively given away the first goal. You know, you've got players there that I just feel sometimes when they enter the pitch, especially at home, they're like rabbits in headlights. You know, you can just sense the anxiety, not only in the crowd, but also within the way the players are, you know, their body language. And, you know, it's just, I don't know where we go from here, to be honest with you. You know, it's all right saying, well, we'll sack Frank, get rid of him, he's not good enough. And I wouldn't disagree with that to a degree, but where do you go? What do you do? You know, who are you going to get in? Who's available? You know, it's just a mess, isn't it? And I agree with Craig. I think if we're not careful, we're going to be right down towards that bottom three, you know, and that's my biggest worry. And I tend to try to be positive, but there isn't a lot to be positive about. Even if you take out the Liverpool game, just take it out of the equation. If you look at the rest as an overall sort of situation, it's not looking good at all. And that's the worry. We're playing like a relegation candidate team at the minute. That for me is the real worry.
Gary, what positives do you take from Thomas Frank since he has arrived at Spurs? Because yesterday, for example, after the Liverpool game in the post-match press conference, he said overall it was a very good performance. Now, when we were down to 9 players, or even down to 10 players, it was better than when we had 11 players.
Yeah.
So, you know, I want to see, like I say on these shows all the time, I always want to see positive signs in games. We saw positivity in that game, but then we also saw a lot of other things in that game and a lot of other things in a lot of the other games. Do you take these positive things and think to yourself, oh, actually, Thomas Frank is going to take us forward? Or are you just thinking about the league position, thinking about the stats, thinking, well, actually, we are going backwards? Where do you stand on it? Do you see the positives that Thomas Frank can take us forward and this can be a success? And all the people, I say all the people, the majority of people that come on these shows, write things on X, Facebook, and all the other social media platforms, negative comments about Thomas Frank, could they be wrong in the long term?
It's a good question. I don't think they're wrong. I think the way some fans go about it are wrong. But that's just my personal opinion. It's not for me to tell fans how to feel or how to react to certain situations. Yeah. Again, I just no, I don't see enough positives. You see an odd glimmer of positivity. You know, we could take some positive, like you say. You know, when we went down to 10 men, even when we went down to 9 men yesterday, you know, it became more positive because we really sort of that sort of propelled us to switch on, especially when Richerison come on. Funny enough, but no, in answer to your question, I don't see enough positivity within the patterns of play. You know, the substitutions. You know, he's bringing Ben Davis on the other week with a chasing goal. You know, there's so many instances where you can look and say, well, what are you doing? Where's the, you know, how can we sort of buy into what you're doing when some of the things you're doing, you're playing certain ways, certain sort of, you're setting up certain ways for certain teams at home. You know, you're playing two sort of defensive midfielders. You can say all you like about the level of the players. I think, yeah, the players aren't playing as well as they should be, but I think it goes a lot deeper than that. You could see last season that they were playing for Ange, and I wasn't an Ange advocate, by the way, as you probably, I don't know if you remember, but they were putting in a shift for him. They were trying it in the Europa League. That was what it was all geared for last season. We would never have finished 17th, but I feel this year we are in jeopardy of finishing somewhere around that position if we're not careful. It's all trending that way, Chris. From where
Let me ask both you Gary, and Craig. At the start of the season, when Spurs, you know, were performing well, and I'm going to go back to us beating Manchester City at the Etihad. Everyone then was on a real high, and most people, certainly people that came on this channel as well, and judging on social media as well, people were saying that we were going to be finishing in the top 4. They were saying that we were going to finish high up in the league with this squad of players, and then suddenly we lose a couple of games in the manner and the fashion that we have, results, performances, etc. And then all of a sudden, the narrative is this squad isn't good enough. These players aren't good enough. The recruitment is the problem. I believe that the recruitment, yes, is a problem, but I also believe that Thomas Frank needs to do more, and I also believe that the players need to do more. I think it is a complete mixture of lots of different things, but isn't it funny how a narrative can change towards a squad where people say, yeah, we had a fairly decent transfer window. You know, these players are going to get us a European space, you know, for next season. And then all of a sudden, a couple of months down the road, these players aren't good enough. What is it?
I think that's football fans in general, isn't it? They're fickle. They're fickle. I agree. I think it's a combination of several things, but I think ultimately the manager chooses the team, picks the team, he sets the team up. I think Thomas Frank throughout this season has set teams up to nullify the opposition. So he's basically playing not to lose as opposed to trying to win. And that's where me personally, that's where my frustration lies more than anything. You know my thoughts on Pochettino. Every time I watch Tottenham, virtually every time, against whoever it would be, under Mauricio Pochettino, I felt confident that we were going to win, genuinely. Every time I'm watching the team at the minute, yesterday, I knew we were going to lose, and that sounds really negative, even though Liverpool are a shadow of what they were last season. We're just not, there's so much, again, I relate back to frustration. Mickey van der Ven really worries me. Because you can see it. He's not happy. He's not. And I think there's several players that are not happy. There's clearly something going on that we don't know about. It's clear to me, clear as day. And
that could be a problem, Gary, couldn't it? Players absolutely. Like Mickey van der Ven could become too good for a club like Spurs if we're going down the league table.
Chris, he is at the minute. He is at the minute. We're showing nothing. All we're showing is that we're going backwards. And that then goes back to what you asked before in terms of the positivity. There isn't a lot to be positive about, is there? Yeah, we've had, like I said earlier, we've had some real positive moments. The Super Cup. Even though we lost, it was positive. Even the recent game against PSG, I thought we played quite well, to be fair. Man City, we played really well. Burnley were pretty good. But then you look at Bournemouth. you know, and I can't even, I've blocked them out of my memory, to be honest with you. But you look at a lot of the other games, and we've just been awful. I'm not one for stats, as I've said previously, but if you want to delve into XG, you kind of sort of touched on it earlier. You know, 4 shots on goal doesn't tell the story. Doesn't tell the story at all. And we've had the lowest XG. Again, I'm not really into stats, but the problem we've got is the build-up play is not generating the efforts on goal. And when we get the efforts on goal, we're nowhere near clinical enough. You know, it's just, you know, but we're not getting enough efforts on goal. You know, we should be having, on average, 15 shots a game on goal. If we're playing fluent football, and all's good at the club, all's good on the playing side of the club, you know, we should be having, I'd say on average, 15 shots on goal. 15 shots minimum per game, and half of those should be a goal. You know, we're not shooting from this. It's almost like they're scared to shoot. You know, all we tend to do is get the ball out wide on the right hand side. We've got nothing on the left. You know, it all goes through the right hand channel, and it's so obvious what we do or what we're going to do every game. Goes out to Kudus. He has a little run down the line. Isn't getting to where he wants to get to. Plays it back to Porro, who whips one in. That is literally what's happening all game, virtually every game, and it's all going down the right-hand side. We've got nothing on the left. He's not trying to remedy that. I don't see what he's doing to balance that front line out. No, he's playing bloody Maloney on the left. He's playing Richerison on the left, swapping them around. That's literally all he's tried to do. You know, Odegaard for me isn't good enough. He shouldn't be anywhere near the team. Why don't you give Tell a chance? Because Tell's the one, mate, you said it before. When he comes on, you can see that aggression, you can see that desire. I never see that with Odegaard. He's just jogging. You know, to me, he just looks like a lazy. And I'm not sort of digging him out. Do you know what I mean? But why would you? This is where I look at Thomas Frank and think, you know, you're seeing Odegaard, you're seeing what I'm seeing, what he's doing on the pitch. And there's one or two other players, but you know, this team, this squad, just talk about the first 11, even though we haven't got Madison at the minute, we haven't got Kulu at the minute, it's still good enough not to be where it is at the minute. And I put that solely on the manager. Forget about, the club can't do anything until January. So, you know, it doesn't matter what they say or what they don't say. There's nothing they can do until January. So again, take them out of the equation. We've got what we've got the players that we've got the manager that we've got, and it's up to the manager to create a team and put a team out with balance that can play free-flowing attacking football. To me, you can say, oh yeah, the players this, that and the other, but the players, in my opinion, have clearly switched off. Certainly 2 or 3 or 4 of them. You can see it in their body language on the pitch. You know, it's so annoying. And I feel for the fans, I really do. I feel for myself because I have to sit and watch it. It's awful.
Yeah, it's just you're right, Gary. It was just sitting down to watch Tottenham is not a joy at the moment. There's no, for me anyway, that I don't look forward really as much to the games as I used to.
Sorry, Craig, that first half performance was awful in my opinion. I sat there. I mean, Forest the other week. Sorry to interrupt. Forest last week. I mean, man, that was just the worst performance. I don't think I've been so much. I mean, and we're talking that's before you start talking about Chelsea and I mean Arsenal, man.
Seriously. Yeah, but should it be better though, Gary? Should it be? You've made a good point there. I would expect more from the players, but I would expect more from the way we approach those games. Like you say, I couldn't stand it under George Graham. The people that remember that far back, even though you know we did have a modicum of success. You know, you go out. The attitude is, and it's quite widely reported. You go out on that pitch with a point, don't lose it. You know, at kickoff, you've got a point, don't lose it. And that seems to me what Thomas Frank sets us up to be constantly, every game, no matter who we're playing. You know what I mean? And that is not. Yeah. And people never go at me for this, saying that is not the Tottenham way. But he's not the way we want the team to play, and it's the complete opposite. I would genuinely argue with anyone, the players cannot possibly enjoy playing the way they play.
And you can see that. That's what I'm talking about. You can see it.
Do you know what I mean?
There in front of your eyes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
When you just mentioned the Tottenham way, what is the Tottenham way to you, Gary? And have we played the Tottenham way under Thomas Frank so far in his reign at Tottenham?
No. And not, like I say, it sounds like I'm really down on Thomas Frank. You know, I was quite happy when he was appointed. For me, the Tottenham way is the Mauricio Pochettino way. As far as I'm concerned, that was the best. And I've watched Tottenham for, I don't know how many years now, 40 odd years. And, you know, I've seen some good teams, some really good individual players that have been at the club, you know, and we've had some good managers as well, to be fair. The argument could be we've never backed managers correctly. We spend money. You know, I think we're in the top 4 or 5 spenders, you know, but we just don't spend it wisely at times. But for me, under Pochettino, that was the best period for me in terms of the style of play, watching the team, being excited about the team. You know, and you've got to remember, it took him a couple of seasons to turn that around. We had some, swearing, we had some not very good players at that point. And he worked and bought a couple through from the youth setup. He you know, we bought wisely, likes of Dele Alli and so forth. And he moulded that team over a period of a couple of years to become a team that were general challengers, and that played some really nice, fast, free-flowing football, pressing high, you know, really high energy, but with a stable defence as well.
Yeah.
You know, what one of our players would get into that team now?
Yeah.
You know, I don't see any one of the current crop that would get into that team.
So many interesting points there, Gary. We literally, all our guests today, we could talk to you all day about Tottenham, but we've got so many people to talk to. So thank you so much for joining us. Have a great Christmas, and always great talking to you, and hopefully we can talk to you again in the near future.
Lovely. Thanks for your time,
Gary.
Cheers, Gary.
See you, mate. Bye.
Grant writes here, we're comparing average players with average players. So frustrating, no talisman in the team. William Webb writes here, Gary, try and get up at 1 a.m. to watch it. It's painful. I always say this, Craig, on every single fan show, that, you know, people around the world, you know, particularly people on the other side of the world, getting up at a silly hour, watching Spurs, and then some of them then going to work. Honestly, some of the dedication that some of these people have watching Tottenham. Talking about dedication, now we're going to go to Dustin. Dustin was with us on the Spurs Chat Podcast after the Liverpool game, and he's with us again today. Dustin, how are you?
All right, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Dustin, what have you got to add on what we spoke about yesterday?
I think I covered a lot of stuff yesterday, so people can watch that stream. I think what I'm going to try to do this time is talk a bit about, like, there isn't really a bright side, but what Frank did do that he hasn't been doing was set the team up in a more attacking way. And I'm hoping that some of these patterns of play that we've seen can maybe be an inspiration for him to realize that he should be doing stuff like this more often, such as, like, you know, playing Bergvall and Xavi on at the same time, which he hasn't done previously. So what I have is like some of the patterns of play that we saw. If you can put on the slideshow over there.
Which one do you want, Dustin? The
first one, the one that's a slideshow. There are 2 stills, but I want to put the slideshow on. No, not this one. This is a picture. This is Van der Ven being lucky not to get sent off.
This one?
Yeah, this one. No, I think it's the next one. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think what we saw was that actually, I think Spence had one of his better games, and I was seeing that there was a good connection between Muani, Bergvall, Xavi, and, you know, as much as the game ended up being fairly disappointing, I think that the positive you can take from this is that this is probably the first time you've seen all of these players play together, and they're not going to get it right. They're not going to have chemistry the first time. But there were some things that you can look at and go, this lineup should play together more often. So we have one where Van der Ven like rakes the ball down the line, and then Muani does a back heel to Bergvall. Bergvall progresses the ball back to no, sorry, that's Xavi, is it? Yeah, that's Xavi. Passes back to Bergvall. Bergvall should be making this pass, but he doesn't. He actually cuts back. So it's one of those things where they're getting into good positions. They could be doing a lot more of the ball, but they haven't like made the right decisions because they haven't played together often enough. So the red arrows I'm putting on are like what they should be doing, and they didn't do that. But hopefully the next time we have these players on at the same time, they can be improving by making better decisions. Another case we have here is we have like Romero finding Bergvall with a great pass. Bergvall takes the ball, but he misses this pass to Xavi. If he makes this pass to Xavi, we have a slight overload on the right side, and then we can actually get more joy there. Over here we have Spence carrying through, and this is why I think Spence had one of his better games. He carries through all the way to midfield. He finds Xavi over here. Xavi passes it to Kudus, and then Kudus has a cross that's blocked, right? But it's one of those things again where Spence carrying, and this is what we've missed. We've missed players that can either play through the center or carry the ball through the center to progress the play, and less of the horseshoe football that we've been seeing. This is another one where Porro does a high cross to Kudus. Kudus controls it, but he doesn't spot this pass to Moani. And also, like, I think this is when we realize that we miss having Kane who would see a person running into space and make a pass like that. This is another one early on where Spence flicks the ball through to Archie Gray. Then he passes the ball over to Kudus, controls it again. He carries the ball, plays a 1-2 with Xavi. And then he has a shot when he actually has two players he can pass to here, Bergvall and Spence on the left side. Another where Kudus has a deep cross to Porro. Porro crosses it into Spence, and Spence just misses the shot. So this is one of our better chances where we could have scored from. So that's overall, that's overall what I have for patterns of play that benefited from finally playing two creative midfielders at the same time. It's a shame that Xavi got sent off. And in fact, a lot of these chances were made after he was sent off. But it's almost like they had an impetus to attack because the game state was so different because we were a man down. And they thought, we can try to chase shadows and defend against 11 men for the rest of the game. Or if we can nick a goal, we actually have something to hold on to. So I think that probably helped as well. And I hope Frank looks at this and goes, I should play these creative players and give them the license to do this more often, rather than look at it and go, I just need to shut up shop more.
So you would expect more attacking play from Thomas Frank's Tottenham then in the future then, Dustin?
I don't expect it, but I'm just hoping that that's the conclusion he comes from this. I worry that he looks at this and go, I should never play so attacking again. Whereas I think that he should be looking at this going, if I give these players, the right setup and I put them together and let them develop more chemistry, right, then there's an opportunity to have much better attacking output.
Dustin, do you want to talk us through the other couple of slides that we've got here?
We've talked a lot about refereeing decisions, but I think that one area we got lucky is that Isaac got injured from this, and Van der Ven's actually pretty lucky to stay on the pitch because there's the whole scissoring motion that normally gets red cards. So I think that we were kind of lucky here. The other refereeing decisions were terrible, but yeah, this is where we got lucky. The other slide I have is kind of if you jump to that one, look at the space that Florian Wirtz has here.
Yeah.
Now, Florian Wirtz, he had a really good game against us because he was so smart about space, whether it was dropping deep, whether it was moving into position. And I look at Wirtz and I go, why don't we have anyone that makes runs like that?
Craig, let me come to you. I found it quite weird yesterday how there was a real lack of pressing, particularly in the first half from Spurs. Were you surprised by that?
Well, yeah, because, Thomas Frank said many times that he wants the team to press. So why, if that is the instruction, why weren't the players doing it? Well, you would think that you could see in the first 5 minutes if we weren't pressing, then the manager would be shouting on the players to press. We saw it with Ange many times. So why is that not happening? it seemed like a tactical thing for me, and it seemed like a tactical thing many times this season, to be honest, not just against Liverpool, which is unusual because Brentford did on occasions do it. Well, they did it more often than not, actually, when they had the likes of Mbeumo and Wissa up front. They were known for pressing. So it is a bit strange that we've gone back to this tactic where we're not doing that. And it showed in the latter parts of the second half when we were oddly down to 10 and 9 men eventually, that when we were pressing high, we were getting a bit more joy. So why we're set up to not do that at the start of games, we start games so slowly, then before you know it, like the Nottingham Forest game, the game's away from you before you can even get into it. So, I mean, the Nottingham Forest game's a prime example. How many chances did they have in that game to score? I mean, what did they? They hit the post, didn't they? They had a couple of shots blocked as well. It was just awful patterns of play, awful defending, which is what we're told that would be shored up a little bit. And it was just the amount of players I've seen over this season. I think Dustin highlighted it on one of his great analysis videos earlier in the week. The amount of times opposition players on the edge of the box, whether that be from a corner or just through the normal passage of play, the amount of long shots we've conceded has been really, really bad. You know, where that's perhaps the holding midfielder should be shutting that down. The amount of space players get. Now, that is a tactical thing. That is a training thing. So why on earth aren't we doing that? I mean, the third Notts Forest goal, prime example of that. Dustin, I know you highlighted that. So actually, perhaps I'll ask you, Dustin, just to recap on that. Why is that? Why do you think we're conceding so many shots of that nature?
I will have to find the slides and upload them. But essentially, what I covered in the previous video was that Thomas Frank has said that he thinks long shots are low percentage chances. He said that multiple times when he was at Brentford, where they have like masterclass with Frank the tactician, right? And they ask him about long shots, like, I don't think they're high percentage chances. The reality is, you can say that and you can tell that to your players, but it will influence them. So a player will have a long shot on, and they're more likely to go, oh wait, if I have a long shot and I don't score, my coach is likely to have a rug because he's not happy with low percentage chances. On the flip side, if you're defending a long shot, you will look at it and go, actually, I will let the opponent shoot because my coach doesn't think that the long shots are a problem. And how many have we conceded? In the previous game, we have conceded 3 long shots to PSG. We've conceded 2 long shots in the Forest game. We had 2 long shots conceded, I think another 2 other games as well. So it's just, I feel that long shots for Frank are as much of a blind spot as set pieces were for Ange, where they have an idea in their mind that this is their conception of the game, and they're kind of rigid in their thinking, which is like it's just solidified as that's not an issue for them.
Dustin, let me ask, with the amount of work, the level of work that you have put into the slides, and of course we released a video that you produced a couple of days ago talking about the defeat at Nottingham Forest, with you talking about the tactics, the breakdown, the analysis, etc. Does it make you feel more worried as a Tottenham fan going forward under Thomas Frank, the way that we do set up and the way that we do play?
Yes, and I brought this up previously, even before results turned bad. So I know a lot of people, don't believe in stats and XG, just use your eyes. But the reality is that there is variance, right? So we, Spurs as a team right now, heavily outperform our XG. What that means is that our strikers are efficient and they're scoring chances that are not very good. But on most teams, when you outperform your XG, most of the time you have a regression to the mean. That means you're getting slightly lucky to outperform your XG, and you have normal strikers over time you will regress and you will no longer score as many goals as you used to score. Now, the reason that Spurs used to consistently outperform our XG was because we had freaks of nature like Kane and Son, who were extremely efficient throughout their career. So Spurs used to heavily outperform XG because we had strikers that were such good finishers that was the norm and we had no regression. We do not have strikers like that anymore. We have Richerison and Solanke, and at one point our top scorer was our centre backs and DM. Right, so to expect us to overperform our XG now is unrealistic because we don't have finishers that would do that. So when we heavily overperform our XG, it means that we're getting a bit lucky with how we're finishing, and at some point the regression happens. The regression has now started to happen, and it's also because we're not getting the ball in the box. So like touches in the box, through passes, the things that you would normally look at for signs that you are attacking well, we're not doing those things very well.
Nomad writes here, watching on YouTube, everyone is still sitting on the fence concerning Thomas Frank's future. Dustin, where do you stand on Thomas Frank's future?
I don't see an attacking pattern of play, right? Like, I don't see a philosophy with how he attacks. So the thing about it is that normally with a coach that has an attacking pattern of play, they will have an idea in their head, which is, this is how we attack, this is how we break teams down. And I'm going to use previous managers we have because that's obvious, right? With Conte, it was the three at the back. It was how, we would go back to the keeper and kind of reset. Because Conte had a lot of automations. He had ways that players would play with each other. You're going to stay here, draw the defender out. When you draw the defender out, this is exactly how we pass through the hole that's been created. So Conte had that. Mourinho had a lot of like very vertical balls with Kane and Son, like Son running into space and Kane passing like Kevin De Bruyne-esque balls for him to chase onto. With Pochettino, we had, the wing backs and then frequently wing back to wing back goals where we would cut in and create those chances by kind of doing switches across the goal so that, the other wing back will come and blindside them. With Ange, we had inverted wing backs and all that. So with a coach that has an identity and a philosophy, you know how they're going to try to attack. With Frank, I know he does long throws and set pieces, and that's it. All of the attacking patterns of play that I've showed are players individually doing flicks and tricks, and it's not, a way of him setting them up so that they do those things. For example, another situation was like when in the Forest game, when Archie Gray dropped deep to receive from Vicario and then he had the miscontrol and lost the ball. If that's a pattern of play, it's rehearsed, it's drilled all the time, it's definitely a one-touch ball, or if you don't control it the first time, just kick it out for Archie Gray. The fact that we don't rehearse it often means that it's a pattern of play that's not rehearsed, and therefore it's something that isn't instinctive and more likely to fail because you're allowing players that figure it out individually rather than this is instinct. I know exactly what I'm doing when I receive the ball here. Another example is for Liverpool specifically, the teams that have beaten them recently have all done what used to happen to Davinson Sanchez. They would not press until Konate got the ball and they would go and press Konate. That's how City beat them. That's how, was it Bournemouth? That's how another team beat them. Both teams let Konate have the ball, then they pressed him. I didn't see us doing any of that. So as a coach, especially as a coach that says, I prepare for the team, this is something that should have been obvious. Konate was the weak spot for Liverpool in building up play. But he got time on the ball and Wirtz was allowed to ghost in. Wirtz should have been man-marked, right? So it was one of those things where these are aspects which are pretty obvious for a coach to prepare for. And I didn't really see that.
Craig, do you think that Dustin should apply to work for Tottenham Hotspur under Thomas Frank to advise him on all of these things?
Yeah, should forward the slides on, definitely. But I don't think it would make much difference, sadly, because I think Thomas Frank's got this way of playing and it just doesn't. Look, Thomas Frank might think we haven't got the players to play the way he wants to play,
Do you know what? Sorry to interrupt, Craig. Right. So Dustin comes on here and he presents all of these slides, which are absolutely fantastic, by the way. And thank you so much for doing all of this on this channel. You've had a lot of love in the comments, Dustin, including a comment saying that, this guy should be working on Match of the Day with all of these slides. So, you put in some fantastic work. But Craig, going back to that point, if Dustin is seeing all of these flaws in this system, the way that we're setting up, what we're doing, what we're not doing, why are people at Tottenham not seeing this and advising Thomas Frank in certain areas to improve?
And that is $1 million question, isn't it? Exactly that. Look, Dustin's slides are fantastic. We've all seen these moments in games where the patterns of play are just not there. The triangles aren't there. People are looking up and they haven't got anybody to pass to, or whatever it may be. You could talk about it all day. We don't know. It may well have been said, and Thomas Frank's turned around and said, well, look, I need the players to play this system. Personally, I don't even know what his way of playing is, because like you've said, Chris, what is our identity? What is it? And I get that people said Andrew was a bit one-dimensional and had the only one way of playing, but at least actually the players knew what they were doing. Personally, I think what it comes down to is, and we saw this last week when we played Nottingham Forest, we missed a substitution window during a break in play because the players were being pummeled with instructions with the little whiteboard thing out with all the dots on it. The players were being given these instructions, and it took so long to get over those instructions to players. That's why it comes back for me. So I genuinely think the players are confused about what they need to be doing. Football shouldn't
We've seen
be
multiple substitutions where the players have waited for the substitution and then we concede a goal before they even get on.
Yeah, because it's taking too long, exactly. And for me, football, perhaps I'm looking at it from a too simple perspective, but football shouldn't be that difficult. It shouldn't be that intrinsic. When those instructions are taking minutes and minutes and minutes to get across, then there's something wrong there. It's not like that. Football is chaotic in its nature, and you can't control everything. And for me, I'm all into analytics and stats and all that, but sometimes you need to step back and look at the bigger picture and just let the players. Harry Redknapp had it spot on when he said, "Just let the players play. Just let them enjoy it and let the players play." And I know football's not that simple, but for me, that's a big key.
Craig, I actually agree with you, because what happens is that the manager may have complex patterns of play in his head, but he should not put that on the players. Whatever the design the manager has, he should have in his head, but his instructions to the players should not take minutes. And this is what the training is for, which is you have training for certain things that happen, which is, this is a pressing trigger, right? This team, Konate is not good on the ball, so don't press the other players. Don't press other players that might receive the ball. But when Konate gets the ball, this team of two players press him and make sure that he doesn't have a good outball. So it's one of those things where the manager can have the complexity in the head, but what's communicated to the players should be simple, which is you see him get ball, you chase, something like that, right? Not as caveman as that, but you should keep it simple for the players. The manager keeps the complexity, but sets up the training and sets up the instructions such that it's very simple. The other game, I think, was the Forest game. I saw Van der Ven reading an entire note, right? And it was like, what are you trying to do, right? He's literally in the middle of like a top flight game. He doesn't have time to read your note and go, okay, so this is what I should be doing. It's ridiculous.
He had to read it twice. He had to read it twice, Dustin. Actually, he screwed it up, and then he had to undo it again and read it again because he obviously didn't understand what was on the note. It's really weird, really strange.
Dustin, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for putting so much time into all of these slides. And we do look forward to putting out the next edition of your tactical breakdown for the Liverpool defeat. And have a great Christmas break, and we'll talk to you very soon.
All right, take care.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dustin.
And by the way, with the level of work that Dustin's put in, we do expect this from all of the guests, including the co-host in the future. So, so I look forward to seeing what other guests are bringing in. We're now going to go to Malta to speak to Melvin. Melvin, how are you?
I cannot hear you for some reason. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Yeah.
I'm just going to reload and come back in.
No problem. We'll come back to you. We're going to go all the way to Australia now to speak to Blake. Blake, we haven't spoke to you for a while. How are you, mate?
Hey, how we going, guys?
No,
Great
Blake.
to be back on.
We thought you'd deserted us. Now Anne's just gone. You know, we haven't seen you for ages.
Not a chance. We've got to talk Ashes before we talk about Spurs, obviously.
No,
No, I'm
that's-
only kidding.
no,
I won't
that's-
put you guys through that.
We don't
Gotta
do
hang
cricket
my
on
head
this
something,
channel.
I think.
Yeah, I don't watch it.
Yeah, look, I'm probably, as you guys know, always been an optimist, and I think that Chris, you nailed it earlier. I think the problem is more systematic than anything. It's a wider systematic issue than what it is specifically the manager, I think. And we all know that the recruitment's been awful for the last probably 8 to 9 years, or rather hit and miss, I think is the way that I'll describe it. We've had some really good gets, and you can't get everything right. There's no question about that. We know that that you're not going to get every transfer right, and it's been a mixed match of so many different philosophies from basically Conte onward, where we've tried to get players in, and I don't think shifting the manager again is the solution. We need to give this time, and we really need to stick with something. And I was saying this when my fellow Australian Ange was in charge, and I'm saying it again now, even though I called Thomas Frank. When he was appointed, I said at the time that it didn't excite me as a fan, and I thought it was too pragmatic, too defensive, and he's never had a big job. And when I say a big job, a big club that he's been in charge of, which worried me when he came into Spurs in a way, because it's, as a couple of previous guests have said as well, it's that sort of mid-table to small club mentality where staying up's good enough. If you can't win it, don't lose it. And I can see that seeping into the players' mentality week by week, and it's frustrating the fans because that doesn't meet the ethos of to dare is to do, in my opinion. And I've been supporting this club for 15 years now from afar, and from abroad, I should say, not from afar. And that's how I've always seen it. I saw the Redknapp era. That was my first manager when I joined the club and started supporting this brilliant club. I saw it under Pochettino, the greatest years of my life as a Spurs supporter. And as previous guests said too, you could turn up, you could watch any match, and you knew that they were going to turn up and have a crack. And it didn't matter. We got to a Champions League final, arguably maybe could have won it on a better day, but just things didn't go our way. And then luckily got to see a trophy under Ange Postecoglou. So I think we had serial winners before that under Mourinho and Conte, and they couldn't get it done. And I just think the club is just neither here nor there at the moment. As you said, Chris, just so many systematic issues that are bigger than what any manager coming in could handle, in my opinion. I don't think if you changed him now, whoever came in, I don't think it would matter, because there are just too many issues from the top down. And I think Levy was the foreman for that.
Blake,
Sorry,
on
Chris, I can't
Saturday.
hear you, mate. Sorry.
Oh, can you hear me now? Craig, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't
you
got
hear-
the sound. I got you,
Can you-
Craig, but not Chris. Sorry,
Oh.
guys.
I'll ask you a question, Blake, just while perhaps I don't know.
Yeah.
I can hear Chris. It's a bit weird. I think the computer wants a Christmas break. Perhaps that's what it is. The computer's fed up with talking about Spurs. I totally get what you're saying, Blake, actually, but I think there's a really good point here somebody's made. There it is. Let's put this on the screen. Bod the Cat said, "We have a dilemma. We could give Frank time and end up in the Championship." I'm not sure that we are quite there yet. I think there's 3 poorer teams than Spurs, luckily, in the Premier League at the moment. But I get the sentiment. I asked this to another guest, but how long do you give it? Why shouldn't you change a manager or, stick with a manager just because you can't see as fans, and I mean us, that there's nothing else out there? Because for me, it's like going out with somebody in a relationship where that relationship's going to go nowhere. That person's not right for you, yet you're going to stay with that person because you can't be bothered to go and look for somebody else. I know I've simplified that, but at what point does it get to that? Because it's a similar thing, isn't it? You're saying don't change because I don't know who else is out there, and I don't think anybody else could do better. Personally, I think somebody else could. You'd have to give me a minute to think about who that person could be. Personally, I think if it was me, and people will jump up and down and say, "Oh, you can't get him back," I would personally ask Harry Redknapp back for 6 months and then reassess the situation.
That'd be the dream.
Summer. But that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, it's really good points you make, I think. And I think to answer your question about what the time frame is, I seem to think it would be until the end of the season. Like, just see what happens. If you can somehow climb up the table a little bit, if we're not in contention for European spots, I think he's gone. In all honesty, I don't think the club is going to tolerate that. They see a rebuild, but I think the tolerance level isn't there for anything below mid-table, or at least 7th or 8th. I think it's safe to say there's trophies are not on the cards this year. We've got a really tough draw in the Villa game. I'm just being realistic. I think anything can happen. If we get up for it like we did against Liverpool and fight for 90 minutes in a cup fixture, perhaps. But answering your other question about who comes in, I don't think it's a matter of who would come in. I just think that whoever it is that comes in needs to be given the tools to succeed, and they just continually get given this mixed match of players it was Conte's players, and then it was Mourinho's players, and then Conte's, and then Ange's, and now it's Thomas Frank's coming into this. And there's no manager's given time, and I hate using this analogy. I hate myself saying it, but Lego head down the road got given as much time as he wanted. And look where they are now. They're contending every year, which frustrates me to no end, because that could be us if we just stuck with someone. And rather than changing whenever there's a bump in the road, that doesn't fix anything, in my opinion. And maybe that's just me trying to stick with something and have some stability. I honestly thought Thomas Frank was going to bring a lot of stability to our club. And even though the appointment didn't excite me, you could see where the club's angle. He was coming in a safe pair of hands, Alex Carey hands, you could say there, gents. Wicketkeeper, doing well for the Aussies.
I don't care about cricket.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. Oh, dearie me. But no, a safe pair of hands that was going to come in and steer the ship. And whatever you thought of Ange, at least the players knew what the brand was, what the philosophy was, how we wanted to play. And I just think the players are just overwhelmed with instruction, with strategy. That it's crazy to say, but it almost feels too pragmatic in a way. It's too adaptable. We're playing defensive when we should be going at teams like a Chelsea at home. We should be going after that every day of the week. Fans don't want to see a London derby where we're sitting back and nothing's happening and we lose 1-0. Like, it's just and this is where it's been so hard for me as a fan this year, because it's just so inconsistent. Like, we come out and beat City at the Etihad, but then we lose 1-0 at home to Chelsea. That on paper, I think you lock away as a win. Or you go to Forest and lose 3-0. Like, it's just been all over the place this year, and that's been the frustrating part as a fan for me.
One shot on target in both of those games.
I haven't got you, Chris. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure what's happening. You're pretty technical.
That's really weird. Blake, I'll tell you what. I'll ask you another question. Ex of this parish, Ramon Vega, tweeted last night. He put, so the assistant manager of Frank is leaving. The director of football is on the way out. Only just after a few months ago, after being reinstated. The dressing room is not united because there is no direction you can see. So tell me, where is the rebuild or the strategy of the club? Vinay and the board are also not communicating well with the fans to get that connection again. They leave the fans again guessing and build a hostile atmosphere around the club and anger rightfully those with the most expensive tickets they pay to watch and support. Now, a lot of people won't agree with things Ramon Vega says, but I certainly agree with that personally. Where are you on that? Do you find it surprising that Vinay Venkatesham hasn't come out publicly and backed Thomas Frank?
I do find it a little interesting, but he did keep it under wraps when they were backing Arteta, from memory. I don't think that was a big public statement saying we're going to back him immediately. It was sort of waiting to see how results went, and then they sort of said, no, we're going to keep him around. Not that I pay too much attention to them down the road, but anyway, enough being said about that. But I think the other part of it for me is we continually get sent different messages all the time from above. And obviously Daniel Levy has departed. I came out on this show many times and said I thought he was the problem because wasn't willing to dip into the pocket. And like we've never spent huge money on players. Let's be really frank about it. I don't think that's in our ethos anyway. I think we try and find a diamond in the rough like a Dele Alli or a Christian Eriksen or Moussa Dembele, all those types of players. But we don't dip deep into our pockets when we really need to, and that's really hurt us over the last probably 7 to 8 years. We've gone after players that are, I don't like using the word rejected by bigger clubs, but it feels like they don't quite make it at a PSG or a massive club, and we swoop in because it's going to be a good transfer fee and the wages are going to be comparable and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's just been a mixed match of messages for such a long time now at this football club. It's just been, right, we're going to go after a serial winner. Okay, that didn't work out with that serial winner, but we're going to get this serial winner. Now we're going to go for someone that is going to be the only bloke that's going to take the job because we've gone through 2 serial winners and he had success north of the border. Okay, he won us a trophy. Sorry, you two kamikaze. We're going with someone that can bring stability, and that's what we need from this football club right now. And fans are just getting frustrated by it. This is just my take, obviously, and purely my opinion, but it just feels like the goalposts change all the time. It's a very famous saying here and I'm sure over there, but the goalposts has changed all the time. You can't seem to be on the winning side of it as a fan for some reason, and that's why I'm going to hold on to this Europa League trophy for a while now, because that was just such a euphoric moment for all of us as fans, and we should be very grateful that we had that moment, regardless of what we think of the manager, because that was our piece of success for such a long time.
Well, Blake, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll talk to you again soon.
I'll act as translator. Chris said, Blake, you're talking absolute bollocks and he doesn't want you back on the show. Is what he said. No, he said, thank you very much for coming back on. Hope you have a very Merry Christmas and hope to see you again soon. So thanks so much for coming. And congratulations on your wedding. I believe you got married as well on social media. So yes.
Yeah, no, it was a very happy time, and maybe that's why I'm upbeat at the moment. Perhaps, I'm not sure. Probably. And I hope to see you guys in Sydney. Great to hear that announcement as well. When they're coming to Australia in July, it'd be great to have a beer with you both.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Thanks,
right, we'll speak to you soon.
Guys.
See ya.
Right, we're now going to go back to Malta to speak to Melvin. Hopefully he can hear us this time. Melvin, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yep, perfectly well. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. Very strange morning. We lost, but I really felt we shot ourselves in the foot yesterday, and you cannot do that in these type of games. I don't know. It's a strange period to be in because I feel really disappointed in the club, and especially since I feel we don't really have a plan long term or a vision. I thought under Ange I was happy with the manager at the time, and I keep going back to that because I think every single thing wrong with Frank, I thought Ange Postecoglou had, and I felt disappointed when we let him go. I think the mentality at the club, how he speaks, is wrong, and I keep saying that. Going back to Frank yesterday, I don't know, I think it's very frustrating as a fan because I don't know where we are as a club. What's our priority? What's our values? What's our style of play? There's so many things wrong with the club at the moment. There's injured players. There's question marks about long-term contracts. There's issues with the atmosphere at the football club. There's issue with the pricing. There's so many bad things. And the Europa League seems like it was 10 years ago that we lifted the trophy, and it's still this year. We're still the same year that we lifted that trophy. And my brother was telling me earlier today, he said, we sacked Ange. Look what he gave us. Look what we saw. Look at all those people at the high road. He said, I never seen that in my life. Never seen that in my life. And I have, finally. Look what he gave us and what we gave up. And it just, I'm still angry inside at the club because they sacked Ange. And I can't get over it, honestly. You know how we used to speak to Alex, box office, and he said, I can't get over us sacking Pochettino. Remember him saying that. He said, that's the only manager that I really connected with. And I haven't felt, and I agree with him with that statement, Pochettino was the only proper manager that I connected with, even though I liked Jose and Conte, but I loved Postecoglou, and I felt I was represented by him, and I felt that the club was in safe hands because he played attacking football and he had the correct mentality, and we always gave games a go, and we always went into games thinking we're going to win today, or we're going to give it a real go and fight till the end, because there's ways to lose, and at the moment we're not losing how we should, even though I thought yesterday the players fought till the end. And I have contradicting opinions about Romero, for example, because I think we need more like Romero. But at the same time, you cannot lose your head like that. You know, I think Romero made a mistake, a massive mistake. But he's that type of player that you need at the football club, because he fights for the shirt and he'll fight sometimes too much. Sometimes too much. I think Xavi made an error that he will regret and he will learn from. But we shot ourselves in the foot yesterday. Sadly, we played okay. You know, we matched them for physicality. We had, weirdly enough, we played better with a man sent off than we had, you know, with 11 men, which is very weird, which shows that, I don't know, which shows that we play maybe a bit more attacking when we had our minds free, when the players thought, okay, we have a red card. You know, it happens too many times in the Premier League. A team goes down and they play better, or they get the goal. It's very weird, the situation we are in. I tried to listen to the guys talking earlier, but I don't know where I am as a football fan at the moment. I don't know where we stand as a football club. I don't know what our future is going to be like. The club is saying that they are going to back Frank, and I just ask myself, why? What has he shown that he deserves backing? Because I can name 7 other managers we've had at the football club that deserved more backing than the current one. And I have contradicting opinions all over the place, because at the same time, I think he's been extremely unlucky. In the summer window, he's been let down. He's been set up to fail. And we don't have any star players. And the club is at fault for that. We let go of Harry Kane. We failed to replace him. We let go of Heung-min Son. We failed to replace him. We have injuries, and we failed to replace them. We have gaps that showed up since Mauricio Pochettino, which we failed to replace. For 6 years, we failed to replace problems or fix problems that come up. And who do you blame? Levy's not there anymore. Now who's in charge? Someone needs to speak to the fans and tell them, listen, we're going to correct these. There are plans in place. You hear rumors of us being busy in January, and which scares me, because I don't want us to panic buy. I don't want to buy the wrong profile of player just to fill a gap.
In fairness, Melvin, Thomas Frank in the embargo press conference ahead of the Liverpool game said exactly that. He wouldn't go out and just buy players for the sake of it. They've got to be the right players, and most importantly, he said they've got to be the right characters. You always, for years you've come on this channel, particularly on the Spurs Chat podcast and these fan shows, week by week, and you're very good in picking out positives and negatives. What positives do you see under Thomas Frank? Because you're normally a very positive fan, and you normally always want to back the manager. What do you make of the criticism aimed at Thomas Frank this season, particularly from people like Craig?
I think some of it is fair. I think some of it is unfair because he's had only a few months. He's had key injuries to players that are experienced. Madison, Kulusevski, Solanke. These are big Premier League names. So when you have a squad of players and you have your front line essentially missing for a large chunk of the season, it's very difficult. I think he was let down in the summer, like I said. I think under Postecoglou, the club was in turmoil, and he steadied the ship a little bit. I think the expectations of the fans, because we won the Europa League going into the season, it became too high. We are a Champions League playing team, but we're not at that level. We won the Europa League, fair and square, but we got the qualification through a loophole, in a sense. Someone shut the door and we jumped through the window. We didn't qualify by finishing top 4 or top 5. We finished 17th, which people have very short memories. Last season, we had an insane amount of injuries. We had an insane amount of games to play, and players were playing game after game after game. Pedro Porro was walking in some of the games to get through it, especially through the Christmas period. I think Frank deserves some credit for the things he's done, but at the same time, you're holding on, like you're clutching at straws, like there's not a lot to be positive about. But I'm very much in the fence where the manager needs time. You have to go through the bad period in order, to get through to the other side. I think Arsenal are a very good example at that, because we mocked them for years. We mocked them. We finished above them in that period of time. And then look at them now, because they stuck through the manager. If you sack the manager, you will never get to the root of the problem. Players will be given time again and again and again to prove themselves right, which is why I never wanted Jose sacked. I never wanted Conte sacked, because I thought there were too many players at the club that didn't deserve to be there, that needed to be shipped on. Otherwise, we just pass on the problems to the next manager and be like, you try to figure it out. You do your job and figure it out. And by the time he gets to the root of the problem, we pass on the blame to the next manager. I'm sick of sacking managers. Postecoglou said this. We need to stick with someone. We need to stick by him, regardless of what the football looks like at the moment. Get to the root of the problem. Wait until Madison, Solanke, and all these, and Kulusevski are back. Give him 2 more transfer windows. Give time for him to coach Bergvall and Gray. I mean, I know it's difficult, Chris, because you go to all the games, and if I was there in the cold, I'd be fuming and I'd be angry. And I said this to you many, many, many times. And I used to pray last season, don't sack Ange. Don't sack Ange. I wish he gets through this period, because I could see the other side. And I miss Ange Postecoglou. You said give it to Harry Redknapp for 6 months. I'd give it to Ange for 6 months. I think if you want to uplift the club, if you want to give fans, a reason to cheer, a reason to be happy, give it to him for 6 months. If you really want there to be a change, because if there's a button for me to press to bring Ange Postecoglou back, I'd press it twice, because I miss his football. I miss how he used to speak to us fans. Chris, I get bored during the press conferences nowadays. I used to watch them twice under Ange. I just get bored nowadays. Even after the games, I don't get any information from the manager that's excited, that makes me feel, listen, if we won, there's just nothing about him at the moment. There's nothing inspiring at the moment. That's why I keep saying I have opinions that contradict each other. But I'm not against keeping Frank.
Yeah, I think a lot of us feel how you feel actually, Melvin, where there are so many, like you said earlier, there are so many things wrong at the moment, so many things need correcting. To give the manager help in the January transfer window, what must Spurs do? What must Spurs address in this window as an absolute minimum for you?
I think they need to sell. I think there's talks of them selling Johnson, which I don't agree with. But if you sell Johnson, for example, for 50 million, and you buy 100 million player, and you add another 50, I'm not against doing that sort of thing. Chelsea are ruthless with that sort of thing. They sell really well, but reinvest the money straight away. I'm not against that sort of football mentality. If Paratici or Lang have, I don't want to buy one for the future again. If he's 17 and going to be loaned out, it doesn't excite me at the moment. We need players that come in now. We need names. We need to spend. I also don't want quantity. I want quality. I'd rather buy one that's really, really good and spend 100 million on him. There's names being put out there. I don't want to speak about names because it gets boring, but I'd rather buy a really good player that's going to improve us immediately and that's going to go straight into the lineup, even if it's just one. I'd rather spend 100 million in January than someone that improves us immediately than spending it on if maybe with potential, that sort of thing.
Melvin, let me come to you this first, and then Craig, I want to get your opinion on this as well. How do you think Thomas Frank is actually feeling right now? Do you think that he feels under pressure? Because it's funny, he was asked a question in the pre-match press conference ahead of the Liverpool game about, do you feel the backing of the board? And he said, yes, I feel backed. Do you think he understands the level of frustration amongst the fan base? Because whenever he's mentioned it, he said, well, there's a small percentage, or what is it, 5%, 10%, what he said. Do you think there's a lot more than that are frustrated in the Tottenham fan base? Because there are a lot of people out there who want this to work under Thomas Frank, and as I said, and I'll say it again, we all want it to work under Thomas Frank, but I mean there are real fans for Thomas Frank saying, give this guy time. But there are a lot of people that have had enough. You're saying you don't even listen to a press conference now, for Thomas Frank. And I've spoken to a lot of people, and a lot of people have said exactly that thing, which is, again, another very sad thing to see and hear about our football club. But do you think he feels under pressure? Do you think that do you think he actually knows the level of frustration amongst the fan base right now?
He's probably frustrated, but he probably knows that there are problems at the club that need time. I think he's a coach. Essentially, he's gonna try to fix Spurs through his training methods on the training ground. But obviously that needs time. The problem that I see is when he was at Brentford, he was allowed time, and he didn't have European football either to juggle. So, and I always thought when he came in, I thought this is a different job from Brentford. You're not going to be allowed, 1 day's rest and 5 days on the training pitch. You're going to be allowed 1 day's recovery and maybe 1 day training, and then you have to prepare for the next game because you have games in between. It's not the same job, and I don't think it's going to take him some time, I think, to adapt to that, and for the team to adapt to that. I still think we're a really young squad in general. I honestly think we would have struggled a little bit if Ange was still here, because the players are still very young. The squad is still very young. There's lots of new faces as well. I mean, most of the team have not been playing together for more than 2-3 seasons. If you look at Liverpool, for example, Liverpool last season didn't buy a single player and won the league. Now they've brought in 6, 7, 8 new faces, spent so much money, and they're struggling. They're not far away from where we are. And you have to think these players need time to play together. They need time on the training pitch to get it wrong and then correct it again. And then, like Archie Gray, for example, learning from the Nottingham mistake, he won't do that again. He will learn from that and he will grow and become a better player. These players need time and they need coaching. They need one philosophy, because this is what I hate. They learn one philosophy after a manager for 2 years and then you sack him. And now all of a sudden, first you're defensive, then you're attacking, and then we're defensive again. And then you're going to confuse all these players. If you think of Romero's had, I think, 5 coaches since he's been at Spurs. And it just, these players, I think, want stability and they want to grow and to be coached. And you will only see improvement with time. And if you stick to something, I think you have to stick to the manager. I know how frustrating it is, but I do see the intelligence of Frank in certain aspects of the game. I think he will eventually learn from his mistakes and learn from how, I don't think he's figured out how he can win yet. And what I think his lineups are getting better. He's learned, for example, that Paulinho is not very good for us in the style of play and how we want to play and how we want to win. I think his lineups are getting better. How he's implementing Gray and Bergvall with Xavi, with Bentancur. I think slowly he's adapting, and which is something that Ange didn't do last season. I think he rotates well within the squad. I think he just needs time and he needs support. And it's difficult for these things because we've been saying we need to be patient for the last 15 years.
Melvin, thank you as always for all of your input, and Merry Christmas to you, the family, and everyone there in Gozo and Malta. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Obviously, love the podcast and love hearing all the fans speak all over the world. I've been listening to them and listening to them during the holidays. I was especially impressed with Dustin. I thought, he could do a job at Sky Sports. And Merry Christmas to everyone who came in, and congratulations to Blake on getting married, because I became friends with him through the fan show. Obviously, you guys do a great job with these things, to let the fans speak and get things off their chest. And Merry Christmas to all of you and your families.
Thank you, Melvin. Speak to you soon. Cheers. Craig, before we move on to the next guest, give me your opinion on Thomas Frank, how you think that he is actually feeling. Do you think he is feeling that pressure with the Spurs fans? And it was an interesting question, wasn't it, ahead of the Liverpool game in that presser? I think it was Sky Sports who actually said, do you feel the backing of the club? And he said yes. Do you think that he feels the pressure, and how much the pressure is on him at the minute?
I would imagine he does. I think he's got to be totally oblivious if he doesn't, in his own world, which I'm sure, he's a smart guy. I'm sure he does feel the pressure. Hearing the boos around the stadium, I would say the boos yesterday were more for the officials than Thomas Frank and the players.
100%.
But on the whole, the boos have been directed at the team and Thomas Frank. To be fair to Thomas Frank, win, lose or draw, he always goes and claps the fans, and obviously wants to make our fan base proud, to use a word that Nuno used all them years ago. But it's just not working for him, is it? It's just not working for him, and he will be feeling that pressure. And the question from Sky, does he feel backed by the board? it's a kind of a stupid one in my opinion, because what's he going to say? No, he's not Conte. You could see Conte coming out and saying, no, I don't feel backed at all. Look at the squad they've left me with. So he's going to toe the party line. It's what we said. Thomas Frank came in and said he was a safe pair of hands. We all thought he was going to be a safe pair of hands. I think I used that phrase. But is that good enough? Is a safe pair of hands good enough? That'd be the question.
It was interesting, actually. Just before kickoff, just before we kicked off against Liverpool at the Tottenham Stadium on Saturday, Thomas Frank turned round and looked up to the board members and give them a wave, and they waved back. It was an interesting. Yeah, I haven't really seen a manager do that really before with board members. They just go to the dugout and that's it. They're fixed on the game. But yeah, he actually turned around before the match and waved up to the board members, which didn't catch that on camera, unfortunately, but it did happen.
Did Ange Postecoglou do that with Evangelos Marinakis just before he got?
I doubt it. Right, let's go to Mark. Mark has been waiting very patiently. Mark, you've listened to so many opinions while you've been in the green room. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, firstly, you can hear me?
Perfectly well.
Okay, good. So how am I feeling? Well, generally, I would say that this season has been sort of like follows on from the last, but I would say not too bad right now. I would say after the North London derby, I was angry for the whole week, and I've never been like that before. Probably last time I was angry was probably just after Bilbao, after the sack, but that's another story. But it's just how we're playing, I think, is just where it really makes it tough. I mean, I've been to a few games this year, which for me is like quite a fair way to travel as well. So I went in February. I went to the City game. I was there at Bournemouth. That was a few months ago. Took my kids to the Wolves game, which I thought, well, this should be an easy one. We should get 3 points for that. Didn't turn out that way when I took the kids, but it is what it is, and I just try to look positive, try to think positive. But it's just at least last night, well, for us over here, I mean, I had to get up at 4 a.m. to watch the game. So last night there was, I'll say, we could see more positive signs in the Liverpool game for sure.
Mark, can I ask you? It says on screen here you're from Sydney, Australia. For those listening on audio platforms as well, I actually put a tweet out yesterday before the Liverpool game, and it showed all of the stats between Ange Postecoglou's Tottenham last season and Thomas Frank's Tottenham this season in the opening 16 games then, and all of the stats for Ange were a lot better than Thomas Frank's Tottenham this season. And one well-known broadcast journalist actually quoted the tweet and said, karma. How do people feel in Australia right now, particularly in Sydney, about Ange Postecoglou's sacking and where Spurs are right now and the performances and results under Thomas Frank?
Well, you're putting me on the spot there, but I think a lot of people over here would probably think that it doesn't make sense for someone who wins a big trophy, particularly a European trophy, to get the sack. I mean, we can all understand that probably with a position in the league, which I know he prioritized Europa. I could tell as early as February this year that he was prioritizing Europa. So I knew where he was going, and probably on the forums I was trying to point that out, but people didn't believe me anyway. But people here, they don't understand it. But it is what it is. But I think they were very happy for him that he won it. I mean, on the morning, I think my son and I got up at 5 a.m. to watch the game, and we absolutely loved it. He had to go to school afterwards. I had to go to work, of course. And in that moment of euphoria, like winning Bilbao, I would say that I hugged my wife so hard. I mean, she doesn't really care, but I hugged her so hard. I forgot she just had a cortisone injection in her arm, and I did more damage to her than what the cortisone was supposed to fix. But these things happen. But I mean, we love that moment, and sometimes we can see in the football right now that we do want to win good. We want to play free-flowing, attacking football. But even if it's an ugly win, we'll take that. Obviously, Bilbao was a prime example. It wasn't a pretty game. And if I'm just going to quote another Australian, it was a bit like losing your virginity. It wasn't very nice, but we got the job done. That's actually a quote from a rugby player. But in terms of people are probably not so happy probably over here, and they probably think it's karma, but it is what it is. But I still support the team. I'm very happy that despite all the things that are happening, our season is not going so great. I mean, as soon as I heard that Spurs are coming to Sydney, great. I mean, the first thing I did is, as soon as the tickets were out, I've got the tickets to the Sydney FC game. I've got the tickets for the training session. I've got it for the Chelsea game, and so that's all three events covered. I'm here. When they come, I'm here to support the team. Say hello to you guys. Have a beer, whatever. I'm up for that, and this is what I want to do as a fan. I want to be part of it, enjoy it, enjoy the atmosphere. But sometimes it's hard to see the positive. Sometimes it's hard to see what we're trying to do. Even with the game last night, once again, I would say substitutions sometimes don't make much sense to me. We're 2-0 behind. Javi's already off with a red card, and then we're going to take Gray and Bergvall off. And then I'm thinking, it's like, okay, well, who are we going to put on? We're going to put on. We're going to keep Bentancur. We're going to put Paulinho in there. And so it looks like we're going to try and protect the 2-0 loss. We're trying not to concede another goal. We're not going to try and attack. We're bringing Odebert as well. But it's that intention. It's like, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to go for another, trying to not concede again rather than go for an attack? And I could see that the Liverpool side, they weren't a good Liverpool side. They were there for the taking. They look very shaky out there. And if we just gave it a go, but earlier on, we would have had them. I mean, we could see that we played better with 9 men than we did with 10, and we played better with 10 men than we did with 11. And that's not the first time this season. I think it was with Copenhagen, where, okay, we were up by 1. I think Johnson got the red, and then suddenly we score another 3. There's just some strange thing that, when we lose a player, sometimes we just go for it harder. And that is kind of what we wanted to see. But with 11 men, not at 10 or 9. But with where we're going, we really need to, get that passion up. I think if I've heard you say, even on previous mentions about the atmosphere in the stadium, like I could see that in the Liverpool game. It's like even after 2 goals down, people were singing. I could hear that on the TV.
Yeah,
and that's great. I've been there myself, and it's like sometimes it's really quiet out there. Bournemouth and Wolves were sort of like a good example. I stayed to the end at Wolves. I think people were leaving way early, and that happens. But when Paulinho got that equaliser, it's like, yeah, we were celebrating, but then when we looked around, there was like hardly anyone around us in the section that we were sitting in. And it's not what we want to see as fans. We want to see people stick to the end, trying to support the team, and hope the team give it their all. Show some fight, show some grit, and make us fans proud.
Mark, what gives you the inspiration to think that Thomas Frank can turn this around? Why should he be given more time?
I think that's a hard one. I think if we did not win Bilbao, then probably he would be a good guy to come in, because we're talking about a full rebuild, and the expectations would have been different. There wouldn't have been that pressure of playing. I mean, we haven't seen him have experience in Europe, so his first game in Europe is a Super Cup, and so I immediately had no expectations that he would win that. But we played well. It was just how we ended it was probably not so good. But in terms of, do we keep persisting? It's very hard. I heard what you said earlier. It's like that, that not so good relationship, Craig, that you have. It's like, do you stick to it? Do you persist with it? And it's really tough. It's really tough, because where do you see it's going to go? I mean, my preseason prediction is I didn't think he was going to last too long, because I was suspecting that if he doesn't get the backing he needs, if he's not going to get the fans on side, if he doesn't produce, because he is known to be slow in terms of getting running wherever he goes. And so Spurs fans got to give him the time. It's hard. It's hard when we look around and look at the results, and it's like, he's got to give us something. That's the thing.
Mark, when you go to those two games in the summer of 2026 in Sydney, those two friendlies in Australia, who's going to be the manager in the Spurs dugout?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I've got a feeling that we might be going for someone like Glasner, but I don't know. I don't know if Frank suddenly turns things around, then he might be there. But he really has to up his game at the moment. It could be someone else.
Let me ask you a quick last one.
Yep.
Where is the next Spurs win coming from? Against who?
I think it'll be Brentford. Only because it's the team that Frank knows best, and they'll give him. I think even when he goes there, they'll give him some love, but I expect it not to be I think it might be a bit of a scrappy game, but I think we'll get there. But at the same time, it's like we may do all right against Palace, considering that they're dropping some points at the moment and not doing so well. So it's like you just got to hope. You just got to hope that the manager and the players step up. But at the same time, it's like we know, okay, Romero's out, Xavi is out, both with the Reds. So at the same time, it's an opportunity for someone else to step in and as the players to give it a go, and hopefully they capitalize on this opportunity.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us. Wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas, and hopefully we can speak to you again very soon.
Okay, Merry Christmas, guys.
Thank you.
All the best.
Cheers, mate.
Right, we're now going to go back to the US, and we're going to talk to Matt. Matt, how are you?
Good, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing all right. Craig's miserable as ever, but yeah, we're doing all right.
Oh, I feel that pain. Like, I'm so glad I missed the match yesterday. I caught up on some of the replay and the highlights, and if I was watching that in real time, there would be things thrown, horrible things said that I cannot repeat, so I am very glad I missed it. But yeah, it doesn't help that we just keep getting worse.
Well, Bod the Cap writes here, sounds like my marriage, talking all this talk about Tottenham. Craig, you've started something now, talking about relationships.
Honestly, yeah, but I think it's a good analogy, to be honest with you. I really do. Why did you stick at something that you know is not going to work? And I will die on that hill. Seriously.
What's your wife going to say if she listens to this?
Wasn't actually referring to the missus. Actually, no, it's just an analogy. I'll be shocked. Yeah, no, it's right though, isn't it? It's right, man. I mean, why would you? I don't know what it's like in like the NFL, for example, or other sports you have over there in the US, is there such a big manager or coach, whatever you call it, over there, turnaround as there is in football?
Yeah, sometimes you do get the new managerial bounce. I mean, there's a lot of baseball teams that have like sacked their manager halfway through the season and then gone on the run that they've gotten to the World Series. I believe the Arizona Diamondbacks did that a few years back. So it can happen. The problem is, and I know you guys are talking about relationships, and, you know, I do listen to a lot of podcasts. I think Ali Gold said something which was so profound about this whole situation, about the wrong manager and time and everything like that. If you get on the wrong train, it doesn't matter how long you're on it, you're still going to get to the wrong place. Like, and that's what I really feel. And it's just been getting worse. I've been feeling stronger about this. Like, Frank is not the man for us. He's doing more damage now, actually, like so much more damage to our players, to our young players. No one's developed. No one's moving forward. Everyone's regressing. Sarr is a shadow of the player. Bergvall, you know, like Simmons is supposed to be great. But again, it's just like stop and start. Kudos. He started off great. He's come down. It's very disappointing. So like the relationship is very relevant, because you're like, clearly there's something wrong. There's red flags. There's red flags everywhere. You know, like you start dating that girl in college and like, wow, this is awesome. This is like, she's like a unicorn. She's pretty and she makes sense and she's not insane. And then like almost 6 months to the day, all the walls come down and you see that real crazy. And you're like, I'm going to be out. Yeah, it's tough. And so that's kind of where I feel right now. I feel like I'm out. I'm out with this guy.
Where's going to be the turning point, Matt? When are we going to turn the corner?
When Frank is no longer in charge. Like, I hate to be like that, because I try to be more of a positive guy. But it's hard to see anything positive in our patterns of play, our defending, the substitutions, the development. I mean, we still don't know where our attack is coming from. Like, does anybody know, like, how we plan on attacking? You know, with most managers, you see fingerprints of a team, of an identity. Like with Pochettino, you had that very high pressing. You know, like that was our thing. Then the quick interplay, you just smother teams. Then you had Jose, which was like, you know, you'd score early and then you'd sit back, you'd pack it in. Every manager has a specific type of play, and you see those fingerprints. I feel that we're seeing more of Thomas's fingerprints in our losses, and the wins are the outliers. Like, so like, I think overall, we were talking about in the very beginning of the season, like he was going to raise that floor. I feel that ceiling and the floor has gone down like 30 feet. Like, I think everything has crashed to the floor. We see no development in our players, and I think that's the one that bothers me the most. We have all these young, exciting players, and we're seeing no development with them. We're seeing stagnation, and that's completely unacceptable as a manager of any team, especially a manager we've been sold this bill of goods about how he's so great about developing young players, and we're not seeing it.
No, I do agree a lot of what you say. That sounds like you're on the same page as me, and I don't think I've ever, since we've been doing this the last 4 or 5 years, certainly since COVID, we've been doing these. I don't think I've ever felt as strongly that this isn't going to work for a manager. Obviously, there's been dark times with like sort of Nuno and Conte kind of dug his own grave using the shovel analogy again. But there's, I going back to the relationship thing, and you were talking about Matt, it's got to the point where she's gone in my wardrobe, pulled out all the clothes, cut them up, thrown the Xbox in the bin. Do you know what I mean? It's like that. That's how it's got with me. So
that's it. As soon as they break the video games, they're done. I'm gone. You break my Xbox or my PS5, girl, you better run.
Craig, you need to. You seem to know so much about this. Can you tell us a little bit more about your relationships in the past where this has happened? It might be a little bit more interested in talking about Tottenham right now.
It probably is, but probably for another podcast completely on a different channel, perhaps.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, we all need our therapy. This is a therapy session, Chris. Like, we need to be distracted once in a while.
What I think, Matt, actually getting back on track, what I think is that I haven't heard anybody come on here or anybody say anything that I've read on X or whatever. When you ask the question, why should he be given time other than the need for giving time? What have you seen that we can hang on to? What is that olive branch? Do you know what I mean? What is it you've seen to make you want to keep this manager at the club? And I hate saying that. People think I'm negative. Oh, fair enough, fine. But what have you seen that you can argue, if you're taking a step to the other side, if you like, what can we hang on to? Why should Frank be given time?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to take off my overly negative hat right now, which has been here for quite some time, the positive hat, good God. I guess you could kind of, that's the thing. And Craig, this is the problem. Like, you know, everyone wants to use that team up the road as an example. And it's like, can we look at that and really say that that is an example, or is that an anomaly? Like, obviously you gave that manager time, and there was a set of circumstances that he did well to buy himself more time. He won a trophy as soon as he got there. Mind you, he won a trophy with other teams' players, with another manager's players. And then there was COVID. So even if it gets toxic, the fans don't really have a say. So it almost was perfectly timed. It was like a perfect storm for that player to develop, that manager to develop the team. But here, we're not seeing any type of, you know, people talk about those green shoots, patterns of play developing. We're not seeing anything. So, I mean, again, like, I really wish I could see something positive, but I'm not seeing like any leadership qualities. I'm not seeing like the players like expressing themselves. I'm not seeing any development. I'm seeing regression. I'm seeing him jawing with the fans, referring to 17th place. This is a kicker. Like, you know, he brought up 17th place maybe like 2 or 3 matches ago. And it's like, yeah, we got 17th place last year and a trophy. What a kicker. How Tottenham would we be? And I think I got to give credit to somebody else. I think I saw this on Blue Sky, that it would only be Tottenham if we were to end up in 17th, win a trophy, sack a manager, but then the next season to end up in 17th with no trophy and people are screaming about keep the manager. Like, only at Tottenham could things like this happen. These are like the strangest set of circumstances ever. But I wish I did have something positive, but I'm not seeing anything. I mean, the only thing positive is Frank's hair. Really nice, like it's like silky and smooth, but like the more I see that man, like I just see a more punchable face. Like, that's all I'm seeing. It's transforming into like a punchable face, because when he talks, I feel like he's gaslighting me. Like, and I feel like, and sometimes I hear some of these podcasts and people are on it and they're gaslighting me. Oh, I'm trying to be positive. We need to give this person time. No, it's clear it is not working. We're halfway through the season. The man's been given a hopeful preseason. I understand you have attacking players out, but you've been working with these same players for a while. You should be able to show us something more than the horseshoe of death.
Matt, lastly, let me ask you, Peter Crouch, I think it was before the Newcastle-Chelsea game on TNT Sports here in England, he came out and said that you can't really judge a manager like Thomas Frank until he has all of his fit players available, until he's got those attacking players, Kulusevski, Maddison, Dominic Solanke in the team. Is that a fair statement from one of our former players?
Matt, before you answer, can I just address this question? How much time did Craig give his girlfriend before he realised she was the right one and married her? She's in the kitchen over there. I knew straight away she was the right one. And when you know, you just know that you've got the right one.
He said that because his roast dinner is about to be put on the table in 15 minutes.
She's standing off camera right now with a knife. She's standing like right off the camera with a knife, being like, "You better say something nice."
I think it's done. I don't know where she got that from. We don't have them over here.
You know, Craig, I was the same thing with my wife. You know, like we went on one date and like I kind of figured it right there. I was like, yeah, I could deal with this. We have a lot of in common, but I'm I'm sorry. It's with Spurs. It's such a mess. Such a mess.
Back to the question, Matt.
I'm sorry. I kind of lost track because I was thinking of how wonderful my wife is. What was the question again, Chris? I'm sorry.
About Peter Crouch's comments about the
yes.
attacking players. Is it better to judge a manager when they've got a fully fit squad?
I mean, it would be great if we could kind of just like go into a different alternate timeline and we see what Frank could do with Madison and Kulusevski and Solanke and all these players that are at 100% and they're match fit and everything like that. But that's a fantasy land. We cannot give the Premier League and any modern football team cannot wait a year to see what it's going to be, because in that year, other teams are stealing a march on us. They're developing their players. They're moving forward. Teams that were firmly behind us are now moving forward quicker than we could catch up with, like Bournemouth, Crystal Palace. All these teams have now progressed past us. I honestly feel like we're in that muck, that muddled middle now because of like the poor squad management, poor recruitment, poor coaching recruitment. So I love Peter Crouch. He's fantastic legend for the club. But it's really hard to see how you could give a man time if you're not seeing any positive signs, no development. We had a week where we didn't want to jump off a building, and that week consisted of an undeserved draw against Newcastle, a not too impressive win against Brentford, and then again a not too impressive win against what was that, Copenhagen or something like that? One of those horrible Slavia Prague. So I mean, it's just like these are not really anything we could put our hat on and say, look, clearly he's doing something. So I have to disagree with my guy Crouch. I love him, but it's clear that this is not working and Frank is not the man. But again, at the same time, there's nothing out there. So it's like, what do you do? So you're kind of stuck almost in this double-edged sword. I mean, do you keep him and he continues to do damage to our young players, or do you cut the cord, find somebody in a short-term deal to get us through the season? But again, it's tough. I was talking to one of my buddies and I was like, this is wild that before Christmas, I've completely almost tuned out of Spurs already. It's wild. It's before Christmas. It's a week before Christmas. And I'm completely not really interested in what's going on because of the damage they do to me on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning.
Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Merry Christmas to you and your family. And thanks so much for all of your input this year. And I know you'll be back on the podcast very, very soon. So we look forward to having you back then.
Definitely. Anytime, gentlemen. Listen, all the best to you guys during the holiday season. Craig, go give your wife a hug or something like that. Whatever you got to do to get on her good side. Mine's still sleeping.
Matt, she's just given me till 1:45. Then I must be off, or else I'm going to be in a, So yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah,
thank you.
See you later, guys.
See you, mate.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, half hour left then, Craig. Have we? Half hour.
We've got a half hour, and that's it. Green room shut.
We have got 3 guests left. We've got Alex, Steve, and Tim. Let's go to Alex now. Alex, we haven't spoken to him for a long time. Alex, how are you?
There he is.
I'm just going to get straight into it. In some way,
you could say hello.
Yeah, I know, but Craig just said that you only got how much minutes. You know what I mean? So I'm straight to the point and straight talking. You know what I mean? Get me on that podcast, Chris. Maybe we can be a bit more about what personal life. Well, not personal, obviously. But anyway, moving on. My point is, at the moment, I know I haven't been on here for quite a while. I don't like to really spend too much time on this at the moment because I was at the game yesterday. I wasn't as angry as I was after Fulham, I've got to be honest, because firstly, the time of the game against Fulham, I don't like the 8 o'clock kickoffs. I think it's ridiculous. Secondly, I'm not enjoying what I'm watching whatsoever. And I know that I didn't like Ange Postecoglou, but I actually do blame Ange Postecoglou because the reason why I blame Ange Postecoglou is because he sacrificed the league last season and we were 17th last season. And that form has seeped into this season. It seeped into this season. Well, yeah, we sacrificed that for that trophy, but that's like having a one-night stand, Chris. That's like having a one-night stand and then nothing happens afterwards. You know what I mean? That's Tottenham winning that Europa League. You know what I mean? You know, because when I talk about form, it does actually matter. It does actually matter, especially when it's 83 games and 40 losses. 40 losses, we'll be 15th. 15th, right? 15th. That's truth. That's the truth we can talk about right now. And I'm just talking the facts. You know what I mean? The facts. Another thing I need to talk about, right? And again, this is not really against Thomas Frank because this could have been any manager, right? He has got some good points. I will say that. He has got some good points. He talks well in interviews and press conferences. But the football, I wasn't too sure about his football. I wasn't too sure about it. But it's just, for me, when I look at this team at the moment, when I look at the way that we played yesterday, I don't see any difference between George Graham's 1999 team. I don't see any difference. You know what I mean? I don't see any difference. And we were fighting relegation then, weren't we? Actually, at the same time, we won the Carabao Cup then, didn't we? The League Cup that time, didn't we? You know, and the thing is, though, the thing that annoys me about some of the Spurs fans as well, they say, and I heard it from the other call as well, says, oh, we need to do something with our youngsters. Well, our youngsters are not ready. They're not ready. Archie Gray is no different than bloody, Bentaleb. Bentaleb was better than him back in the day. And we sold him. We sold him. Yeah? The defence is getting worse, right? Ironically, and this is confirmed by Van der Ven, because I had a bit of a feeling about this. Ange Postecoglou said to Van der Ven and Romero, because Romero and Van der Ven went to them and said, we can't play this way. This is not the way we should be. We can't continue playing this way because we're not going to win any games, right? We're not going to win this cup. So he left it to Van der Ven and Romero to manage the team. Yes, he inspired them with some little bit of words, but he left it to them to manage the team. And now you're seeing, so if they can manage the team right now, why they're not managing it right now? Why they're not doing what they were doing this season then? If they're so good at managing the team and getting us to that cup.
Alex,
because we're playing the same sort of football that we're seeing right now in the Bodo Glimt game, the Frankfurt game away from home, the Bodo Glimt game away from home, and the Man United game, which was absolute crap, by the way, even though we won, right? It's the same way we're playing right now. And we weren't going over the top then. We weren't saying, oh, this is terrible football then. We weren't saying that, weren't we?
What have you made of Tottenham this season under Thomas Frank? I know we could talk about.
I'll explain to you what I don't like the football. I think the football's terrible. I think the football is absolutely terrible, and I don't. Yeah, we were looking defensively good. We were resilient in certain games, but
hold on, Alex. Hold on. I know you've been extremely critical about Ange Postecoglou last season. 22 league defeats. That's fair enough. What differences, what positives would you take from Thomas Frank to Ange Postecoglou? What positives are there? And do you see this continuing under Thomas Frank? Are the board going to give him time to turn this around? Because I asked the question earlier, how much pressure do you think that Thomas Frank is under? You know, particularly with the fan base, the pundits, the media at the moment, because, you know, I haven't been taken with our style of play. I haven't been taken with these level of performances. And, you know, I know you're a match-going fan, Alex, at Tottenham Stadium. And, you know, some of these games, some of these 45-minute spells, whole halves of games, a lack of desire to go forward, you know, lack of shots on target, lack of creativity. It isn't good enough. Can Thomas Frank turn this around, do you believe?
Not with these players. No, I think the team was done after that cup final in the Europa League. Because I don't rate Tell, I don't rate Alderbear. I don't think he's any better than some of the players that we had before, like Gill, Bergwijn, Lamela. I didn't like Lamela. I thought it was too, but I'll take Lamella back in this team all day long. I don't like Richarlison. You know my feelings on Richarlison. I think Richarlison, right, is a chaotic striker. He causes chaos. That's all he is. Like when he came on yesterday, he caused chaos. And that's why he scored. That's why he's scoring goals. And the thing is, people will bring up his stats and they'll say to me, oh, he's doing really well. Okay, then I want more. I need more from him then. He's either a good striker or a bad striker. I don't do the in the middle sort of thing. Because if we're going to do that, I want Adebayor back in my team that we let go of for free. And he had a bad attitude, didn't he? One thing I will say at the moment, I mean, Van der Ven was impressing me. He was impressing me this season. He was, because I've seen the reason why I like consistency. That's why I like consistency. I don't do one night stands. I don't do one night, one game there, one game there, one game there. I need consistency in my what I see. So when I saw Van der Ven, okay, he was always going back and running back and using his pace, and he did it really well, right? Cool. But he was good. He was getting defensive, and I thought he looked like a captain to me, right? I like Danzo. I like Paulinho, but I think Paulinho is showing that he's not good quality on the ball. I think for me, I think for me with Thomas Frank, the positives about Thomas Frank for me under Postecoglou, I think he's very good speaking wise. I think he's very good talking to the press. You can listen to him. I feel that when I listen to him, I can listen to him the whole way. Definitely.
Frank.
Yeah, Thomas Frank. Other than Ange Postecoglou, right? I think he's reasonable. Sometimes I don't agree with him, but sometimes that's just the way it is sometimes. You know what I mean? I thought you could see that there was a little bit of coaching there, right? He was trying to coach the players. And I think he's had a bit of a raw deal because we're in the Champions League. He hasn't had the time because he's had 2 games a week. Fair enough, but he knew what he was going to get himself into, right? But it's just, I don't know whether he is able to prove himself right now. I think he's still got to prove himself right now still, I think you can see that there is the fact that he was at Brentford, the quality is a little bit more higher now. The expectations are a little bit more higher at Spurs, right? And I think that's where you struggle with him. You know what I mean? So, what is it, Chris? Because you don't look like you're understanding me at the moment. You know what I mean? You just look at your face. You don't look like I understand. What have I said that's not understanding?
No, it's not that. I've just not had much sleep, and
fair enough.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying. But what I'm just trying to say is that it's a bit of a mess at the moment. I think everybody has got a responsibility for this. I think the owners have got a responsibility for this. I think the hierarchy have got a responsibility for this. I think there's a lot of. I think this squad has just been an absolute mess and complete from for a long time now. I think we're seeing the result right now. I think it started from last season. I really truly do believe that right now for me, because I don't see any better than what it was under Poch. And unfortunately, I know people say I'm negative, but it's just the way I feel, and I'm not going to be fake about it. There's a reason why I felt the way I felt then. I feel.
Alex, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, done.
So where are you on Thomas Frank now? Do you think he should be sacked, or? And if
that's what I was going to come to.
What would you do if he was on the board of Spurs, and what do you think should happen?
That's what I wanted to get to actually, because I forgot that question that Chris answered. Right, for me, if he finishes in the top 10, he stays to the end of the season, and then you have to make a decision on what you need to do with him. Right, the board have to make a decision what you need to do. I do not want him to be sacked now and get an interim in. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. It's never worked. Right, we are not going to get a top manager in mid-season. Right, there's no Harry Redknapp's out there anymore. There's no. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't know what people are thinking. If you're just going to sack a manager and get somebody else in, you're not going to get a top manager in. No top manager like a Javi, like a Glasner, like a Pochettino. I'm not saying Pochettino because I do like Pochettino, but I don't think he's going to come back. Like any top manager is going to come into this job halfway through the season. No one. right? They're going to come at the end of the season, right? So the focus is we need to at least get into top 10 this season, right? If we're fighting relegation, there's another conversation there because that's not good enough for Tottenham. Then you have to make a decision, right? But
if we lose the next 2 games, though, Alex, we could be in 17th.
But that's a worry for me at the moment. That's the worry for me because I look at this team and it's very struggling at the moment. And it goes back to also the fact that we're missing Maddison and Kulu, right? And Maddison I think is a good player. I've had my issues with Kulu, but when I look at Javi Simmons, I call him the Dutch Pretty Ricky, right? If I look at him, right, I don't see him any better than Kulusevski. I don't see him any better than Kulusevski or Maddison. If Maddison and Kulusevski were fit in this team, right, you wouldn't see him for dust, right? But one thing I would defend Javi Simmons on, if you watch him at RB Leipzig, he had Sesko up front, right? And then he had Openda, who was the best player, making runs. When you look at Tottenham right now, do you see anybody like that in our team right now? Just a question.
Mm.
Do you see that in our team?
Do you know what, Alex? I agree. I've seen enough of Javi Simmons to think that he is going to be a top player in the future for Spurs. Let me read this comment out here from one of the viewers, Leo. This squad isn't an absolute mess. It's just a couple of injuries and the wrong manager. Other than that, this squad has enough quality to compete. Would you agree with that? Because you and Craig there saying about, where Spurs are at the moment, a couple more defeats, we could be 17th. Spurs at the moment are 13th in the table. Does it really matter whether it's 13th or 17th? Because both those positions, or anywhere in between 13th and 17th, is not good enough for a club like Spurs. As I said on this show earlier, Spurs should be competing constantly for a European spot. Do you think that that's realistic this season?
No. Well, at the moment, I would say that you're wrong because if you look at the average position, the last 5 years, we're 7th. We are 7th. If you look at the average position. And that's not even me not being a stat guy. You know what I mean? Because I'm sick and tired of hearing about XG and expected goals, which is a nonsense stat. Because I know it's a nonsense stat, right? Because a shot, a closest of a shot shouldn't be a determination of what you feel about a team, right? Shots on target, I get, right? But I can see what I see at the moment. Liverpool.
But whatever stat you want to look at, the main stat is the one in the left-hand corner, isn't it? So
we're old school. We're old school, Chris. We are old school guy. I'm an old school man. Yeah, right. But for me, I don't think we are. I don't think we are. And we've proven last season we struggle. If we have 1 game a week, we'll be okay, right? We'll be up there because we've proven that. We did that with Postecoglou. We were 5th, right? Okay, because we didn't have 1 game a week. But if you put 2 games a week with this team, you're seeing exactly what, and especially now with Champions League, right now. Okay, you need quality. You need quality in this team, unfortunately, right? And even when you look at players like Vicario, he's got his faults as well. Poro's been awful this season. He's been awful. Adoji, people will say Adoji. When you see Adoji, when he goes into the final third, and this is the last 3 years, Chris, last 3 years. Don't forget, Ange, last 3 years, every single time this guy goes into the final third, he messes up. He messes up every single time, right? And he's not improved. But all I hear from Tottenham fans is, oh, he's the best left back going, he's this, he's that, he's this. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? I could name you half of the left backs in the Premier League that are playing in lesser teams that I would take than bloody Adoji in my team right now. And that is just the truth. I'm not trying to be positive because I'm an honest guy, right? If you go and meet me, right, in the stadium, meet me personally, right? You'll see me enjoying myself. I don't need football to make myself happy. Yeah. But if I'm going to be watching football, I ain't going to sit there and be pretending that this is good when I've seen better players and better. I mean, some of the players I've seen before, David Ginola. I take Tim Sherwood more than these players right now. I see Chris Armstrong. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe I need to structure what I'm trying to say because I've only got 10 minutes because everybody else is waiting. You can see my Mr. Box Office TV, but sorry if it's a bit of a mess, but I'm trying to cram things in quickly because Craig needs to go home. Go back to what he's doing.
I'm at home, but yeah, I need to eat. Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm. I just wanted to confirm. Alex does smile. He's smiling right now. He does smile. He smiles a lot. Whenever I've seen you in the stadium, or that time that we went for a drink together, you do smile. You do speak very positively about Spurs a lot of the time as well. But you know what? This is why we do these fan shows, so everyone gets everything off their chest and say it exactly how you want to say it. There's no right or wrong here. As Craig said earlier, it's all about opinions.
I appreciate that you invited me, Chris. Though it's appreciated because a lot of people like me, and they say a lot of untrue things, which I don't really care anymore because as far as I'm concerned, it's YouTube. That's what we're here for. You know what I mean? We're here to say it how it is. You know what I mean? I'm not saying anything bad. You know what I mean? That's going to ruin the world right now. It's just football opinion. That's it really for me. But people take it way too personally, and it's I just laugh at it now, to be honest with you. I've done this too long to take it personally anymore. You know what I mean? But it's just is what it is at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Alex, last question for you very quickly. Who do you think will be the Spurs manager on the very last game of this current campaign? And where do you think Spurs will finish in the Premier League campaign in the table?
Thomas Frank will be manager because if he isn't manager, I'm gone. I'm not going to be watching this because it'd be an interim if he's in charge, and I'm not interested. Right? And it won't work next season either. And if Tottenham, I think Tottenham will hopefully finish 10th.
Hold on, let me try and get my head around that. You said if Thomas Frank gets the boot, you're gone, but you've just spent the last 10 minutes slugging him off.
No. What? Yeah, just because I'm critical of him, Chris, doesn't mean I don't. It's just honest opinion on the manager, right? It's just.
So you don't like the football, but you want him to stay.
Yeah, I want him to stay because it's logical. It's logical for him to stay right now. We picked him. We've made the effort. We've got him all his coaching staff right now, right? If we go off and sack the manager halfway through the season, we are not going to get anybody to sort this out right now. We might have a bit of a manager bounce. But then it will come back to reality again, right? It will all fall off again, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we're not set up like a team in the Italian League Serie A when they've got the director of football, who's the main guy, and then coaches. We're not set up like that, Chris. If we wanted to set up like that, we could have set it up before, but we haven't done that. So we're focusing on the manager now, aren't we? So unfortunately, we cannot just change the manager. We've got to keep this man at least till the end of the season, right? If we are in a relegation battle, then we're going to have a conversation, right? Because that's not good enough for Tottenham Hotspur. Like, that is not good enough for Tottenham Hotspur at all. But it's still going to be a problem, though, because you still got a lot of problems to do. And I'm not a fan of Thomas Frank's football. No, I'm not. I don't enjoy it at all, right? But what is the point of bringing the manager, bringing all his coaching staff, and then sacking him off after that? And then you're going to end up getting an interim manager. And an example of this right now, look at Celtic at the moment. Celtic had an interim manager in Martin O'Neill when Brendan Rodgers left. Right, but now they've got their new manager in. Look how their form is right now.
Mm.
Look at their form right now. So there's no easy way of doing this. If you're sacking a manager, it's got to be really on the floor at the moment for me, right? And then if we do want to get rid of the manager at the end of the season, there will be managers available because you have Pochettino. I'm not saying Pochettino, but you have Javi, and top managers are not going to touch this club at halfway through the season. They are not going to touch this club.
Alex, before we go on to the next guest, tell everyone where they can find you and what they can expect from your channel.
Yes, it's Mr. Box Office TV. I'm trying to do less reactive content. The best, worst, and bang average top 5 is coming soon. I know I say it every single time I'm on this show, but it will come soon because I'm bored of reacting to this. Maybe see me at a soccer event as well. Maybe see me having some fun because that's the only way I'm going to have some fun in my life at the moment. Because honestly, this is just. I'm done with this at the moment. You know what I mean? And again, thank you again, Chris. I hope you're doing well. See, I'm saying how are you and stuff. You know what I mean? Right now, you know what I mean? And Craig, I hope you're doing well as well. And I hope you have a good Christmas. I'm a nice guy. Not that
we know that, Alex. We know that.
Cameras. I'm not trying to do this for the cameras because don't get used to it. I'm not very nice. You know what I mean? Don't get used to it. But yeah. And that's it, really. So, take care of yourselves and have a good Sunday evening. Take care.
Alex, Merry Christmas.
Alex.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, mate. Take care. Chris, I'm going to exit stage left before we bring the next guest on. Apologies, I can't stay, but I think it would be rude to dip out mid-guest. So, I think it's been a good show so far, and I'm gonna go quickly because I know the guests in the green room have been waiting ages. But if I don't speak to anyone before, thanks for all the support on the channel throughout the year for me and everybody else. It's been a blast, and I hope everybody has a great Christmas, and we will see you very soon. So thank you very much.
Merry Christmas, Craig. Thank you so much for all of your hard work this year. You've been absolutely brilliant, so thank you.
Thanks, Chris. See you later, everyone. Bye.
Speak to you soon. Right. Tim and Steve have been waiting ages. Tim, you've been waiting ages. Apologies. It's been so busy today, particularly after the Liverpool game, particularly after another defeat. How are you feeling right now? Oh, you're on mute, Tim.
I'm not now. Confused. Actually, that was probably a good mute. Confused because I suppose like everyone else, I missed the first hour of this because it was gym day. I'm knackered. I needed that to get out of my system. I suppose like Spurs performances, I'm pretty confused about what to do from now because most of me is saying it is so terrible. It is so bad that I'm not sure where it's going to go from here. I think Frank lost most of the fans after Chelsea and Arsenal. I mean, that was so poor in effort that it's going to take a lot to get that back. And yet, like last time we spoke, I was saying what I want is some effort and some drive. And what we did is we got that, but only when there was panic stations, that we had to do something, which was, don't get me wrong, it was good to see. And as I was saying last time, that I like a bit of aggression, but it needs to be controlled aggression. And unfortunately, there was a lot of uncontrolled aggression in that game. If we want to look at it logically rather than emotionally, which is difficult for Spurs, really sort of 3 or 4 bad decisions cost us that game. Because Liverpool weren't that great, right? I mean, we could say Tottenham were awful. They were very mediocre, good with 10 players, better with 9. But actually, it was mistakes that cost us a game. Romero, poor decision. Really bad rest decision for that goal because clearly the strike, Ekatike, wasn't it? Had both his arms on his shoulders pushing him down. He made the most of it, but anywhere else, that's a foul. And general refereeing was so poor in that game. We talked about the Spence one several times, which was, in many ways, that stopped me wanting to watch football because why not just play that on? Right? Why not just play that on? And if we score, then go back, and if he's fouled him, he's fouled him. But people were going down like snipers are in the place. Generally, I suppose the problem I've got is I don't particularly trust Frank. I was one who's saying actually he'd be a good appointment to bring in, but I'm that's that kind of positiveness is going downhill really, really quickly. But the flip side of that is, well, if not Frank, who else? Is that I'm not going to. I won't want to sack a manager just because I didn't like him or what he's doing. But I've got some real problems with his ability to galvanise this team. I mean, there's a question for you. Would you prefer I think a manager, a really good manager is able to inspire a team to glory. Well, I was saying before, it's not just about the winning, it's about the glory of the game. And really good managers inspire, whether it is, whoever it might be. And we go back to Spurs managers, the good ones were inspirational people. I don't get that from Frank. Did you get it? Do you get a sense of inspiration, or is he too technical?
I think he's come under a lot of criticism. Even Ramon Vega in the last couple of days said about, listening to, Thomas Frank talk. He found him really boring. And I feel like more and more people are saying this exact thing. But what I would say to him is, yes, the squad could be improved. And I feel like there are problems across all areas, not just Thomas Frank. I feel like the board needs to do more and have done in the last couple of years. I feel like the manager needs to do more. The players need to do more. But should Thomas Frank be getting a lot more out of these players and inspiring these players to be producing a lot more? Absolutely. And that is what I've been really asking the question, these last few weeks, these last couple of performances. That Nottingham Forest game, I know Matt said that it was quite underwhelming beating Brentford and Slavia Prague. I actually thought that was a really positive week for us. And, the only negative that I could actually choose from those two games is that we didn't score more goals. But ultimately, we got 3 points in the Premier League. We got 3 points in the Champions League. But the performances need to be better. And I just think that you need to see signs week by week, month by month. And when you see other managers going into other football clubs and making, almost an instant difference, you've got to see that. Thomas Frank's been there. I was very, very impressed with him in the summer. Especially, on tour in Hong Kong, South Korea, the training sessions that I went to, I thought, my God, this guy is so hands-on. He's going to be absolutely brilliant for Tottenham. And, when I look at these performances now, and like George Sessions from the Press Association asked Frank about, have you been thinking more about what Tottenham can do to Liverpool rather than what Liverpool can do to Tottenham? I thought that was an excellent question, and he didn't really answer it in a great way either. But you've got to be thinking about what we are doing rather than trying to stop the opposition. It just seems like a chess match rather than an entertaining game. I know we've gone from Ange, and I know we've gone from that style. Chaos at times. 22 league defeats. We could talk all day and night about 22 league defeats, whether Ange should have got the sack or not. This is a brand new season. This is a brand new campaign. This is some new players coming in. But I also see the fact, and I do get it, that, I always want to see a manager be judged on a fully fit squad. Sadly, he hasn't had that. But then you could argue in the last two seasons, and Postecoglou didn't have that either. But he should be getting a lot more out of the squad. So in answer to your question, I do hope that he would inspire, in the rooms that we don't see. But is it actually happening? I don't think it is right now. And that's where I'm really questioning.
Yeah, and I don't think it is. One thing I'll take from Ange, right, and I was very critical of Ange, and I don't want to go back to that Ange in, Ange out, nonsense, was that he said quite early on, the difference in skill levels in somewhere like the Premier League is negligible. To get to the Premier League, you've got to be a good player. Where it makes a difference is all attitude. It's all mental. That's the great players are mentally strong and kind of on the point, both with training, mentally, the whole thing. And I get a sense that mentally this squad is not strong and it's not getting the leadership. I'm a big shout out to Matthew Dixon, who's saying some very sensible things in the chat. He rightly said, like I think I said last time, how do you expect a settled squad when there's absolutely chaos in the boardroom? So many changes, so many worries about in and out. Have we got a club run by Nepo babies now rather than serious people? There's so much going on there and then he makes a point. Have we got a manager who's just a yes man rather than a Churchill? And we need a Churchill. We need a leader. And which brings me on to my confusing point, which is, well, if we sack him, who else? And that's the problem for me. I'm not wanting to sort of sack a manager halfway through the season. I'm in a kind of blind alley, like a cul-de-sac, if you like, of I'm really unhappy with the way this team's playing. I'm not happy with his manager. The performance aren't particularly getting better, and when they do, it's more of a blip. It's a blip of getting better and then getting worse again. And yet I can't see any way out of this. easily.
What do you think of the message that that Thomas Frank gives in most of his post-match press conferences, where I think he said the other day that we've only had 3 bad performances this season, and even after yesterday's performance, he said it was a very good performance, and he has said that other performances where all of us or most Spurs fans have said, "Wow, that was terrible." He's come out and then said, "Yeah, it was really good." And of course, Tim, as well, in the last couple of days, Bentancur and Romero have come out and said, we want to win trophies. We want to win another trophy this season.
It's like watching politics, isn't it? That you kind of, something happens. By the way, it might not have been said this thing. Big shout out to my Australian brothers and sisters and what they've gone through. Lots of love. I don't say that because the response to a lot of that was kind of political rather than emotional. And I think sometimes I can accept someone putting a balanced argument on it, but to kind of put a view, say a view that is clearly untrue is really unhelpful. I do wonder whether English being a second language, and it may not be helpful with that. But, when he says things, well, actually, that was a pretty good performance. No, it wasn't. It was not a good performance. Spurs was an average performance and 10 minutes of chaos, which was fun, which we kind of like with a bit of fun, but it wasn't. So I get really, really knacked off with people who are kind of, it has annoyed the hell out of me that Frank says, no, we're doing okay and we're heading in the right direction. But also the messages which are, this is going to take a long time. That may be true, but back to the Churchill manager, I am going to do this. I am going to do that. I know this is difficult. But we are going to succeed, and etc. etc. Doesn't feel that way. He's classically political in a way of is managing disappointment, and that's what I feel it's like every single press conference. He's managing the disappointment of the fans, and he shouldn't be. He's like apologizing.
Tim, with the performance yesterday against Liverpool. Yes, we lost 2-1, but you could argue right at the end, we really went for it, and it could have ended up as a draw. And I think Arne Slot was quite worried, and he come out in his post-match press conference and said it was like we had 9 players and they had 11.
Yeah,
it was a very different game. So, going back to the Javi Simons incident, if that wasn't a red card and he stayed on the pitch, do you think that it could have been different? Do you think that we are being too critical on that performance against Liverpool? Because had it have finished 2-2, what conversation would you be having with me today?
I agree. I think we are a little bit too critical of that performance yesterday. However, there's a flip side to that. Would we have played that way if we had 11 men? My answer is probably not, because people were getting really frustrated with players just going up and turning back again. They were going up the wing, and then rather than running at players and challenging players and taking risks, they were resetting up and allowing Liverpool to reshape. So I think it was like the circumstances of what happened allowed that emotional shift. Now, a good manager would say, well, that was great. Why not play a bit more like that? But I'm not sure he did. I suppose one of the big sides to it was, because I think I'd have played pretty well when he came on, and he looked really dangerous, that at least he didn't put Ben Davies back at left back and brought defensive players on. At least he tried to win that game, which was, much more than I expected. But I don't think we would have played that way unless we had to play that way. It was like circumstantial. And back to kind of a lot of things that are being said, which is Frank is way too bothered about the opposition. There is no Spurs at the moment. There is no Spurs way. The Spurs way is dictated about who we play. And I know to a point we wanted that. We wanted a bit of, changing up formations, etc., and that he could do that. But actually, he needs to have a stamp of the way he wants to play. And I think that's an issue with the whole club. That no matter what managers are in, there should be almost like a tick list. I said this last time. Are you willing to play for the glory of the game? Do you want to play to entertaining football? And do you want to try and win things? If the answer to that is yes, then they're the manager for us. If the answer is no, I need to build up and do that, like, go away. We need a different manager. And I get a sense that Tottenham as a whole organisation has lost its identity to some degree, and that's reflected in the manager and the team. And those things need to be re-established somehow. And I'm not sure whether, I mean, we've got no say over that, right? We're not one of the Lewis's kids or a brand new CEO. I'm not sure what they're going to do about it. And hence being back to feeling, well, what do we do? What do we do? All we can do is we hope that Frank turns it around somehow. That something like today shows him that the players, rather than like the Forest game in particular, where they put their heads down, they walked back, it looked awful, that the optics of it were terrible, that actually he can say, wow, you were great then. What was different about that? There was a sense of urgency, and you got the crowd involved in the game, and, you know, and we tried. And we need to see more of that. I wonder whether he will be able to do that, whether he's got it in his locker to do it.
Yeah. I've said in the last couple of weeks, actually, to dare is to do. We need a lot more daring. We certainly need a lot more doing. Yeah.
Back to that Bill Nicholson quote, you know, it's about glory. It's about dare. It's about those things, not just winning.
Yeah. Tim, where's our next points coming from? What game?
I just looked. Palace, no. I can't see us get. I think I said last time we got 6 games coming up, and my worry was there's a potential of losing every single one of those games. We would hope we get something out of Sunderland. We may have one of our great away games and get something from Palace, but I'm really worried that we'll get a negligible amount of points all the way up to that Aston Villa game. I'm going to feel better and say, actually, yesterday may have galvanised the players a bit, and we're going to rock and roll at Palace a bit because it's a derby, right? It's a London derby, and we'll get a point out of it.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks so much for all of your time during 2025, and Merry Christmas.
Pleasure, sir, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you. Cheers. Right, we're now going to go to the Czech Republic to speak to Steve. Steve, how are you?
Fine. I'm fine. Excuse me. I'm fine, Chris. And yourself? You all right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
Been a long day, yeah?
It has. Another long fan show, but I expected it. Especially when we lose a game. Yeah.
We're not doing so well.
How are you feeling about the performance against Liverpool on Saturday?
Well, it's mostly already been said. It was good to see how he responded we went down to 10 men and then again with 9 men. So it wasn't obviously as bad as some of the previous performances, like against Fulham, Chelsea and Arsenal, as a lot of people have alluded to. So there was something a positive to be taken from that. But but still, it's very disjointed in the first half. It's the same sort of things seem to be happening. The players are not used to playing with each other. I mean, I didn't go through the whole game again, but I remember a couple of people have been saying that players are not wishing to play through the lines. There was a moment when Kudus had the ball before Xavi got sent off, and he made a run through the lines, and Kudus didn't see it, and he turned back and played it inside. And although Jed Spence did have a good game, there was a similar thing then. I'm talking about the link-up play between players because they're not used to playing with each other and what each other's going to do. Bergvall did a lung-bursting overlap down the left-hand wing to Spence, and Spence didn't see him either. He was looking inside because I think it's been drilled into them too much, you know, a certain type of play, and they're not used to playing with each other. So I'm just trying to pick up on things that other people haven't mentioned. That's all, you know, despite I thought Spence was fantastic, brilliant. He was the one, you know, sort of shining light from the whole team, did really, really well. Very skillful on the ball, as well as being a good defender. I think he really marked the chap out of the game for most of the game. But they were, like a lot of people have alluded to, a very poor Liverpool side. They were there for the taking. And in the after-game show yesterday, I was listening to Darren, I think it was, he was saying, you know, they were there for the taking. And that's one of the most annoying things about it. If you think if we just had a go like we did in the second half when we went down to 9 men, we could have, you know, gone ahead. We could have taken up grip of the game in the first half. Why aren't we doing that? It's a complete mystery.
Steve, what have you made of Christian Romero and his leadership on the pitch? Because I've spoken about this a couple of times this season, where I feel like we've seen a different Romero this season with his calmness. He's actually broke up a number of arguments. Polinia, I think it was against Leeds. Richarlison away at Manchester City. I think there was another game as well. I think it's happened 3 times where I've seen him sort of intervene with teammates of getting into arguments. But of course, yesterday he was the one that was pushed. The second goal went in. He couldn't believe that a free kick wasn't given. Yes, the officials were terrible yesterday, I might add. We could talk about that all day. But the second yellow card, what did you make of that? And of course, he then came. He walked down the tunnel. He then came and walked out the tunnel again, wanting to argue with the fourth official. As a captain, you just simply cannot do this.
No, you can't do that. He seems to have reverted back to how he used to be, like you're saying. I think it was a culmination of things. Obviously, the push in the back. Well, even before that, when he paid that, people call it a Hollywood ball from the back, and it hits the guy on the back, and they end up scoring from that. Then he gets pushed. It's not given, so he's starting to boil over, and then he really got clattered into by what's his name, the Liverpool defender, who've been knocking people off the ball quite a lot during the game. Konate. It was a bit of petulance, I've looked at that 2 or 3 times. He shouldn't do that, the movement, but he didn't really catch him that badly with the foot. It's not like it was, a terrible strike with his foot. I think Konate made the most of it, which didn't help. If he'd have just turned and sort of had a go at Romero, he would never have got the card. But it's not a good look at all. It's very disappointing that regards to Romero. I mean, I think it's although there's a lot of foreign-speaking players in the team, and I don't know how good everyone's English is, but I know his English isn't particularly good. So how he can sort of convey his message on and off the pitch as a captain is something being lost there. I think someone else has mentioned that as well. I find it, I'm just old school, as someone else just mentioned, probably as a lot of us. This leadership group thing, I don't really go along with that. It's just be captain and vice captain, and that's it. Because if you look at the leadership group, we've got Romero, who's a hothead. He's been made captain, which is a lot of us thought was a good idea. And up until yesterday, it seemed a reasonable idea. He doesn't speak good English, and he's a hothead. Then you've got Vicario, who also has his rushes of blood to the head. And he's also come out with saying he wants to go in the summer to Serie A and play in Italy. Is that right? Have I heard right on the news? Vicario wants to leave in the summer?
Rumours.
Oh, just rumours. Okay. So maybe Frank has taken that just as a rumour, because I would find it strange if you keep your goalkeeper, who's already had a bad spell of form before yesterday's game, and he's already said he wants to leave in the summer. Okay, it was a rumour, and you leave him as part of this leadership group. So look at the 2 people you've got there as part of the leadership group. It's not what we've had in the past with our captains, and I won't start naming them all. We know who our stalwart captains have been in the past, and run the team and have got respect to the players. You've got a couple of hotheads there, and one of them very, very, doesn't speak much English. So I'm not picking on him. I learn a foreign language here. I know what it's like, but I think in the time he's been there, compared with learning bloody Czech language, which I had to learn, learning English is not difficult for most Europeans. And if it's your job, if it's part of your job to communicate with other players, especially any part of the field, but in the back 4, I think he should have made a bit more effort with his English. Maybe I'm.
He does. He does actually speak a lot of English, Steve, and but he just chooses not to do the interview.
I saw another interview when he was in either a hospital for kids or something with Benton Kerr the other day, and they were both speaking in. He was speaking in obviously, I think, Spanish or something. So I thought he still hadn't really mastered the language. So okay, he's still a hothead though. So, anything else?
Where do you see our next results coming from, Steve? Because after the game, people seemed a bit deflated again that it was another defeat, particularly how we've broke that Premier League record as well. That 11 home defeats in the Premier League in 2025.
Yeah. Well, I know someone was mentioning Brentford, but Brentford at home have been playing well. They will also want to do well against their ex-manager. They haven't got obviously the players they used to have. Perhaps, like the last chap was alluding to, maybe a point there. Next win, I don't see us winning until we play Burnley back in not until January the 24th when we play Burnley. Because even playing teams like in Sunderland, you know, when you used to say teams like Sunderland, I mean, they're doing really, really well. You know, a lot of the teams are doing a lot better than us, to be honest. That it's coming to what Tim was saying as well, that we've got more skillful players, you know, in a lot of cases, but the players aren't playing for the badge. They're not, you know, they don't have the drive or and like I said, until we went down to 9 or 10 men, then we saw it. They were playing for the team, and the fans loved it. Look at the change in the fans. Like you were saying, they were booing the officials. They were clapping, applauding, standing for the team. Very similar, like you mentioned, when we went down to 9 men against Chelsea a couple of seasons ago. That was just because people appreciate it. I mean, you know, guys and women who play football, play sports, they like a trier. We love a trier. We're British. We're often the underdog in different situations, in different games around the world, but we love an underdog, and so that's why we appreciate at least showing a bit of gall and having a go. If I can just say about, there's been a few different comments about Frank's press conferences. I mean, I cannot stand them now. I'll turn the sound off or I'll turn it over, because it's the same as you. Because pre-game, he's all like, oh yeah, we're going to play on the front foot. We're going to be positive now after that last result, and it doesn't happen. After the game, when we've lost, which is quite often, as you just said, he seems to have been watching a different game. Yeah, we played quite well. It was quite a good performance, apart from one or two. And it's, you know, he just doesn't say it how it is. And I don't like this kind of people anyway, in whatever kind of business you're in. I like people to just say it how it is. That's why I like Ange so much. As we said before, I don't want to keep talking about Ange, but straight talking bloke, very simple, but he got the job done, and he got the team to believe in him. And I think that's, as a lot of people have said, I'm not sure that the players are buying into what Frank's doing. I think it's making it too confusing. And I think he takes too much information from the several coaches that he's got around him. You know, it's, you know, he seems to keep consulting with other people all the time rather than knowing himself what to do. So that's just my take on Frank.
Yeah, to be honest, Steve, I don't actually need people to say that people don't watch the press conferences anymore, because the numbers on this channel are an all-time low of press conferences. You know, people like you, Melvin, Craig, you've all said that you don't watch them anymore. I know there's a few comments in here at the moment saying that people don't watch the pressers anymore. It's just, you know, the way people feel at the moment. But thank you for all of your input during this year, and Merry Christmas to you and the family, and hopefully we can talk to you again soon.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. To you too. You did a fantastic job, and thanks for having me on the programme as well. It was great to meet you earlier on last season at the stadium 2 or 3 times, and yeah, keep it up. You are my link to England, if you like. You know, from here, I'm here permanently. I've been here for over 30 years, so Tottenham is a big part of my life, and it's one of the few things I look forward to. But unfortunately, at the moment, like for a lot of people around the world, as you've spoken to, it's we're not looking forward to. But hopefully, somehow he'll turn it around, and God knows how. But anyway, have a good Christmas yourself with your family and close people, and stay safe, and keep it up. Doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it.
All right.
Happy Christmas. Yeah, as Steve said there, you know, we love to talk to people all around the world, giving you guys a voice on this channel, you know, telling us how you feel right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. If you'd like to appear on a future show, please do send an email. It is tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. We're now going to go all the way to Istanbul, Turkey, to speak to Orchi, who has been waiting for over 3.5 hours. Orchi, I'm so sorry. For some reason, the software put you in a weird order, so I didn't even notice you were there, so apologies.
Sorry, mate. It's been really good actually listening to everyone's opinions. I mean, I was on the show last night. Thank you again for the invite. You know, I had a chance to kind of give my immediate aftermath reactions, which was obviously it's not fun losing games, but you know, we talked in great detail yesterday as well. I think And a lot of people have said the same, especially in the second half. It was nice to see us, fighting to, we were much better in the second half. Shame we only did that after we went down to obviously 10 men. But I think that obviously had a way of galvanizing the team. And I'm pretty sure, obviously, the coach, the coaches had words. Thomas Frank has had words. And I think yesterday there was a lot of, I do feel like, the referee was their 12th player yesterday. None of the decisions went our way. Don't need to kind of tread over, previous ground. I think if it was a 1-1 draw, I mean, the second goal shouldn't have stood. So I think 1-1 draw would have been fair because, as I said immediately after the game, I don't think Liverpool were that great. In the first half, they were as bad as us. Their passing, their kind of gameplay wasn't really that brilliant. They had a couple of half chances maybe, but overall, I think, I think yesterday should have been a 1-1 really. But I think overall, as we can see from everyone's opinions, I think the difficulty, just talking about Thomas Frank, where we are right now, just sharing my opinions. I think the difficulty is obviously as Spurs fans, we've suffered for quite a few years because obviously we had the peak Poch years that got us all really excited. We thought, yes, finally in the Premier League, in the Premier League era, we found a manager who managed to put together a team where for those couple of seasons, we were realistic challengers for the Premier League. In 2019, we made it to the Champions League final. I mean, what Poch achieved and he wasn't, yes, players were bought for the team. Yeah, there were transfers. I mean, there was one period, as you know, was it 600 days where we didn't transfer a single player. However, yes, there was maybe here and there or immediately after that, some players were bought, but we never felt that Poch was properly backed, and so what he achieved was fantastic. Now, I agree with you. I think that season immediately after the Champions League final, I think, all right, things weren't going too good up until November, but I do believe he had built up enough credit to be given till the end of the season to turn it around. And I think that's where really, I would say that's probably where our recent troubles for the last 6-7 seasons started immediately. Once we got rid of Pochettino that season, I think, Levy really shot himself in the foot and he really caused the club to go backwards because then, all right,
do you know what?
Jose came
do you know what? When we do these fan shows, what really does surprise me is how many times Mauricio Pochettino's name comes up. Even when we're doing well, where we're winning, losing, drawing, whatever the results are, Pochettino's name always comes up, particularly on these fan shows and so many times on the podcast. I don't think the majority of Spurs fans have actually got over that very poor decision, have they?
No, I don't think they have. Because, I mean, the previous 3-4 seasons, he'd done such a fantastic job. He got everybody, all the fans were behind the team. We loved the way we played. We were pretty much on our day. We felt confident going into most games that we would win most of those games, even against the big teams, Manchester City's, Arsenal's, Chelsea's. And we did, a number of times we beat those teams. And it just really felt like finally we reached a point where we were going places. We were potentially on the cusp of doing something special. And all that needed, I think, at the time, which, I've said this many a times, was, he needed to be backed. He really, really needed to be backed. And that's where Levy and the board and whoever was responsible for that, whether it was Joe Lewis, kind of tying up Levy's hands and saying, look, you've only got this much money to spend. So, go out and, get some bargains, or whether it was Levy himself who made that decision of, trying to bring in some young players. But in all fairness, even when Pochettino was building that team, if you look at the transfers, when you look at, obviously, when we sold Bale, for example, the Bale money that we spent, most of those players were subpar players. But out of that bunch, for example, we had Richerison, who I think we got for quite a bargain price, turned out to be a brilliant midfielder. He really became one of the key players on the, peak Poch years. We had Dele Alli that we bought for like 5 million, who, you know, very young player who really, you know, did brilliantly. Obviously, you had the Harry Kanes, we got Son. You know, we put together, and all of those players, none of them came for like big money. A lot of them came for either, you know, fairly. I think Son was probably out of all of them, probably was the most expensive. I think around, it was 27 million or 30 million, something like that. But most of the other players did come at a sort of a bargain price, even in those years. So, but I think, that those initial 3 months in the 2019-2020 season, where, you know, we didn't have a great start to the season, was probably because, again, we needed a much better investment, and that didn't come through. Pochettino alluded to it. He said, you know, they'd made a 5-year plan, and the culmination of that was the Champions League final. You know, he put together a team, and I think that was his way of alluding to the fact that he wasn't being backed. You know, I heard rumors where, you know, some people have come out. I think even Simon Jordan in Talk Sport has had several interviews where, you know, he came out and said, oh, well, you know, Pochettino were offered players and he wasn't taking them. And I think, you know, I don't ever imagine a manager saying no to players unless, obviously, he didn't feel the players that were being offered to him were the kind of players that were going to take the team to that next level. So maybe if he did veto some players, it was because of that. You know, he probably had his own idea of what kind of players he wanted in to really take that team to that next level. And he just simply wasn't backed. And then we went... And then what really surprised me was his choice of manager, because both Jose Mourinho and Conte are both, yes, they're legendary managers. They've achieved so much in the game, but they've achieved so much in the game being managers of teams where the Chelseas, the Real Madrids, the Manchester Uniteds of this world, you know, when a manager comes in, especially a manager with a good, you know, profile like those managers, they would go out and spend 200, 300 million and get, or try to get the players that they want. Whereas Spurs, and especially Levy, has never really done that in the past. Yes, we've gone out and spent, you know, maybe 100 million, but we've spent 100 million on maybe 5 or 6 players, you know, whereas, you know, probably we need to be out there spending, not spending for the sake of spending, but getting that kind of caliber of player that's either proven in the Premier League or, you know, coming with a big reputation from the overseas leagues, whether it's Spain, Portugal, Germany, wherever that might be. And we've never really done that. You know, even Pochettino's best team was put together on a you know, fairly humble, you know, in general, if you look at the bigger picture, on, you know, humble budgets. So yeah, and we've struggled ever since that sacking, you know, Pochettino's sacking. We've just kind of stumbled from one manager to another, to another, to another, trying to recapture those magic years under Pochettino. Now, I'm sorry, I'm not giving you a chance. If you want to ask me any questions, go ahead, mate.
That's all right. I was just going to say, Orchie, on Heung-min Son, you mentioned about the transfer fees there and about recruitment. Now, Heung-min Son, in August 2015, he signed for Spurs for £22 million, which was around 30 million euros. We end up selling him in a deal worth around £20 million. So what great business. You know, you think that you have a player like that for 10 years and he delivered what he did on the pitch for 10 years under multiple different managers. But, you know, what great business that was for Tottenham, you know, during that 10-year spell. And let me ask you, lastly, that, you know, when you lose a player like that who provides so many assists, so many goals, so many great moments on the pitch and had done for 10 years, how on earth can you allow a player like that to leave and have that such huge gap on the pitch, you know, going into Thomas Frank's first season at Tottenham?
Yeah, I think that's, again, that comes back to the mistakes. And I think we've done this consistently, Chris. It's not just Heung-min Son. I mean, you know, I'm sure you remember Moussa Dembele, who was a brilliant midfielder for us in the centre, creating so much in those years. I mean, when he went, we never replaced him. When Christian Eriksen left, I've never felt that we've replaced a player at his caliber, at his potential. So we've done this a number of times in the last, I would say, 10 to 15 seasons where, you know, every so often we managed to find these incredible, fantastic players. And even you can add, obviously, Luka Modric to that list as well. What an amazing player he's gone on to be. But he pretty much became the player that he was at Spurs, you know, and went straight to Real Madrid. So there are a number of players. So, and this is the other thing. I think some of the problems are obviously in a couple of seasons ago, again, another major, huge talent that we lost was Kane. Obviously, Kane was such a big part of this team, making a lot happen. Even in seasons where we weren't so great, we always could rely on Kane to, pop up in games where we weren't playing so well to get some really crucial goals, winning goals or equalizing goals or whatever that might be. So we lost Kane, then a season or two after. Now, Son, I would say probably in the last 2 seasons, he wasn't at his peak. He was starting to lose a little bit of, pace and also maybe control, but still, he was a major part. And, you guys with the previous gentleman were talking about the leadership group. Kane and Son were probably the generals of the teams for such a long time. And so when you lose those leaders as well, I think that's the other thing. I think that's probably one of the things. I mean, since last night, I have thought more and more about the past 10 years, the past 15 years. And I think that's probably another part of it, which is that, we had this kind of, I would say, shock. Even someone like Levy was let go. I've got to be honest with you. I don't think that was a planned, departure because, I remember literally just around the transfer window closing, there was that, famous interview with Gary Neville for, that Daniel Levy did where he, famously said, oh, next we want to win the Premier League. We want to do this. And he laid out this full, his ambitions, his plans. And it was quite a detailed, interview, quite an interesting interview to watch. And then literally, I think a couple of weeks after that or a month after that, he had left the club. So I don't think that was a planned departure. I think that was something that was like a reaction. I
think he had a couple of hours notice to leave.
Yeah, I think so too. And so there's a whole bunch of changes going on in the club from the very, very top. We've got obviously Vika, whatever, I'm sorry, I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to make a mess of his name. Yeah. So we've got him who's now taken over. We've got new people in, director of football. We've got 2 director of footballs now. Obviously, we have a new manager, a new head coach, whose way of doing things is clearly very, very different to the guy that we had in charge for the last 2 years, obviously Ange. So there's so many different changes. So in a way, actually, in fairness, I'm not surprised that we are maybe seeing this kind of, maybe you can call it a struggle. But it is, on the other hand, on the flip side of that coin, I think we had started the season well. I think we had some games where we played really well. And I remember shows where we came on and we were saying, oh, how great, Thomas Frank seems to really be organized. And like one of the things that we used to criticize, Ange a lot, especially in last season, was where, he would pretty much just stand on the sidelines with his arms crossed and just watch the game, even though the game was running away from us. He wasn't making changes. You didn't really see him communicating much with the bench. It was just seemed to be a very lonely figure. Whereas what I liked, and I mean, I've certainly said this, I like this. I like seeing a manager active all the time, talking to his coaches, talking to people, and kind of literally reviewing the game as it's happening, and if necessary, making changes. In some earlier games, especially in the first 2 months, 3 months of the season, he was doing that. But things seem to have gone a bit. Things seem to go a bit away from him maybe these last few weeks or maybe the last month or so, where the performances have been quite up and down and quite sharply up and down. So it's difficult to understand what the cause of that is. Obviously, the injuries haven't helped, but I don't know. I mean, I'm of the impression that I think we need to give it time. As much as I don't like some of the recent. Nottingham Forest game was an absolute disgrace. So I don't want to see that. Of course, I want the team to perform well. Of course, I want, whether it's the managers, whether it's the players, I want everybody to do well. I love this club. I want the club to do well. But I think sometimes we need to, where we've been suffering for so long, especially since Poch has left, I think a lot of us fans have got no more patience left. And this is something that we're suffering from as well. We want to see immediate results. We want to see immediately the team doing a lot better and consistently, game after game after game, because we're just tired of seeing this. We had the Jose period, we had the Conte period, then we had, all these managers come in and out. And it seems we're constantly going backwards, or the team is. But in the middle of that, we some miraculously won a Europa League title last season, at the end of last season. But, apart from that, obviously the performances in the Premier League is nowhere near good enough. So I totally understand why, Ange was let go. I think, from one perspective, you can say how unfair, for out of all the big, I mean, even, out of people like Jose Mourinho, Conte, it was actually Ange who got us past that line of winning a trophy, and a major trophy. So it does seem, from a certain perspective, it does seem very unfair that he was let go. But at the same time, you just could not ignore, especially last season's. I mean, even the first season as well. I mean, the second half of first season was a disaster. And, we came fifth, fair enough. But we all, I remember the shows that we were all on where we came fifth thanks to the, what we did in the first half, especially in those first 10 games. Pretty much, 9 wins and a draw, or 8 wins and 2 draws, or whatever it was. So you just could not ignore that. And, so I understood why he had to be let go. And I guess the club then went the other way of, recruiting a manager who they feel, has a lot of organization, has a lot of, coaches there that he works with, and he's tactically aware, etc., etc. But, do I like some of the games that I've seen this season? Of course not. I want us to go back to that, Pochettino way of that exciting football where, obviously we all loved it, and we were a lot of other fans' teams. A lot of other teams' fans' second favorite team in those years. Everyone used to go on about how much they love watching Spurs play, because we were playing some fantastic football. So I think it's difficult to judge. That's what I want to say. I think what I would invite all the fans to do is, I know it's hard and I don't have much patience left either, but I think we have to be realistic and we have to at least see how the season pans out, simply because obviously after the transfer window is closed, Levy was let go, and the whole, there's been a whole new management at the very top set up. And we're about to enter, obviously, after Christmas, we're going to be in a new transfer window. So let's see what the club does. I mean, are they going to back him? Are they going to try to go after some proven, even if it does cost us an extra few more million, or, even if a 50 million player ends up costing us 60, 70 million, fair enough, because we definitely need to bolster this squad. This squad does need still 1 or 2 players to give it some life, to give it some, to breathe some injection. Obviously, let's get some of our, Kulusevski, Solanke, let's get some of those players back, and just let's see what we do for the rest of the season and how we are in the summer. Because I don't think it's not just Thomas Frank, in my opinion. For me, as far as I'm concerned as a fan, it's not just Thomas Frank that I'm looking at. I'm actually looking at the club's hierarchy as well, because we have a completely new board there and people there who are, pulling the strings behind the scenes. And let's see what they come up with. Let's see what they do. Is it going to be the same? Is it going to be the same old, excuse my language, is it going to be the same old crap that we've witnessed for many, many years? Or are we actually going to see, are they really serious about how they want to take the club forward? Now, I would say, especially let's say the sacking of Levy, to me was a positive, because that said to me, okay, even the owners, and I know people are talking about Joe Lewis, etc. I know for a fact that Joe Lewis is not involved anymore. He's completely walked away from the club. So it really is his kids. So maybe even his kids were frustrated under the, with the lack of, I mean, we're told that the people in charge now, his children, have been, long-time supporters of Spurs. And they've also, there's some of the interviews and stuff that they've been frustrated with the lack of success. And it sounds like they also want to bring that glory to Spurs back again. So that means we got to give them time. We've got to see if they are going to do things differently to Joe Lewis, to Daniel Levy. And, are we going to go out there and actually, are we going to be the club that is going to go out there and spend 100, 200, maybe 300 million that is necessary to really get that team, because I think we do have some really, really promising youngsters there. And, I think Paulinia, we've said at the start of the season, he started the season really well. Kudus as well. I mean, those players, we were, just a month ago or 2 months ago, we were praising these players, saying, these are the players that we finally needed. And we want more players like that to come in, to bolster, to lead the young ones, the promising young players that we do have in the squad. So I think that's what we need to do. I think starting from this Christmas window is going to be a really good opportunity for the board to really show what their intentions are. Now, I know it's not easy getting good players at Christmas, but at least one, maybe two marquee, like, you know, top signings should get everybody galvanized again, should get everybody, you know, hopefully excited for the second part of the season. If we have a strong finish, I mean, in Ange's first season, we had a really good first 10 games, or let's say the first half of the season, then the second half was rubbish. Well, maybe we're having a bit of a mixed first half of the season, and who knows, we could go on to have a really, really strong finish in the second half of the season. And then, you know, we'll forget these days and say, well, there you go. You know, it was obviously the start of this complete change around the whole club, not just the coach, but also the management. The whole hierarchy has had a change. So maybe they just needed those few months to everything to settle down, and then look where we are now at the end of the season. I mean, you know, I want to stay positive. I want to think positively, and I really hope that's the case.
Let's hope that is the case. I know you've always got so much to say, and I love people like you coming on, just saying exactly what you want to say and getting it off your chest. But let's hope that we can have a different type of ambition at the football club, and you know, time will tell on the transfer window front. But yeah, let's hope that it can be different. Thank you so much for coming on again, particularly after. Go on.
Just one last thing. I've heard some of the people saying, well, our top players going to come to us? Are they really going to fancy Spurs? Of course they will. If you pay them the wages that they want, they will come, because at the end of the day, okay, we might be struggling right now, but when you look at that stadium, when you look at those training facilities, what player wouldn't want to come to a club like Tottenham? Because we are a big club. Look, you just literally last season won a trophy, the Europa League trophy. So I think, you know, sometimes people are a bit unfair about the attractiveness of our club. I think we are a top club. We just need to show that, you know, as I said, the board, especially now, have a really good opportunity to show that they are serious about taking this club forward, because everything is there in place. The stadium, all the financial deals. I mean, you know, we're one of the top earning clubs in global football, not just in the Premier League, but in global football. We have, you know, world class, you know, everyone's, you know, talking about it. We have fantastic training facilities. So there's no reason, with the right investment, with the right attitude, this club can go on to be, you know, a top club for the next 10, 20, 30 years. It's definitely possible. And yes, I don't see why we couldn't attract. But obviously, we got to pay the wages. That's one of the areas where we've really, you know, where that's why we don't compete, because we don't pay the wages that some of these top players, you know, require, basically. And teams like Manchester Cities and Arsenals of this world do. But yeah, I think we can get the top players if we want. If we're in there and if we're serious, I think we can get those players. I think Tottenham would still be an attractive team for any top player to come and play, you know?
Yeah, well said, Archie. And it's funny, actually, because a couple of months ago when I was at the fans forum, Vinay Venkateshwar was actually asked a question by a fan. And he said, you know, will the wage structure change? And Vinay didn't really answer the question, but I get that. The fact why he wouldn't answer that, because you know, the players wanting to come to Tottenham, or the team, you know, wanting certain players coming to the club, you know, they will then up their price. So it's a very, very difficult situation to talk about in public, about how much money you've got to spend and what your intentions are, and you know, what wage structure you will pay. So it's very difficult, but let's hope that does change in you know, in the back room. So, Archie, thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me. And again, thank you so much, Chris. Again, for this platform. It's a fantastic platform that you've created here, mate. It's really nice. I mean, obviously, I'm in Istanbul, been in Istanbul for 4 or 5 years, and it's really nice to be able to just come on, talk in English, and speak to English fans, you know, Spurs fans from all across the world, not just the UK. So, thank you so much for all your hard work. You going to all the games, all the traveling that you do, all the effort that you put into it. So no, thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate this channel. Thanks.
Thank you. Always welcome, and Merry Christmas. We'll speak to you soon.
Oh yeah, Merry Christmas to you and everybody else who's watching.
Cheers, right, we're now going to go to the US and speak to Jim. Jim, welcome to the channel again. Haven't spoke to you in a while. How are you feeling about Tottenham right now?
Oh, I have mixed feelings. And by the way, please forgive me. It's morning here. I haven't put my teeth in yet, so I'm going to be talking a lot with my mouth mostly closed, so please forgive me. But I got mixed feelings because on one hand, I do see some shining bits of good performance here and there. And let's talk about yesterday's game, because the first half, we played outstanding defense. We played great defense. We didn't do anything going forward, but that first half yesterday, we played great defense. And that last 10 or 15 minutes of the game, all of a sudden, we're back to front foot football. And I don't know if I was in the chat briefly yesterday and I sent you a little comment saying, our team is really well set up to play Ange ball. Why don't we do more Ange ball like stuff? Why don't we play that high intensity, high pressing game? Because when we do, it actually seems to work. And so I see little bits here and there where things are looking good. Let me bring up Richerison. You know me, I'm your number one Richerison fan here. He's tied for 5th in the league with 7 goals. That's the same number Antoine Semenyo has. Richie isn't the problem. Kudos is, I think, 3rd in the league in assists. Kudos isn't the problem. I don't even think that Romero is the problem. For the most part this season, he's played well. And even yesterday, he made a half a dozen really good defensive plays, and then he lost his head. But then again, that first yellow card he got for protesting that shit-ass call, I mean, I would have protested too. I don't blame him for that. I blame the ref for A, blowing the call, and B, for being short-fused on Romero's protest. And if that call goes the other way, I think there's a good chance we might have won the game. We played well in spurts, but we didn't do everything we needed to do to win the game. And that's something I hope we have a chance to work on. Let me pose a question to you, Chris. And this is going to be kind of an ugly question. Why would any coach want to come to Spurs? Why? Why would Areola want to come to Spurs? Why would Glasner want to come to Spurs? I mean, you will have the fans turn on you at the first blip of bad results. You will be under constant pressure from day one, unless you come in and have like a first 10 games like Ange had. You're going to be in a world of shit, and you're going to get criticized. And if you're lucky, you might get 2 years in the job, maybe. And if it doesn't work out and you get fired, it's going to damage your reputation, but it's going to be hard for you to find your next job. So why would any coach want to come to Spurs right now?
Well, those two coaches that you've mentioned, and with respect to Bournemouth and Crystal Palace, Spurs are a bigger club than both of those clubs. And all managers, including the likes of Thomas Frank, and Thomas Frank actually spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, about egos. You know, managers have big egos. You think players have big egos, managers do as well, probably even bigger egos than players. And they always believe that they can do something different. They always believe that they can go and win a trophy at a club where we haven't won a trophy in so long. Ange was exactly the same. Ange delivered. And do you know what? I know Ange gets so much criticism and gets so much slagging off from the fan base. But I tell you what, he done exactly what he said he would do. He would come to this football club, he would deliver a trophy, and his side would always give absolutely everything. And I love that about him. And I love that little bit of arrogance from a manager sometimes of saying, I'm going to come here and I'm going to win a trophy and I'm going to end this trophy drought. Ange did that. And that's why I don't ever get the whole criticism of Ange. Yeah, we lost 22 league games last season. It was terrible to watch, and it wasn't great going to all of those matches, and particularly the way that we lost in so many of those games. And when you think about the overall picture, I didn't want Ange to be sacked at the time, but the more I think about it, it was probably the right decision. Thomas Frank coming in, you know, I thought he'd bring calmness to Spurs. That was the case, but I think we're now, you know, it's not calm, is it? It's so defensive, and I think that we need to, you know, go somewhere in the middle. And when I say about signs, and I've spoke about that in the last 4 hours on this show. You need to be seeing signs week in, week out, and game by game. I did see signs yesterday against Liverpool to think, wow, okay, we could actually play like this. We can play attacking football. We can create chances. But weirdly, in a really weird way, we were a better team with 10 players than 11, and then better, like some of the guests have already said, we were a better team with 9 players than 10 or 11. But that was probably because of the situation we were in. One of the other guests said exactly that. I think it was Tim that pointed that out. I completely agree. But Spurs should be an attractive club, for players and for managers. And I think it's more the fan base that come up with this narrative rather than the actual situation. Because when a job proposal is there for a potential manager or a player to come in, they will look and they will think that, I could be a top coach, I could be a top player at this football club. And let's be honest about it, Jim. Although most of the guests have come on today and been really negative, and we feel really down and sad and about Spurs. A few wins, put together, and a player to be signed early in the January transfer window could suddenly get all of us believing again. Could suddenly get all of our spirits lifted again. So, I know we live in hope. And that's all we can do. But, a few good decisions to be made in the next couple of weeks and a few positive results in the next couple of weeks could turn our mood around.
It sure could indeed. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I agree that Spurs are a big club. And for players, especially players who want to play at the top level, Spurs is an attractive club. But for managers, even though they have egos and even though they want to do a big club, the top ones, the Glasners or Ariolas, they got a choice between Spurs and, say, like a Real Madrid or a Man City or even a Man United for that matter, and Spurs is the other choice. I don't see people want us to go after coaches like Ariola or Glasner, and I'm seeing like, okay, let's give them a reason that they would want to come here. Let's take a manager, a head coach, and give them time and say, no, we're not going to have any more managerial revolving door. We're going to say, hey, let's stick with Thomas Frank. We'll stick with him at least until the end of the year, if not longer, and we'll see what happens. Now, I'm actually kind of optimistic about the January transfer window. I remember last year we got in, Kinski relatively quickly, but Danso and Tell, we took forever. They came in towards the end of the window. And this is where I still have a problem with Daniel Levy. If Daniel Levy could have just stayed out of recruitment and player negotiations, I think we'd been better off. We finally are going to have a window with no Daniel Levy micromanaging the negotiations for player acquisition. And therefore, I'm hoping that this first window where we can do it differently, we will do it differently. We'll go after players early in the window, not at the last minute. And I think that gives some reason for optimism. Now, if we see that, it's not the Daniel Levy micromanagement this time, it's sort of like, hey, we want this player, we're going after him. And I think that gives us at least some room for hope right now. Now, if the January window comes and goes and it's the same as it ever was, then that pops the balloon of hope to some extent, but I'm hopeful. Even though we played bad at times this year.
Jim, last question for you. Do you think some of the criticism aimed at Thomas Frank, particularly because he has come out and said a number of times himself, you've got to remember we finished 17th last season. I don't think that's a good thing to say, by the way, from a manager. Talking about previous managers or league positions, I always think that a manager should come in and think about the future and not go on about the past. But do you think the criticism aimed at him by a number of people in the Spurs fan base, do you think that has been fair? And also, do you think that the club themselves will be patient with Thomas Frank? Because let's say we get a poor result and a poor performance against Crystal Palace. It's a poor performance and result against Brentford. Where will Thomas Frank be within the Tottenham hierarchy? Will they still be patient with him?
I don't know the Spurs hierarchy well enough right now. I would hope that they would be, but I don't know. I think some of the criticisms of Frank have a lot of merit. I think that he may have swung the other way in being too flexible, too defensive, not enough clear brand or style of play. But I like the fact that he works with his assistant coaches more closely than Ange ever seemed to. Now, I don't know that Ange never did. It's just that you don't see it. But if you look at Pep, he's often talking with his assistant coaches. If you look at Arteta, he's always talking with his assistant coaches. Unai Emery is always talking with his assistant coaches. So that is a good thing. I like that. And I like the fact that he is willing to make changes where Ange can be a little stubborn at times. That's one thing that I don't see with Thomas Frank. And I wish he would sort of get more on that front foot. That high intensity, high pressing seems to work when we do it. And I'm hoping that Thomas Frank can see that too. We can see a little bit more of it, because the games we've won this year, the ones that, we keep winning the ball back high up the field, are, the things I want to see more of. And I'm hoping Thomas Frank can see that too. And I hope we can see it in every game. And I think that we can get a result against Brentford, and we might even get a result against Palace, depending on which team shows up. Is that the team that, has done well in Champions League, that has, beat Man City, the team that, its front foot does things right, is fun to watch? I'm thinking it's possible. I'm not going to hold my breath waiting on it, but I think it's possible. I don't want to completely abandon hope yet, because I think it's a bit premature to do so.
Jim, give me a score prediction for the Crystal Palace Spurs game on the 28th of December.
Oh, God, I'm really bad at this, because every time I think I know exactly what's going to happen on the pitch in a game, I'm crossed up. So if my best guess would be something like 2-1 Spurs or 2-2 draw. Something like that is my best guess, but don't take gambling advice from me, because I'm bad at predicting matches. So,
Jim, have a great Christmas. Great to talk to you again. Enjoyed our chats during 2025. Thank you so much for your support on this channel, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, thanks a lot, Chris, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to go to our next guest, and it's our good friend Gary Ward from Project Spurs. Gary, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, mate. How are you?
I'm all right. Gary, you were inside the stadium yesterday, weren't you?
I was, yeah. Unfortunately, so.
You say that
for 75 minutes. For 75 minutes, that last 15 minutes, I think I stood for 15 minutes straight, just screaming at the top of my voice like a 12-year-old boy again. It was quite, in an odd way, it was quite nice, because I just felt like we were really showing something. We were going for it, and it just didn't happen. Petulant again from our captain, and just frustration, Chris. Like, listening, I've obviously been on here about an hour now, and just listening to the frustrations from fans like us, and just a difficult game overall, because I think it was 12 against 11, and it was, and it's not me being cynical or being looking for an excuse. Those referee decisions yesterday were absolutely awful. Some of them are just mind-bogglingly bad, and at one point I thought, there is no point me staying here, because we are not going to win this game with these decisions against us. But it was a tough loss. It was a tough one today. It's another tough home defeat. We started well. I thought we started quite brightly, but the red card completely changed the game. And it's not a red card. Slowing things down makes things look worse. In real time, you can see that that's not a red card. I just felt like the referee had an awful game. It was just so one-sided. But we defended well with the 10 men in that first half, and we have to give credit for that. Second half, it was, I must admit, after about 75 minutes, I thought, I've never walked out during a game before, ever. And I thought to myself, you know what, I might go. And then I decided, no, I shouldn't. And that's not the right thing to do. And there was people around me leaving. And it was a complete domination at one point. We just couldn't get out. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. We just thought, fuck this. We're going to be like Ange again and just attack. And, we started to build some momentum. And I thought the crowd were unbelievable yesterday. There were so many around us that were just so loud and really behind it. And then again, ill discipline strikes, and the man that is meant to be leading us, it's a lack of leadership on that pitch again. When times get tough, he needs to be putting the team on his back, and sometimes he was finding himself up front. And I thought, fair play to you, you're going for this, because look, he was a mistake for the first goal. Second goal, again, I don't think that's a goal. I think VAR should have intervened there. That's clearly a push, but again, that's Romero. And then ill discipline, kicking out, just not needed. It's a complete liability. And then you think at the end, like 97, 99 minutes, I've sat there, I've frozen, we've lost. Merry bloody Christmas, I thought.
Gary, when you talk about like the last 15 minutes, that attacking play, that intent from Spurs, that the difference to the rest of the 75 minutes. I know we could talk about the referee all day, and I completely agree. It weren't just about the red cards; it was about a lot of the other tackles or incidents on the pitch as well. I completely agree with you on that. But when you see like that last 15 minutes and the way that Spurs can play, does it kind of give you enough hope under Thomas Frank moving forward that we can play like this? And earlier you probably heard that I spoke about the positive week that we'd had. The 2-2 draw away at Newcastle, although it wasn't a great performance from us, but we got the draw at a very difficult place to go. And we know that it's a difficult place to go. And then followed by 2 wins against Brentford and Slavia Prague. At that point, did you think we'd turned a corner? And did you think that was going to continue? Because that was a really, really disappointing display at Forest. And I don't want to keep going on about it, but did you think that was a turning point? And do you see enough positive signs in some of these recent games to think actually it can work under Thomas Frank? And a lot of people criticise him. He's probably quite harsh.
I'm really torn. I'm really, really torn, because part of me says yes and part of me says no. Part of me, I see some glimpses, and then I see we go a complete 180 and it's dreadful. I looked at that first half and I thought, we played well. We were on the front foot. We looked like we could do something. I thought, you know what? I'm excited about this game. I think that red card changed it. And the way we defended, I thought, actually, fair play. There's a real togetherness here. And I knew it was going to be very difficult at 10 men. But we just couldn't get out. And that's normal against, when you're down to 10 players. But then we just showed this, like, this life just came about us, and I don't know where it came from or what it's like. I think it was the fans. We at 2-0 down, rather than booing, we all started singing, and I think that gave the players like another second gear, or not, go to 6th gear. Go, we can do this, and some belief.
I agree. Yeah,
and I really, really, really want this to work for Thomas Frank so badly. I thought, genuinely felt top 8 was realistic target for him. It's his first season. It's given the squad we've got, the recruitment issues we've had, the players that have came in, one in Colin Maloney, I think is a great signing that can become something. He's struggling a little bit. Javi Simmons was struggling. At the minute we sit 4 points off of that mark, that top 8. We're 4 points off of that, which I think is a realistic target. Obviously, you've got the FA Cup, the Champions League to come. But the biggest issue for me, again, is I just feel like he's been left short by the ownership. And it was all well and good coming out and saying we need to compete on all fronts and and we've sacked a manager that's, like you just rightly said a minute ago, won something, put his balls on the line and said, I'm going to do something, and then went and fucking did it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not the biggest Ange Postecoglou fan. I felt it was time for him to leave. However, half of me thinks to myself, am I wrong in my beliefs? Because then again, he's not had the backing that he should have, and he went and done something. And I think Thomas Frank's come in, as I've said quite a lot of times, come in with already one arm tied behind his back. It's a sort of a fractured fan base that didn't want to change, but some did. He's coming from a lesser club, you know, not being disrespectful, to a team that's now competing every 3 days. He's lost his captain. He's not replaced these things, and already there's issues there. But he just doesn't help himself. He doesn't help himself in them flipping press conferences that are absolutely embarrassing at the moment. And he's not helping himself on the pitch, and he's not being positive. So it's half of me saying yes, and there's half of me saying, I don't know if I can deal with this. It's really like, it's so frustrating.
Gary, as a match-going fan yourself, and you hear Thomas Frank talking about the fans, and he spoke out about the fans criticising him, and then he said there's the loyal set of fans that see the bigger perspective. Now, I don't think you're alone, certainly, and I completely agree with you. I don't think that there's not one of us that haven't thought, is it my feelings and thoughts? Am I wrong about Tottenham? Because I think a lot has gone through all of our heads this season under Thomas Frank so far. Because 1 minute you think, oh, okay, it's good, then it's not so good, and then you have a positive week, and then you have that result at Forest and the performance against Forest, one shot on target again. You have a game like yesterday, which was pretty mad, but you have that positive 15 minutes in the match. So you kind of up, down, you're thinking, is it going to work? Isn't it going to work? You get a lot of people saying, are you Frank in or are you Frank out? I hate those terms, by the way. You know that. I've said it to you before. We all want it to work. We all want it to work. But when he talks about the fans, how does it make you feel about, because when you're thinking about, is it going to work? Isn't it going to work? And he's talking about, well, the loyal fans see the bigger perspective. What category are you in?
Look, I firmly believe that it's becoming unsustainable to go and support that football club for an everyday person. I don't make a lot of money in my day job. I'm not wealthy. This is my outlet. I don't drink. I don't do anything recreational, etc. This is my outlet after a hard week. It can become unsustainable to follow. It costs a lot of money, and it's very frustrating when you hear the manager essentially criticize you. My only response, and my response to when he initially said it, is this: I was here, and I've been here for 35 years. I'm 40 years old. I started supporting the club when I was 5. I've been here for 35 years. Been here longer than him, and I'll be here longer than after him as well. I'll be longer than all of those players put together after as well. My opinion matters because it does, because we follow this club up and down. I don't have the pleasure yet of going to an away game. I've never been to a Tottenham away game. I'd absolutely love to. Haven't had that opportunity yet, but I go to every home game. My opinion matters just as much as all of the people you've had on here for the last 4 hours, 26 minutes and 55 seconds, because there's a counter on here for anyone that's not aware of that, which is massively well done to you, by the way, for doing this. But you can't criticise them. It's the same when Ange wanted to do it. I said the same thing. You don't want to go down that route because it just won't work for you. And fair play yesterday in that stadium, that was rocking. And if any player or manager or coach that's sitting there watching that or is part of that thinks, bloody hell, I should be criticising these lot, needs to have their head wobbled a little bit, to be fair.
Gary, it would be a weird one, won't it? If, we're still in that situation where we don't know whether Matt Wells, the coach, is leaving the football club to go to the MLS. And also reports came out yesterday from various Italian journalists, including Fabrizio Romano, that Fabio Paratici has been offered a 5-year contract to become the Fiorentina director of football. Would that surprise you if he left? Because he's only just been reappointed at the football club as co-sporting director. Is this going to be the case where he leaves, just after a couple of months of being appointed in this role? Because some people questioned it at the time. Can you have 2 sporting directors? They spoke about it. Vinoy even spoke about it at the fans forum, saying that we see it as a really good idea that we have 2 sporting directors. Can you see this coming to an end this quick?
I mean, if it does, it does. It's frustrating. Look, Fiorentina are rock bottom of Serie A. They've got 6 points this season. They're nearly as bad as what Wolves are doing. They're probably heading to Serie B, which is obviously the championship and equivalent to the English league. If he wants to go there, then like it's frustrating. My biggest issue is this club stood by him for 30 months while he was suspended. We gave him, he was still with us under a consultancy role. We still gave him opportunities. We immediately pretty much brought him back when he was available. If this is how he acts and wants to show loyalty to people that are loyal to him, then that kind of speaks for the person. In terms of double sporting director, I think it's a good idea. I think the role is very vast. It's frustrating. But again, is there underlying issues that we're perhaps not aware of that's going on at the club? Is he not being backed and not, in terms of the players that he wants to bring in, are the ownership and Vinay saying, no, we're not spending that type of money, and he's going, well, okay, I'm going to go. That's probably, I think, what is happening, which again shows frustration for us. Has he gone out and spent time trying to get Semenyo, and then Semenyo says, no, I want to go to Liverpool, which is what has been reported today. Then potentially, if we're not signing the players that he wants, you're going to get frustrated in that role. I'm just disappointed that loyalty isn't shown back, and especially he was suspended from football matters, and we stood by him as a club. So it'd be disappointing to see that. Absolutely. The recruitment needs to improve. That has to be in January. If we haven't got a plan now on the 21st of December, there's a serious issue. 2026 needs to be a re-emergence of Tottenham on and off the field. We're making off the field decisions and bringing in directors and well-established people. It needs to re-emerge and reconnect the fan base. I think we need to reunite that. There's so many in that stadium that don't want Thomas Frank there, that want Poch, that want Ange, that want all these things. We need to reunite. We need to get behind it all together. The squad needs to improve. The depth. Vinay and Vivian and Charles, the Lewis family and the people in charge, it's all over to you now, because you've got the fan base there, you've got the facilities. You don't need to invest money anywhere other than in that squad and get us to where we need, because we will back it all the way. And we just need to see progressiveness, and that's what you've said a lot on your channels. If as long as we see progressiveness, game in game. I'm not expecting us to win every game, and nor are you. And we both are pretty much similar in terms of our thinking. If I can get 15 minutes of that most games, but we win more than we lose, I'm a happy Tottenham fan spending £100 a week, nearly every week, to go and watch my team play. I don't have a season ticket. I pay whatever I have to pay to go there. I have a limit, obviously, but I want to see progressiveness and not 4 wins in 2025. It's just not acceptable. But it's over to the ownership now.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Gary, last question for you. If you could choose one position, you spoke about back in there with the Lewis family and the board. If you could choose one position, if there was one player to come in, I'm not asking you for a player's name. I'm just asking you for the position where you feel that we really, really do need to strengthen for Thomas Frank in the January transfer window and bring this player in early in the window. What position do you want to see filled?
Left wing. It needs to be someone similar to Mohamed Kudus, that type of level, that type of good on the ball, decisiveness, forward thinker, like a Silvinho or a Semenyo, that type of class of player. We desperately need that, because at the moment we're so predictable in the way we play. We don't have a way of football, but the way we do play is very predictable. We get it down. We look for Mohamed Kudus. And it's once he gets double up on, it's very difficult. So that left wing for me is massively needed. And it's very odd, because I probably would have said striker, but we can't look past the fact that Richerison is scoring goals, and he's looking like he's going to score goals. He was on that sideline for about 30 minutes warming up. I've never seen a player. He was right in front of me. He did nothing but warm up. He was ready from about 45 minutes in, he was ready to get on that pitch. As soon as he got on there, he was a nuisance, and
itching to come on.
If I can, he's itching to get on that pitch and change something. And I criticise him all the time that he's putting that ball in the back of the net at the moment. And if I can only have one player, if he's still scoring those goals, we need someone to supply him with it, because he's getting them and he's been a nuisance. That left-hand side for me is a huge error, is a huge problem, because we're not playing the 45 million pound player we bought in the summer that were Matisse Tell. So what was the point of us bringing that in? So left-hand side for me.
We had Tom Barkley from The Sun on the other day, and he said that Antoine Semenyo is reluctant on joining Spurs. Full stop, let alone in the January transfer window. And we've seen that many reports, £65 million, and Manchester United, Manchester City, Liverpool, they're all interested. The Manchester clubs have both had phone calls with Semenyo, representatives, etc. So it doesn't look like he's going to be joining Spurs in the January window or in future windows.
No.
Savinho is another one. Spurs wanted to sign in the summer. That deal wasn't done, obviously, and it looks unlikely that would be a deal that Spurs would get done in January with Manchester City. So those two players that you mentioned, take them out of the equation. Who is a good left winger, a realistic player that Spurs could bring in? Any names?
I mean, it does depend where Semenyo goes. If he goes to Manchester City, I don't think Savinho would be too pleased, and I think he might become available. I've got this funny, weird feeling because they're stacked in those weird. I know. That's the Tottenham in me, right? The hope. It's the hope that kills you.
I love that about you, Gary. You've always got that hope that you bring on here.
Yeah, I've got some hope. It's difficult. I really love the Italian league, Serie A. I would go for Adamona Lookman. I think that he brings something we don't have. He's very similar type to Kudus, and I think if we could replicate what we got on the right hand side but on the left, I don't think he's going to cost us a huge amount of money either. And he is a massively different player to what we saw in the Premier League. He's obviously the African Player of the Year. He's won the Europa League. He's tore Real Madrid to pieces in the Champions League, and he's a very, very good player. I like him a lot. I just feel like if Semenyo goes to Man City, there might be someone from Man City, and I just don't know why I keep thinking Savinho. I know there's stuff about Marmoush, but I'm not too sure if they would let him go so soon. But yeah, off the top of my head, the person you said I weren't allowed to pick, I'm re-picking, and Lookman as potential. But we just need to do something quick, and it needs to be done immediately.
Yeah, early transfers in this window, yes, would be nice. Gary, thank you so much for your input today, and thanks so much for all of your input during the year. Of course, you've started a brand new YouTube channel, Project Spurs. Tell everyone about that and how what they can expect from it.
Yeah, so I was traditionally a live events promoter, and decided I wanted to stop doing that this year, and I need some creative outlet in my mind. I can't just play Football Manager 23 hours a day. I have to sleep as well. So there needs to be some creative outlet. I started coming onto some podcasts, and I love doing them. They're great. And I thought, I'm just going to do mine as well and just give further opinions. And it's very similar to sort of what you're doing, Chris. Really, I just want to give people an opportunity to speak, because Harry gave me an opportunity to come on. You've given me, and Ricky and others as well, and Adrian at Diehards, and just give people opportunity to talk about Tottenham. For me, I'm very much the same. I might not agree with your opinion. I won't say that to you to embarrass you, but if it's your opinion, it's your opinion. You're more than entitled to it. I just want to speak positively as much as I can about Tottenham, and that's what I'm trying to do. It can get difficult, as you know. So yeah, we're on Project Spurs. Try to cover as much Tottenham news as I can, and things that I find, and I share them across my Twitter as well. So yeah, if you're interested in any of those, Twitter and Facebook, my Facebook page seems to be going crazy at the moment. So very, very grateful for you bringing me on and letting me co-host one of these shows and coming on to lots of the podcasts. So I do appreciate it, and well done for everything you've done this year. And I really hope that 2026 is the re-emergence of Tottenham, and we can have 4 hours, 38 minutes and 15 seconds of just positivity about Tottenham.
Wouldn't that be lovely? Well, always welcome, Gary. Happy Christmas to you and the family,
And you,
and
man.
we'll bring you on again very soon.
Yeah, take care, buddy.
Cheers. Right, we're now going to go back to Canada to speak to Colin. Colin, how are you?
Hey, Chris, how are you? Great to see you again.
And you, how are you feeling right now as a Tottenham fan?
I don't know. It's a confusing time to be a Tottenham fan. I mean, yesterday, to start with yesterday's game, I mean, that as opposed to a couple of games in the first of the season, that is the most enjoyable game I've seen from Tottenham in a while. I thought, actually, I left a comment on one of your posts on YouTube, and I feel kind of, not that I feel bad about it because there's a lot worse put on the internet, but I thought the fans were booing the team off at the end of the first half, and you were there. Was that the case? Were they booing the team? No, they were booing the referee.
Both boos at half time and at full time were only at the referee. And in actual fact, it was really nice because we've seen and heard so much booing this season under Thomas Frank at home games, and also the Nottingham Forest away game, which is sad to hear and see it. But yeah, they actually applauded the team off a half time against Brentford, a full time against Brentford, and yeah, the crowd yesterday against Liverpool were absolutely superb, and they even I don't think you were in the green room at the time, but I said that they actually applauded both Xavi Simons and Romero off at separate times when both of them got sent off. They applauded the team. So no, they were very, very much behind the team yesterday. All of the boos were aimed at the match officials. Let's make that very clear.
Yes, which I don't. I don't really enjoy the sort of bashing the referees, but that yesterday to me was exceptionally poor. I was really surprised, and I think there's a certain degree of respect that you have to give players. That the push in the back from on Romero in that second goal. I mean, there's two hands extended. If that's not, that has to be called back. And then he sort of makes up the call in the middle of the pitch against Conte about 5 minutes later, where he gives Conte a yellow card for doing sort of the same thing that was done in the 6-yard box. I was just really disappointed with that. But the beautiful thing I mean, that was a really enjoyable performance. That's why I asked you about were they booing the team off, because I thought in the first half we lost Simons early, and then I just thought we played really, really well. And then in the second half, I just was very, very impressed. I think that Liverpool doesn't look like Liverpool in the sense that they seem tentative as well, and they seem very defensive. But I was excited to watch the game, and I was really. I think that we all feel that if we've got a team that's out there and is pushing and performing, and I think with Thomas Frank, and I think he said as much, that he wants to establish a defensive presence first, and then I don't know if he said move to offense or whatever. And I think that I don't know if that's actually going to work for him, but I think that we see players in the dangerous part of the field offensively not being as assertive and aggressive as they have been last year. I mean, look at Brennan Johnson has become sort of an absolute non-factor. And whether you love him or not, he scored goals for Spurs in the past, and he's a non-entity now. So, and I think the points that people made about left wing and that Kudus is focused on and being shut down is very, very true. So I think it's a work in progress. That I think the show would be very different if we tied yesterday. If we had have scored that second Richarlison chance, if he had got to finish that, this is a very different atmosphere. But I think that there's a lot of positives. You had a guest on from the States a couple of guests ago, and he was saying that sort of the same thing I'm saying, that he sees a lot of positives, and I do. But here's the thing I'm really curious about, and I know you're there all the time. There just seems to be a disconnect between certain players and Frank after the game, and I always find myself anticipating watching that walk out onto the pitch afterwards and how they're going to respond to Frank. And they seem to be quite dismissive of him. And to me, it points to a cultural thing that I don't really get whether, I mean, quite frankly, they don't seem to like him. There doesn't seem to be that connect. And even yesterday, it's Van de Ven I've noticed a couple times, and I can't remember who the other player was, but it's quite a dismissive handshake, or maybe I'm reading it wrong. I don't know what your take is on being there, on that aspect of, because I think that's a really important aspect to coaching, is that connection that you have to have with players. You don't have to coddle them, but at the same time, there has to be that respect. And I don't see him getting that, and maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I agree to a point, Colin, but I do think that us fans, and particularly the media, can be overcritical at times and read too much into certain situations. However,
yes,
the last couple of games, the last couple of home defeats, I have noticed that Mickey van der Ven has been standing alone, looking extremely disappointed. And as a player, I think the players, you know, it's very natural to feel very disappointed, particularly after a poor performance and a poor result,
Sure.
where everyone in the stadium is disappointed as well, and the players certainly feel that. And then when you've got a manager coming straight onto the pitch at the full-time whistle, you know, going around wanting to high five and shake hands with people, I'm not so sure if I was a player how I would feel about that of a manager coming on, because I spoke about this earlier, that Thomas Frank, on a number of occasions when we haven't played particularly well, he comes on he comes in the press conferences and says how well we've played, and some fans, most fans, you could probably say, don't agree with those statements. So he comes on having seen a lot of positives, and then if the players feel disappointed, I suppose there is that little bit of, you know, weirdness of, you know, one's happy, one's not so happy. So what sort of reaction are you going to get? I don't know whether I think it's a good thing where, you know, it seems to be in the modern day now, you know, you speak to older players, you know, legends of the club, you know, players used to finish the game, they used to shake hands, they used to go. And now there's this whole gathering, you know, minutes, you know, and it does last for quite some time, a good 4 or 5 minutes. I know that from the video that I do of, you know, from the final whistle to all of the players down the tunnel, it could be like 4.5, 5 minutes. You know, should that happen? Should the players just go straight down the tunnel? Should we have all of that analysing? Because, you know, people like me and you will be looking, well, why didn't he shake hands with him? Why didn't he do that? Why is he not smiling? So we can be very over analyse these things. But yeah, that's why I shoot that video actually after the game, because if people like people watching, I tell you what, that is absolutely ideal, because you see body language. You see body language in a positive way, a negative way. You see people happy. You see people disappointed. You see a lot from what happens at the end of the game.
And I think I think watching press conferences, which earlier on everybody said nobody does anymore, and I get that. But watching him, he seems to be he seems to really have kind of taken a punch in the mouth in terms of confidence. I think he's really struggling with the size of the club, and I think he seems really he's trying to put a brave face on it. I think he's a talented guy. I think sacking him right now would be, I get it. I know it's a results-driven world, but I don't think sacking him right now is a good idea. But you lose you lose 4 or 5 or whatever in the next, you know, going into 2026, and I don't know, all bets are off. But he just seems to be rattled, and I think that is probably once that starts to collapse for a person, I think that it becomes something that permeates all aspects of decision making that he might be doing, that his core confidence has been somewhat shaken. And that's the impression I get sometimes when I watch him speak, that he's trying to put a brave face on things that in actuality, if he's talking to somebody privately, he's not going to be portraying it in the same way. So, and I think that my impression watching him is that has leaked into a lot of the things he does. But I think he's kind of a defensive-minded coach in many ways anyway. You see, he's almost calling off the dog sometimes when the ball is up for grabs in the red zone of the team. So I think that's kind of who he is, and I think that that's what we're adjusting to, is that we came from somebody who was always front foot to the point of absurdity. Sometimes it seemed. So I think that as a fan base that we're struggling with that a little bit.
Colin, last question for you. Do you
Yeah.
think that it helps Thomas Frank in the fact that Spurs finished 17th last season, because he always got that answer of saying, well, we finished 17th last season, so if we're in 16th, 15th, 14th, whatever, is a positive from last year? Because I think that's frustrated some people. It's frustrated me a little bit, I must say. Keep going on about where we finished last year, because a club like Spurs, we should always be in those European spots. We should always be higher.
Well, there's a couple of things when you say that, because I was just making a list. So I came on to Spurs, being a Spurs fan in the Pochettino era. And I sometimes think, based on my experience with following the club and the ideas that long-term fans have about the club's position in the pantheon of great European football clubs, with all due respect, from my perspective, and that's 7 managers since Poch, somewhere around there, if you count the Ryan Mason times 2. No, actually more, because then we had the interim guy when Conte stormed Breton never returned. So I don't mean this disrespectfully, but to see Tottenham as one of the premier great teams in European football, I'm scared to say this because somebody might find me and do harm to me, but it's not really, from my perspective, it's not really the case in terms of results. Having said that, I now forget what you asked me, but I was so scared to say that. But I think that, can you just remind me real quick what the actual question was? I thought I was going to get to it and I got lost.
Well, do you think that he sees it as a in a weird way? If Spurs finish 16th, then it's progression.
Oh, yes.
Because he keeps going on about we finished 17th last year.
That's what I wanted to say too, and I'm not just blowing smoke. What a great show you have, and how much I've enjoyed listening to your comments and the guest comments. Is that that's irrelevant. That's if that's what you're building your platform on, is that we're 13th now, which is better than 17th. I mean, that's terrible, and that I agree with you. You said it earlier. That should never be mentioned. So we're 4 places up in the table. We've moved from the low, 17th to 13th. Nobody cares, and to bring that up, I think is, I mean, come on. I said that I said that I don't see Tottenham as being that premier club based on my experience. I don't have the 30 years plus experience a lot of you guys have, but we're a better team than 13th, and the team that we have on the pitch is a better team than 13th. That's a better. If you switch that, say that. I was thinking this, say that Tottenham was Newcastle, right? You'd watch the club that we have and you'd say, oh man, lots of young talent, lots of ability defensively, lots of strength on I think sometimes we see the grass always being greener on the other side of the fence. I think it's a pretty good football club, and I think we're better than 13th. And really, maybe that's what he should be saying. Not that we're 17th. We were 17th last year. He should be saying we're better than where we are. And I think that we'd get behind that more than, like you say, this backward thinking of being 17th to 13th is, who cares?
Absolutely. And like I said about over-analysing things, I think all of us over-analyse every single comment, every single sentence that he says in press conferences. But this is why you're paid high, wages, because it is a high-profile job. It's a big, big job for him to go into. Colin, always a great pleasure talking to you. Have a great Christmas, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, Chris, thank you so much for a great channel. Really enjoyable, and have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay, we're now going to go to our good friend, Gary Maloney, who has been waiting very patiently. Gary, how are you?
Chrissy, my man, how are you? Could you see me backstage when I was putting all the signs up and stuff?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, man. I was just trying to get your attention. I've got to leave for work in literally 10 minutes. So I'm off to London, but I thought I'd jump on very quickly, mate. Try and lift the mood a little bit, eh?
Come on in. Give it to me.
Listen, I think yesterday's game, it reminded me a lot of the Chelsea game. You know, where we had the sendings off, we kind of pushed forward, we went for it. It's a funny thing with Tottenham because it seems the more sendings off we get and the more things go against us, we kind of rebel and we actually start playing. So, look, there's no point going over old ground. Second goal should have been disallowed. We know that. Xavi Simons, yeah, it's a red card, but we know Van Dijk done a similar thing. But listen, this all goes back to when we got that winning goal. You know, when they disallowed that goal when they shouldn't have, and we got the own goal in the last second, I said, we will pay for this for years to come. You know, they've got all the officials, the refs, VAR in their pockets, and we're never, ever going to get away from that. Unless we put out a team that convincingly beat Liverpool start to finish, we're always going to come up second best along with the ref and VAR because they're not going to let that go, mate, because they got robbed in that game. And I've seen comments yesterday and last night still saying, you know, we got our just desserts, this revenge. So I'm not surprised. But ultimately, Chris, I you know, at the moment, I'm avoiding the games. I'm working instead. I'm not watching them. I'm not going to them. I've got that luxury where I'm not a season ticket holder and it's not a big part of my life work-wise like you. So you have to suffer it home and away, and boy, have you suffered it. But I was actually pleasantly surprised. I mean, it was quite funny. I was driving back from the show. We were, I think, 2-0 down. Was we 2? Yeah, 2-0 down. I go in. I order some chicken. Half chicken, actually, is quite nice. Mango, lime, lovely chips. I got some extra, you know, the cheese things, they're nice as well. You got to have a bit of that of it. And coleslaw, because you have coleslaw chicken. And I come out, and it's 2-1, and I think, brilliant. But hang on a second, we've gone from 10 men to 9 men. And I'm thinking, this is only Tottenham in the course of 5 minutes of me ordering some chicken and coming out. The whole game has changed. But you know what? 9 men, and we still look like the better side. But, Chris, it's 15 minutes. It's 15, 20 minutes. And I think it's sometimes with Tottenham, when they know they're dead and buried, that's when they really try and come out and fight. But it's too little too late, mate, isn't it? You know, I mean, I'm not going to really have a go at Xavi Simons because on another day, that probably is an upscale to a red. But Romero is just, that's ridiculous. You know, I get it. I know you're annoyed and you're frustrated. It's Liverpool. It's the ref. It's VAR. It's very biased. There's a lot of cheating going. We get that. But you got to keep your head as the captain, Chris. You have to. And you know what? Honestly, hand on heart, I think if we'd had 10 men on that pitch, I think we would have got an equaliser. You know, I really think, because it's not that we were better than Liverpool, anything like that, but Liverpool have been rubbish this season as well, mate. They've not been good. I know we got done by Forest, but they went Anfield and spanked them 3-0, and it could have been more. So it's another opportunity wasted. And listen, big up to the fans, you and everyone clapping Xavi Simons and Romero and sticking behind the team and all that. But we've seen this before with the Chelsea game, Chris, and we're at a point now where we're almost clapping the team for having a go but still losing. And it's quite sad, if I'm honest, Chris, you know. We're in a really, really bad place at the moment, buddy, isn't it?
I've said that. I've used that exact word. It is sad in so many different ways. And I don't like seeing people leave our great stadium. You know, that stadium wasn't built for people to be leaving games at 70 minutes because they've had enough of what they've seen.
But you can understand why they are, right? You know, everyone's got their right to do that. If they've paid their money, you know, if they want to boo and they want to leave early.
And you know, Gary, I'd never, ever criticise any fan for how they support the club, whether they want to boo, not boo, leave seats, don't go to the games. You know, people got to do what they got to do and you know, the way that they feel. But how are you feeling right now under Thomas Frank? Because you mentioned there about us giving it a good go, you know, at the end of the game. You know, this is what we want to see as Spurs fans. And it's really interesting because I spoke to a lot of people yesterday and before the game, talking to this guy, and he said, do you know what? I wouldn't even mind if we lose today. He said, but I just want to see a good performance. I want to see us giving it a real go. And the amount of times in the last 24 hours or so that I've spoken to so many people and they've said, just want to see us giving it a go. Want to see us go for it. Want to see us playing attacking football, entertaining football. You know, how are you feeling? Have you seen enough signs under Thomas Frank?
No, not really. But I think it's really telling when you've got Tottenham fans now, you know, who are just saying stuff like, I want to see us have a go. That's where we are, Chris. I don't think, hand on heart, I don't think there was any Tottenham fans that thought we would win that game yesterday. Now, as it happens, we probably should have got a draw out of the game. And, you know, it's not about making excuses like Arsenal do with injuries, but the ref and VAR were bang out of order in that game yesterday, right? But we don't help ourselves, Chris. You know, the players don't help themselves. And I think someone mentioned earlier, I will give it to Richerison because, you know, Richerison, a lot like Johnson and Vicari, I've been very, very disappointed and frustrated with. But you've got to take your hat off to Richerison and say, do you know what? He's come out and he's gone for it and he made a real difference. So fair play to him for that. But too many players just look so poor. But going back to what you said, for me, I've never really been Frank out or Frank in. I didn't want Ange sacked when he got sacked anyway. I think that was just stupid. I think you should have given him to Christmas, New Year. Would we have been in a better position now? Who knows? But what I do know is a lot of the players are kind of read into Ange. You know, we just won a European trophy, so there was kind of a bit of a lift around the team. Yeah, the league performance was terrible, but I just looked at Frank when we appointed him and I thought, as rubbish as we were in the league at home weight, it was one of the few clubs we did beat. You know, no European experience. And Chris, do you know what? And I hate to call him out, but he's just boring. He looks boring. He talks boring. His football's boring. Pre and post match interviews are boring. Say what you like about, you know, Ange, Mourinho, Conte. I mean, Nuno was dull and boring. We know that, but he's just boring. And I think I'm at a point now where I think he does need to go. And he's not just the issue. The issue is the board, the players, but he has to go, Chris, because if he doesn't at some point, it's just going to carry on. So I think, if for nothing else, just to shake the team up, because I can't see anything over the next few games us getting anything else. And then we get to January and we got Sunderland at home. It's a game we will probably lose. And I just think something has to change, right? So I think at some point, it's going to be the manager. He's going to get sacked. But I heard someone say earlier they could listen to Thomas Frank all day and all night on post-match interviews and stuff. I think that person needs to get a life, mate, because if you can listen to Thomas Frank all day and night, I don't think you're getting out enough.
That was Alex, box office.
Was it? Yeah, I mean, for him to say, I mean, listen, I suppose there's two people box office can listen to the start, finish, and Thomas Frank and himself, so I get it. But how on earth anyone is getting enjoyment out of listening to Thomas Frank? I don't get it. And I got nothing against the guy, right? I don't think he is the cause of our mistakes and problems on the pitch last night. A lot of it was the players, and a lot of it was the ref and VAR, but he doesn't help himself with the stuff he's saying about the fans and that, Chris. It's just going from bad to worse, mate, you know? Oh.
Gary, we have got such a busy schedule in this next month or so.
I just looked at it.
There is 9 games in 30 days. So before 2025 is out, we face Crystal Palace away. Then in the new year, in January, we've got Brentford away, Sunderland at home, Bournemouth away. Then we've got Villa in the Cup at home. Then we've got West Ham United at home in the Premier League. Then Dortmund at home in the Champions League, followed by Burnley away. And then Frankfurt, our last group stage game of the Champions League campaign.
Yeah.
With those games, where do you see Tottenham's next win coming from? And how confident are you that we can, and I'll use that phrase that Daniel Levy and the board use, fight on all fronts in these competitions, FA Cup, League and Champions League? You know, where are the positive performance coming from, and where are the results, i.e. 3 points, coming from?
Do you know, Chris? I don't know, because after a really good, strong performance against Brentford, and then following it up with the win against Slavia Prague, we felt like maybe we're turning a corner. We're getting a little bit of momentum. I was on the podcast for, I think it was the Slavia Prague, and I thought, look, if we can follow this up with a good win at Forest, then we're onto something. But at the moment, Chris, it's like the team are going out. They don't really know what they should be doing, and they're just hoping for the best. And that was evident yesterday. You know, when we went down to 10 men, they thought, right, let's have a go. We're 2-0 down. We've lost. So let's just go for it. And I think that has been the approach with every game, Chris. I don't think Thomas Frank knows what he's doing. I don't think the players know what they're supposed to be doing. And I think, look, listen, we could talk about it all day and all night. We're not getting back properly in the transfer window. We're not bringing in the best players. Would it have been different if we had Eze and Gibbs White? Maybe. Who was to blame for that? A combination of a lot of things, right? But this is where we always are, Chris. And, you know, it frustrates me when Thomas Frank is trying to talk about progression, because I think the only way it would be progression this season would be if we finished 17th or 16th, but won the Champions League. And that's what he should be saying, because if he wants to talk about progression, well, progression then is winning a bigger trophy, which would be the Champions League, not finishing 12th or 14th. That's nonsense, because we had loads of injuries and Ange put everything into one basket. So don't give it to me that we finished 17th last season, because you're forgetting we won a European trophy, mate. So, you know, get your finger out your ass, stop talking crap, and have some balls and say, well, we've been good in the Champions League and we're going to try and win that. and then I've done my job. If we end this season and we won the Champions League, we'll all hold our hands up and say, listen, we slagged off Thomas Frank, but we won the Champions League, right?
Hold on. You said you were here to be positive, Gary.
I am. We're going to win the Champions League. But you know what I mean? He's so frustrating, Thomas Frank. And like I said, when we appointed him, he didn't get me excited when he got called in. Everyone was talking about, oh, he's a great tactician and this, that, and the other. He's boring, he's dull, he doesn't suit Tottenham. But you sack him, Chris, and I don't listen. Say you brought in Harry Redknapp at the end of the season, right? Let's just say he took the job. He's like, oh yeah, I'll give that a go. I think you get more out of the players. The fans would be lifted, and we'd probably win a few more games, right? If we stick with Thomas Frank, which is probably what we're going to do, you're going to get the odd win here and there, and it will probably be 80 to 85% lose rate. But listen, if we lose all our next games, Chris, he's still going to be in a job when we're playing Sunderland at home on January the 4th or whenever it is. Because who'd you bring in? You know, we've got the transfer window. Is he back for that? You know, and January transfer windows is terrible anyways, you know. It's just so frustrating. Like, you know, I don't want to talk bad about it. I don't want to say get rid of Richerison because he's looking promising, but I still think we need a striker because Johnson is poor. And who else has been giving us anything? It's bad, mate.
Well, Gary, I know you've got to get back to work, so let me ask you the final question. Transfer window opens in 10.5 days' time. Yeah. Who would you like to bring in terms of positions? What is an absolute minimum? What are you going to be? You're going to be sitting here on one of these fan shows in a month's time or whatever, when the January window's over, to put a smile on your face and say, this is exactly what we needed. What is it going to be?
Well, it ain't going to happen, and some of the fans will probably disagree, but I think you need to change the goalkeeper because he's been frustrating me for far too long. You need to bring in a left-back. You need a creative midfielder because at the moment, Kulu's out, Madison's out, and you need to bring in a striker. But we've probably got...
Let me ask you again, realistically in the January transfer window, what are we going to do?
Realistically, probably maybe you get 2 for 1 on the sausage rolls. That's about all that's going to happen. And 20% off the Skywalk. We're not getting nothing else, are we?
No, seriously, Gary. So if we were to bring in one or two players, striker
and goalkeeper, because I've had enough of Vicario. I'm just sick to death of him, you know. And he'll have half a decent game, not a bad shot stopper, but his distribution and from corners and set pieces has been driving me mad. I just don't think he's good enough, you know. And I think that's when you look at the top, you know, minus Sunderland, but you look at that top 4 or 5 teams. A lot of them players don't get into any of the other clubs, you know. They're just not good enough. I don't think it's all on Thomas Frank, but I think if you was to get rid of Thomas Frank and you brought in like a Harry Redknapp or something, you're not going to get him parched because of the World Cup, right? He might come back afterwards. I think you would get more out. There'd be a little bit more kind of a game plan. Whereas at the moment, we just look like we're going out and ain't got a clue what we're doing. It's mental, isn't it?
Gary,
I can't bear to watch it, Chris. That's why I'm not even watching it on the telly. Honestly, it's driving me mad.
You know, and you bring so many different subjects to this channel and to this show. You'll probably absolutely kill me for mentioning this. But can we talk about the crackers? Can you show us the crackers?
Where's the crack? Get the crackers, babe. Let's bring them on because I'll tell you what. You know what? Tottenham wouldn't even spend this much for crackers in the January transfer window. These crackers here are going to end up costing more than any player we get on loan.
I'll let you explain it. I'll let you explain it.
Bring these crackers on, babe. Here we are. Right, I've got to try and get, if I can get the price. Right, so we've got, how many crackers are in this? 1, 2, 3. There's 6 crackers. Let me just try and get, can you see that? Can you see that? So these 6 I mean, they're very heavy. These 6 crackers, right? Now, apparently you knew this designer, Kelly Hoppen or something, whoever she is.
Kelly Hoppen crackers. So for those listening on audio, if you've managed to listen to the 5 hours, 7 minutes so far, I'll be surprised if many people have got to this point on audio platforms. But Gary has got some crackers here. 6 crackers in a box, and they've cost £50. So Gary, tell us a story about these crackers.
Well, the story was she came home and she goes, babe, I thought we'd go all out. You've been really busy with your shows and work. It's been really good. And, you know, you saved yourself a good couple of £1,000 because you haven't gone Tottenham home and away. And I went, yeah. And I thought, she's probably gone out and bought a new car or something like that. So I said, what have you got? And she goes, I bought 6 crackers from, where were they? Marks and Spencer's. for 50 quid. That's like when you see what like Johnson or Richarlison wages are on a week. I nearly fainted, mate. And I do honestly, genuinely believe you're going to get more out of them crackers than what you get out of Tottenham in the January transfer window. I genuinely do.
We've asked Gary, actually. We've asked during Christmas Day, during his Christmas dinner, we want a video of what is inside these crackers. So we're giving a great advert here to Kelly Up and Crackers, aren't we?
They're not just any crackers, they're M&S crackers. But all I really hope that comes out of one of the crackers is a winner for the Christmas and New Year period. But whether it will, Chris, I don't know. Honestly, mate. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad, Chris, isn't it?
3 points at Selhurst Park. Let's hope that comes out, those crackers, yeah.
Mate, that's a tough place to go, though, Chris, isn't it? We know that. It's not easy. Do you know what? Who was on earlier? Gary was on earlier, right? And he said to me, I've been unlucky. I've not been lucky enough to go to the away game. Is it Gary W, is it?
Gary Ward, yeah.
Gary Ward, listen, from another Gary M, keep it like that. You do not want to go to any away game. Speak to Chris, because me and Chris was at the North London derby, weren't we, Chris? And how painful was that, mate? I mean,
painful one. Yeah,
it's been tough. But look, listen, let's try and end on a high, right? We was a little bit unlucky with that game against Liverpool yesterday. Probably done a lot more than a lot of fans, expected, including me. But did you feel a little bit like, Chris, yeah, I'm glad they went for it near the end, 15, 20 minutes. But then you still kind of left there feeling like the Chelsea game where you're clapping the team off and you're happy and everything else. But we've still lost, didn't we? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd rather we played an awful game and nicked a 1-0 win against them. You know what I mean?
Funny enough, Gary, and the comments are flooding in here, but we had a comment a second or so ago, and it came in and said, last year we lost 6-3 at home to Liverpool. This year we've only lost 2-1, and we did it with 9 men. So it's funny, isn't it, how some people do take the positives in that, is saying, well, we lost 6-3 last year, but it's only 2-1 this year.
And I get it, Chris. I get it. They're not wrong with that. I get that, because you're trying to hold on to positives and stuff. But ultimately, Chris, we just want to see an awful game that was a terrible, like Arsenal's game yesterday, right? For example, weren't that great. They hit the woodwork a couple of times, but overall they weren't great. They win the game by that idiot jumping up with 2 hands and hitting the ball. We would take that all day long against Liverpool. But when your luck is in, things like that happen for you. You know what I mean? They almost got a penalty themselves, but it went to VAR and they went, no. You know what, Chris? If it goes up the other end, right, that goal for Liverpool is disallowed. I don't care what any Liverpool fan or any other rival sport says, but when your luck is down, Chris, nothing goes your way. And that's just how it is for us at the moment, unfortunately. Do you know what I mean?
Jamie says here that there'll be a season ticket inside those crackers.
Yeah, it'll be going straight back. Do you know what I mean? Honestly, do you know what, Chris? Talking about the tickets and season tickets, it is a real worry, because you see, I know you're on all the ticketing sites and WhatsApp groups and everything else. I don't remember a time where people are selling tickets for less than half price of face value and things like that. It's so sad to see, isn't it?
Sad, yeah.
On a serious note, and we know how much it costs in that, but people are just like, can't even sell their tickets for face value, and you have to look at the manager and the players for that, and I don't want to be like, Frank out. I never wanted him in the first place, but I think I am going more to the side of Frank out now. Not necessarily because I think the next manager comes in would do that much better, but I think something has to change now, Chris, I think it really does, that.
Just while I ask Gary the last question, for those in the comments watching on YouTube, Facebook and X, give us the predictions of what you think are inside Gary's crackers, and let's do it right on Christmas Day. Gary, so going back to the fixtures, the Crystal Palace game, the Brentford game, they're going to be 2 difficult away games. Although we have done fairly well this season away from home, of course, that last time out, Nottingham Forest was absolutely terrible. But what do you expect Thomas Frank to do in terms of setup and personnel? Because, of course, Javi Simmons is now going to be missing for the next 3 games.
3 games. Well, Chris, I genuinely don't know. But I think the only positives that could come out of yesterday was Richarlison, I think. He looks like he's showing a bit of confidence and stuff, so you've got him. But outside of Richarlison, I was a big fan of Kudos, Chris, but it doesn't look great at the moment. Him going down, crossing balls in. You could argue when he's going down with Porro crossing balls in, there's no one in there, right? But we just look like out of ideas in midfield, and it just don't look good. It really don't. And you know, apparently we've got the best defense in the league and this and that, and we were letting in more goals. So it's not a good time, Chris. I don't know, but with Tottenham, listen, anything could happen. We could go up to Selhurst Park and get a 2-3-0 win. We've done it at Everton, we did it at West Ham, we've had some big wins away from home, we did it at City. So you never know, right? You never know. You'd like to look at that game yesterday and think the players felt a really big injustice and they would kind of bring that into the next game. And we always hope and wish for that. But whether it happens or not, Chris, I don't really know. You know, it's so frustrating. Like you and all the fans, you're always hoping for a result. But I would have taken a really bad performance yesterday and just got a draw at least. And I think a draw would have been a fair result for yesterday's game, you know. But I can't see many wins over the next few games, Chris. You know, I mean, in the Champions League, we've been pretty confident and pretty good. Could you imagine, though, Chris, right? I know it's not going to happen, but let's just have a bit of fun for a minute. Could you imagine if we finished 17th and won the Champions League and Thomas Frank's our manager at the end of the season saying, there you go, progression? I mean, it'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? Could you actually imagine? I mean, it's not going to happen, right? But, I mean, it would be bonkers, wouldn't it? You know, does he? I think Frank lasts till the end of the season, Chris, you know, because I think the club are just like, if we get rid of him, who do we get in? I don't think there's anyone out there, mate. Do you see what I mean?
There's positivity to end on, and Dark B says you're going to end up with a pair of nail clippers, and it's only one game that Romero will miss, not three. So Javi will miss three for a straight red, and Romero won, so he will miss the Palace game. Yeah, Gary, thank you so much for all of your time during 2025. You must have spoken to me about Tottenham for many hours, let alone on the phone or face to face, but on this channel.
Oh, Chris, listen, look, thanks for having me on. I love it. It's a big part of my life now. And God, how many voice notes do I send on that WhatsApp group we're in and stuff? On the way to work, on the way back, coming out. The other week I was in Maidstone, parked up at 2, come out at 5, and we'd lost 3-0 to Forest. And then I'm effing and blind and I'm going mental. But it's lovely to have the podcast, the fans, and I just want to say one thing. It's difficult. It's hard times at the moment, but everyone's opinion matters. And you have to accept everyone's opinion. And some people want Frank in and out, and some love Richerison, some hate him. But ultimately, we all want the same thing. We want some wins, And let's never, ever end up going like that South London club, Woolwich, down the road. Because one thing we got is an amazing fan base. And boy, have we had it hard. So, but listen, look, thanks for having me on. I absolutely love it. I'm probably going to be late on stage, but it's always worth it to chat to you guys. And Chris, fair play, mate. I mean, how many are you on now? You must be nearly 200 subscribers, 200,000, yeah?
Very nearly.
Absolutely
So,
unbelievable. If there's one positive to come out of this, is the fact that how bad we're playing just gets everyone geared up, wanting to get it off their chest, talking about it. So, it's been absolutely mental. And you yourself, Chris, TV, radio, everyone wants you when we're doing bad, right? Because you're starting at 5 in the morning and finishing at 10 at night with Tottenham. But listen, look, let's keep positive and let's hope in the new year we can turn the corner and get. If we've got 2 or 3 wins, Chris, changes everything.
I said this. That's all, I say. I know it's a big thing, but that is all it takes. 1 or 2, decent January signings, 1 or 2 wins. Couple of good performances. That's it, and everyone's on high again. Let's hope that we can get to that stage, in the very, very near future. Gary, thank you so much for all of your input. Thanks for all your time, and enjoy your crackers. Enjoy your Christmas.
I'm gonna have to do a video of that and post it up. We're gonna have to, because
absolutely.
I mean, if they've come from Liverpool, there'll be a few red cards in there. Do you know what I mean? But we'll see. All right, Chris, listen, all the best, and I'll send you a message later.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Right, we're now going to go all the way to Brazil, and we haven't spoken to G all of this season. The last time I spoke to G was under Postecoglou. G, how are you? We'll get G back. We'll work to get G back. Right, we're going to go all the way to Canada to speak to John. John, how are you?
I'm doing okay, thank you. Season's greetings to you and everybody on the channel.
Yes, Merry Christmas to you. How are you feeling as a Spurs fan right now?
Mixed.
I think a lot of people are mixed at the minute.
Yeah. I look at it this way. I give him 3 games from which he's got to get 6 points. If he doesn't achieve that, then I think he's gone. I think that's doable. It should be doable with the players he's got and the opposition he's going to face. I didn't expect a lot from yesterday and was, in some respects, pleasantly surprised. I know that's a poor choice of phrase, given what happened. The referee should be refereeing at Rochdale or Accrington Stanley, not in the Premier League. I thought he was abysmal.
Yeah.
And that was a major contributing factor. And Mr. Howard Webb should be sending us a letter of apology.
Yeah, that was pretty poor. That really was. John, how are you feeling ahead of the next few games? Because you just said there, the next 3 Premier League games, you know, we've got to get 6 points at least. Where are they going to come from then?
I hope we're going to get a win at Crystal Palace. I hope we're going to get a win against Brentford. Sunderland are playing very well. And the only way we're going to beat Sunderland is we've got to shut Xhaka down. If we can shut him down, I think we can do a lot better against Sunderland than the rest. Sunderland are depleted. They've lost a number of players, gone to the African nations. As to whether they're going to be back or not, I don't know. But it's going to be tough. And that's, you know, when you get somebody who is not performing in any position, in any job, you've got to lay out criteria for things that they've got to meet. And Tottenham have got to lay out something for him to say, well, look, you've got to meet this criteria. You've got to meet 5 points out of 6 out of 9 or something like that. And if he can't meet that, then we have to consider what's going to happen. Whether it's going to be somebody temporary to the end of the season. I mean, the name that's being bounded around has been Harry. Give me a break. Harry's older than me.
I never like to mention the ages, John.
Eh?
I never like to mention anyone's ages.
No, I take a privilege there. And then the names of Robbie Keane have been bounded around as to whether he would come home from Hungary or come back from Hungary. He's Irish, isn't he? Would be interesting. Or can we get Pochettino back, which I think most of us in our dreams would like. But it's the ball's in Thomas Frank's court. We don't need stories. We don't need great words that he seems to be very good at putting together and spinning a story. We need action and we need results and we need something to measure him by. And at the moment, we've got to measure him by results. And we need 6 points from 9. And if he can't make that, then surely he is not fit to manage at Tottenham. As sad as I say, because I don't want to see yet another change.
John, do you believe that it will change massively if you put Kulusevski, Maddison, and Solanke into a Thomas Frank starting 11?
Yeah, of course we would. I mean, look at their performances in the past. I mean, you know, Kulusevski was always worth a goal. It was always worth a delivery to Kane or to our Korean son. It was always worth a delivery, a great delivery across the box to one of those and worth a goal. So yes, he would be a great asset and somebody coming back. Maddison, yeah, I think Maddison is better than Xavi or anybody else we've got in our midfield at the moment. Where on earth we got this Xavi from, I don't know. Everybody raved about him. I don't rate him. And certainly, what on earth we did yesterday to get himself sent off, I don't know. If any player in a park league went and did that, you know, that he'd get a right rollicking from everybody he played with. You know, it was a stupid thing to go do. He had nothing to gain. The ball was nowhere near him. What on earth he thought he was going to do In that action, I don't know.
Of course, John, there must be a real sense of frustration from Thomas Frank. I know, most of the time the managers, it's all on them and they get the blame, of course, for performances and results. But the amount of mistakes that Spurs have made, particularly in the last few weeks, this season, the amount of mistakes we've made, he must, as the head coach, must be very frustrated with the team making this amount of mistakes, especially at this level.
That he has the power to leave those players out.
But does he?
Eh?
Does he though? Because in terms of strength and depth,
he's got I look at a long list of players there, and I say to myself, well, there are certainly some young players there who are not getting a game. I'm pleased to see Gray out there. I'm pleased to see Bergwijn out there playing well. Now, there's some examples. We got this guy we got on loan from Paris Saint-Germain. He scored 2 goals, both against Paris Saint-Germain. I don't see much coming out of him. Yet we've got a couple of youngsters from our youth group sitting on the bench. Let's see him give them a run. What have we got to lose?
John, this new structure of the board, the Lewis family, and of course Vinay now as CEO. Do you think in transfer windows, do you think we might see a different type of ambition at Tottenham?
One would hope so, because Levy wouldn't open his purse strings, would he? And is that what we're paying for now? I wonder, we can throw an awful lot of Levy's feet and say, this is what you've got us to. And we've lost, there's Pochettino back when we played Liverpool in that final, screaming for a rebuild, and what did he get? Nothing. And he made himself ill, really. He was ill. He was mentally burnt out at that point. And they should have sent him on leave and told him to sit there and get himself right. And they didn't. They brought him back and burnt him out again and then got rid of him. So, there's been a lot wrong over the last 25 years. Even back to the firing of Mr. Graham. That was a mistake, the first mistake they ever made. There he was doing quite well, and none of us liked him because of his heritage. But he was doing well as a manager. He got us to a bloody final. We won a cup, and then they come in and wanted Hoddle and fired him. Well, that was the beginning of all this mess in some respects. We've had this chop change ever since. The only bits of stability we had was Harry for 3 years, and Harry had us in a pretty stable situation, and then they got rid of him. In came Pochettino, and we had Poch for 5 years, 6 years. There was some stability. We were doing well and building, and then he wanted some players and some money. He couldn't have it, and we're in a mess again. And we went through Jose Mourinho and Lord knows who else now, and we're in the same situation. I hate to say it, there are 2 teams who were there are 3 teams that wear red in the Premier League, and they all do better than us, and they all seem to have the ability to hang on to their managers and let their managers do well, and stability seems to be the answer. Stability seems to produce the right results. We seem to have this instability, and then we wonder why we can't win things. Well, we've got to look at that.
John, last question for you. What player in this squad do you enjoy watching most?
I like Van der Ven. But there again, I was a defender. So, I admire him as a defender. He can get across there and he covers up and cleans up and does very well. He's worth his weight in gold. And my fear is that someone's going to come in for him. The Real Madrids, the Barcelonas are going to come in and snatch him up. And that would be a grave loss if that would have happened. a grave loss.
John, really enjoyed our chats during 2025. Thank you so much. Best wishes to you. Happy Christmas to you and the family. And we will talk to you soon.
I extend that to Maguna in my life as well. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, and thank Craig and all you guys. And Caesar's greetings and have a great Christmas. And look forward to talking to you in the new year.
Cheers, John. Stay well.
Cheers,
Thank you. Right, we're now going to try and go back to Brazil and go to G. G, how are you?
Hello, champion. All right, mate. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Now,
G, where have you been? We haven't heard from you for the whole of this season. We haven't spoken to you since Ange.
I've been injured, mate. I've been one of the injured. I've been pretty bad, actually. I've had a terrible sciatica, like the worst ever. Tears in my eyes just through the pain of it. But luckily, a friend of mine over here runs a club who's now in Series C, which is good. And he put me through his physiotherapist over here. So I'm in good hands now. But it was rough, mate. I tell you, I came back off tour and I think I did a bit too much. And yeah, so I haven't been around. But I've been eagerly wanting to come on here. And the reason I come on here today is I didn't want to be on here before. But I just wanted to say thanks a lot and happy Christmas to you because of you know what you've done here and keeping me while I've been in bed, keeping me occupied. You know what I mean? Something good to watch, even though we're going through bad times and whatever. You know, I just wanted to say thanks very much for everything for this year and wish you all the best for 2026. And the same to Gary. The same to Craig and everyone else as well. All the other champions among us. You know, so that was really why I came on here, and also any talk about the old Tottenham, of course. You know.
Yeah, well, first of all, G, I'm sorry to hear about the illness, and hope we all of us wish you the very, very best for the future. How are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan, and particularly Thomas Frank? What have you made? Because we spoke for hours about Ange Postecoglou when you did come on the show on a regular basis, but obviously it's the first time on the channel this season under Frank. What have you made of the football under him?
I'm not impressed, unfortunately. I'm sad to say that, actually, because, I was sad when Ange went. I thought we should have given him more time, like a lot of people. But I thought maybe, he could be all right. The one thing about Frank that always worried me when he was being mentioned before was his experience. And I think it's showing now. I think it showed a lot. His lack of experience. He's not the manager for us, Same way as when you go out, you're looking for a player, you look at the profile you want, and you find that profile. Experienced in European play is able to rotate a squad, no matter how big or how small, and to do things, put players in different positions to be able to utilise them, like we have done. Okay, I'll go back to Ange, for instance. Sticking with Spence, putting him on the left wing, seeing what Kulusevski has been found out the same way as Kudos has, and then putting him further in field, changed his game, changed the momentum, everything changed. And I don't see that with Frank. There's too many things, unfortunately. If you was to do a ChatGPT summarisation so far of this season under Frank, it would be pretty dire. Actually, it would not look good. Taking away his interviews. They're just a train wreck. Sorry, Thomas the Tank Engine, but it's like pun there. But they are a train wreck, and just everything else. Like putting out a defensive midfield, of course, and defensive line, using the players that we've got, which is the full squad basically in defence, especially, and having new players, and then complaining at the players for not attacking. All those sort of things, they do me in, and then complain about the players, blaming the supporters, splitting the supporter base up, which is like sacrilege, really. There's too many things, Chris. It's not one thing and it's not another. We have like spells of like 15 minutes here and there where you think, oh, maybe something's getting put together. But I think the players have lost it with him. They've lost the dressing room and they've lost respect for him as well. The times we've seen the likes of Spence, Porro, Van der Ven, everybody just brushing him aside when they want, in full plain view of the cameras and everything. I know they're frustrated and everything, but all these things, they all tell me a lot, that he's the wrong profile for it. I feel sorry for him. He looks haggard. He looks really bad now. I don't know if you've noticed it, but I've noticed it. If you took a picture of him before the season, a picture of him now, he physically looks in a bad shape. I think this is really getting to him. So as far as him, I don't want to bat onto him too much, because I think he's a good manager for the right team, you know, for the right clubs, the Brentfords, the Brightons, all those maybe, you know what I mean? I don't know, but I think that's a Bournemouth maybe, or whatever, all those sort of things. But not when you are coming off the back of a Champions Europa win, first in 41 years, and you've got these players back. I know we don't have Madders and we don't have Solanke and Kulusevski. That's true, but we do have a lot of other players, and he's not doing the same sort of thing for me. You know, Johnson, he's not playing Johnson. Last season, top goal scorer and second for assist, I believe, something like that. The first season, hardly played any games, but was still our second best goal scorer, and he was really, really, really good on assists. So why is he not doing the same with Johnson? He's not even giving him a chance, and he just plays him in the same thing. So what he does is he takes off Kudus and brings on Johnson. He does that again and again. It seems like he's got no other plan in his head to do this. Why not play the pair of them, put Johnson inside? That's where he's needed. I mean, Kudus has got nobody to aim for. At least he can cut back. He's got his left leg, which he uses a lot anyway, like Kulu does. It's a perfect time to be able to do these things and experiment a bit. And, you know, like Ange did with Gray, you know, put him in a complete, I know he had to, but he put him in a different position. He's just not, he doesn't seem to have any, I don't know, just doesn't have it for me. He just doesn't have the awareness of what's going on. You know, I appreciate he's had a lot of good years, you know, for what he does. He's a professional, but he's not Spurs. He's not Spurs. He's not the way we play. He's not anything of that. So unfortunately, I've got to say, and my kind of bit of worry is that we keep him, and then we get players, and then he goes, and then those players then are not the right players, and then we're back in that hole. We're in that spinning wheel. He is the legacy, the last remaining legacy, really, of Levy, and I think we've got to cut short pretty quick, really. This was December, January. We've got a really easy run compared to most clubs on paper. I'm not saying, you know, any club is easy, but it's a good run. It's not like we're playing Man City every week or Arsenal every week. Do you know what I mean? Or Chelsea.
Are you quite adamant in your decision about Thomas Frank G, or is there a part of you thinking that, you know, when you see that last 15 minutes of the Liverpool game, is there part of you thinking, well, actually, this guy could be the man? Perhaps a lot of Spurs fans have judged him too early and got him wrong. And like I said earlier, I think we can overanalyze a lot of what a manager says. You know, we literally analyze every word, every sentence, every paragraph that he said in a press conference or an interview. We overanalyze, you know, relationships, handshakes, people ignoring certain people at the end of games, those sorts of things. You know, have a lot of people got it wrong about Thomas Frank? Could this be the answer? Could he be the man to take us forward, or have you completely dismissed him?
No, I've taken everything into account. I mean, I stopped watching interviews like most of us quite a while ago, actually. I don't know which match it was. I think it was the last time he started bailing out on the players again, you know. Maybe it was the Guna game, I don't know, but you know, he sets us up defensively and then has a go about not attacking, you know, this sort of thing. It's not about his interviews and the way he is, you know. I think that is a bad thing. What he's done is it's not been good. I'm just looking at the way we're playing and the way the team sets up, and I don't think the players know what they're supposed to be doing. I really don't. You know, the last 15 against a Liverpool team that is absolutely dire this season. Let's face it, they are pretty bad. And they always mess up. Just recently, anyway, like the last parts of games, they tend to, I don't know, they implode, sort of thing. I think really that was what happened with us was more fire in the belly more than anything. Especially like with Richerison as well. Actually, I was lucky. Went to the first game of the season, and so I got to see Richerison do that wheelie of a goal, do you know what I mean? So that was really cool for me. Anyway, sorry, I digressed there a little bit, but yeah, no, I'm taking the whole thing into context, Chris. You know, every part of what he's done so far, I've not seen anything anywhere. You know, you could say, yeah, we beat Brentford, but come on, Brentford. I mean, that's his old club. If he can't beat Brentford, then what is there to it? And he should be beating. Even with these players we've got, he should be doing a lot more with them. And it's just the stuff I'm not seeing which is worrying me. You know, him not utilising players in other positions or getting them working together, developing relationships with players. I don't see any of this. So many things, because I don't even know where to begin on that. But it's just too much. It's too much, and I think we've got to be very careful now, because him. Yeah, I know. Oh, that was it. It was when he said about the position of 17th. You know, I mean, come on, man. You know, where are we this season compared to last season already? If you want to start playing that game, you know, like we're looking bad.
Gee, if we were to break it down, you know, go across all areas of the pitch, you know, look where you want to look. Have we improved? Have we improved since Ange Postecoglou left? Where on the pitch have we improved, and where in the game have we improved?
No, we haven't improved one bit. With one bit, not one bit. We had a bit better defensive record, putting a teenager in his first year, a midfielder in our back line. We was only losing by one goal, the odd one goal or so. Now it just seems everything's. I don't see. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I don't see any improvement at all in any position. And we've got more players. Now we've got Paulinho. Now we've got Kudos, Colin, and that. I'd love to have seen what someone else like Ange would have done with a full team, because we knew what he could do in the first season. That was without a striker, one striker, when we lost Kane. I think now, I'm not saying now to get Ange back or anything like that. I'm just saying I would like to have seen that. And I think when it comes to managers, what we've got to do is what the club has to do now. They have to lose this Levy mentality and look at what the club needs. What is the profile of manager? The same way as we do for profiles of players. What are we looking for? You know, Poch, we always go back to Poch, and you're absolutely right. We do go back because it was a glorious time. You know, that team was, as rightfully said, was full of. We had Harry, one of our own players that didn't cost too much, and they came together at that right time. It was a great time for new players to come through, and I think Poch handled that very well. I don't see Frank doing that. I don't see him in the same league even as that. I know Poch hasn't done much actually, even since he's left us. He's not really won anything, but I saw a great deal of difference in the way that he pulled. Putting players into different positions and getting them working, whereas before they weren't really doing it. I mean, no one was really looking at Kane before. You know, he was off to Millwall and other places, wasn't it? It wasn't like he was like on the radar as such. You would have thought he'd be like the player he'd become, you know. And I felt that Poch utilised that and did that and got him there. And I felt last season it was the same for Ange. I thought he got Spence as one of our best players in the end. You know what I mean? And he did the same with Kula. He managed to find a position for him where he was being found out the year before. He played great. That first season was fantastic, but he got caught and everyone was on him. We need help on those sides, especially at the moment we've got Kudos. He needs help. You can't just put him up there and just let him run on his own. He needs players built around. Everyone needs players around them to help each other out and to be worked on. And I just don't see Frank doing that. Sorry, mate, I'm on a downer here, and I'm on a right downer.
Hey, what have you made of our summer signing, Javi Simmons? He's had a mixed start to his Spurs career, hasn't he?
Yeah. And look at the pedigree. You know, through Barcelona and PS, and do you know what I mean? It's not like this guy is just a nothing. Do you know what I mean? And none of them are. They've all got good pedigrees. They come around. I just don't think they're being managed. That's the thing. I really don't. You know, I appreciate what Frank does. You know, the way he does his management. When he did it for Brentford, he's one of the first metadata managers around, I think, in the league at the time. But I think that's it. That's all he does. You know, he's got no spirit to be able to find the players and work on them and then develop them into relationships with other players. And he definitely does not know how to rotate a squad. He's never done it before. He's completely out of depth. And I hate to say that, I feel sorry for the guy. You know, I really do. I'm not having a go at him for the sake of it. Actually, when he came along, I thought, well, you know, okay, he's at least we've got someone with Premiership experience. This is good. But I did worry about his European qualifications, you know, and having to rotate a squad. He's never had to do that. He's only played one match a week. He only ever plays one match a week and he has the same players. He'll have an impact sub or two. That's it. Now he's come to Tottenham. He's got Champions League on his plate. You know, he's got the high from all the players being united. And that has all just dissolved, completely dissolved away. The players are not united.
In fairness, though, G, he's not done bad in the Champions League for Tottenham, has he, Thomas Frank?
No, you know, it's not done bad. No, I mean, I think the group was okay. You know, it wasn't exactly the. I think, you know, it's like, well, I don't know where to go with that one, really, because
because I say that because there's such a big narrative of that he didn't have he didn't have Champions League or European experience, and I don't think that you know, I think he's actually managed those games pretty well.
Yeah, but on the back of he doesn't know what's coming up. What about the week after when he's got to then go out and play away or at home in the Premier League? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I know you prioritised. Ange did it. Let's face it. So I'm not saying that. I just feel that I don't see that this set of players to the set of players we had even at the end of last year would have. I don't know. You can't say within hindsight. No, it's great. I mean, we're in the Champions League still. That's cool. But I really don't feel that he's got enough in him to be able to gel these players together. And I think a lot of them, they're going out there like they did on a Liverpool game, and they're actually taking it on themselves. You know, they've got this fire in their belly, some of them, you know, and just like, bugger it, just get on with it. Do you know what I mean? No, I can't see it. Sorry, Chris, I can't. I just haven't seen enough, mate. I haven't seen enough. You know, a couple of games, yes, we've had a couple of results, but overall, it's been pretty dire, you know, week in, week out. To have a backline that great. I mean, absolutely. We've had all the backline and we've had a midfield, including Paulinho this year, and yet we're leaking goals like the way we are. That can't be right. How can it be worse now than what it was when we had Gray as a centre back? Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I can't see it. And a third choice goalkeeper. You know, and he doesn't seem to be experimenting enough. You know, he doesn't seem to have the balls to go out there and do stuff. You know, Vic's having a nightmare lately. He really is. You just got to change it up a bit, mate. Just change it up. Get other players working with other players. Put players out of position if it's not working, and see how they go. But it just seems to be the same thing every week. You know, he seems to have not much of a plan, and the plan he has is just the same old thing. It's going to be the same subs. You know. But sorry, Chris, that's just the way I've seen it so far. You know, if he pulled it around now, if 2026 he pulled it around like Gary Cracker's just said, if he pulls it around and we go on out and we win the Champions League or get somewhere high up on there, and everybody's like, blah, 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 you know, I would be the first. Honestly, I'll be like, wow, this is fantastic. You know, I love it. Of course we do. Of course that's what we want. But I'm not seeing it. I've not seen it. I've not seen any of it. None of it. And we've had a far better squad, regardless of the loss of our creative Madders, Solanke and Kulu. Regardless of that, we still haven't seen as much out of this squad, even as what we had at the end of the start last season with the squad we had. I mean, we were only losing by the odd goal and stuff, you know, with a non-existent defensive line, really, let's face it, you know, and players absolutely hammered from playing 60-odd games, you know.
G, last question for you. Where do you give me some predictions here? Where do you see us in 3 months' time? What would we have done in the January window? Where will Thomas Frank be? And where will Spurs be as a club?
Okay, wow. As a prediction, I have no idea. I have no idea. Right now, going on what we've seen, you can only go by in the history. I think we're going to be bottom of the table, pretty much. No, we won't be bottom because there's Wolves and stuff, but we're going to be right down there. You know, like it's only going to take another 2 matches and a couple of bad losses, and well, we really are in it. You know, I suppose the same could be said the other way around, but I just can't see it. You know, Liverpool are. They're going to gain strength from that win.
So you really don't see any improvement happening. You see us actually getting worse.
We've got a January window. What's he going to do in a January window? And what if he's going to get players in? Why can't he? What's going to be the difference? Johnson was our best goal scorer last year, and the season before second, and he hardly played any games. Why is he not utilising? What doesn't he have the imagination or understanding of where to put him? Where did he score most of his goals? Do you know what I mean? Just look at it, Frank. You do meta and data. Where did he play? I'm not just picking on Johnson, I'm picking on all of them. Why can't he make those players, Chavis and all that, the players that they are, that they can be? This is why I don't see anything in it. That's why I don't see. Well, you can't just say, oh, when we've got Maradona, Ronaldo and Messi, everything's going to be all right again. You know what I mean? No, you've got to play with the players you've got. Now show me what you can do with these players. At least make these players gel. Make these ones gel. You've got a full back line and you've got a full midfield. And you've got an extra, now you've got a winger as well. Show me. He's not showing us anything. You know, all the boos and stuff. I know it's horrible to hear and everything else, but what do you expect? You know, when you see that kind of dross it reminds me a lot of Nuno. I've got to be honest with you. I think he's out of his depth. He hasn't got a clue and he's got to go. Now, as to what you were saying about next year, you know, what's going to happen if he can't pull this simple run of games around and get all this lot going, then we are in big trouble, because then we're hitting February and we're hitting the Gooners again and we're hitting all that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it gets heavy. It gets really heavy then. He's got a really easy run compared to what he could have now. And he has done during December and January. It's been a really nice run of fixtures for us, you know. Plus, there has been a little bit of gaps between the times, not like the Gooners with their schedule, you know. So it's down to him, you know. Honestly, of course, I'm a Spurs supporter. I'm a champion, the same as all of us, and I'm living off that every single day. All the breath from that win is the fumes off of it. I'm still living with it to this day, even though we're going through a bad time. But it doesn't look promising right now. It just doesn't look promising. So I think there's two things got to happen, right? We've got rid of the Levy thing. All right, okay, that's that done. Now, moving forward, I think we've got to pick the right manager and the right players for that manager as well. That's my thing. I don't believe in keeping a manager and saying, oh, he's got to stay, you've got to give him a run. I believe in that. I do believe in that, but I think it's got to be the right manager. If he's not showing that he can do with these players that he's got right now, then what's he going to do later on? All right, is that all we got to rely on, that he's going to have some pedigree players coming? Because it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in January, because who's going to get rid of their better signings unless they're worried about them being on a free transfer by the end of the season or something like that? You know what I mean? And they're pretty hard to come by. And if they are there, then the others are going to just step in and do it. The Gooners will take them. City's going to take them. Liverpool's going to take them. They're all going to take them, yeah, before we even do. And if you've got no plan with the ones we've got now, and you're just trying to bring in other players to suit that, even though we will have Maddison and everybody coming back, then it's a bit of a lost cause, isn't it, really? I don't know if you agree with that. Probably not, Chris, but, you know, I don't have many positives to say about where I think we're going because of where we are now and what has been happening. That's all I can go on. You know, that's all any of us can go on.
The way I see it, G, is I think there is problems in all camps right now. I think that we need to get a lot more out of the players. I think that Thomas Frank needs to do things differently. I think the board need to give the manager, whoever it will be, you know, more tools to play with, especially better players. I feel like the wage structure needs to change as well to bring in better players. The ambition needs to be different. And you know, from what we hear about the Lewis family wanting to be ambitious and wanting to win more trophies, I hope that is the case, and I hope that, you know, we do see progression in transfer windows, and we see progression under whoever the manager is. But what I do know is that these players are capable of a lot more than what we've seen this season. And we should be in a much better league position than 13th. And, you know, when you hear the manager come out and say, well, you got to remember where we finished last season in 17th, I don't like that comment. I think that, you know, I like the manager to speak a lot more ambitious and talk more positively about what this squad can do, rather than, you know, channel regular Gareth McGuinness mentions it all the time, that in every press conference, Thomas Frank will more big up the opposition than talk about what, you know, about us and our positives. And I do get that. But I think, like all of us at the moment, we're all feeling a bit confused when we think things, you know, a certain way. We think, actually, well, are we wrong? And I think there's a lot of that going on at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. This club gets you questioning yourself and what you think, you know. This is why I feel bad. I actually feel bad by calling him out. But I'm just trying to be constructive in a deconstructive way, unfortunately. But just be constructive about what's happening here, you know. I mean, what have you seen, Chris, that has like really inspired you by Frank, that you think, this is what he can do. This is how we're going to get out of this, you know. What do you think on that, you know? I'd like to know.
Well, I think we've seen positive moments in games, but these positive moments in games or positive 10, 15 minutes spells here or there, you know, is that enough? And that's why I've been asking every guest, you know, during this fan show today, you know, are you seeing enough positive signs in games? You know, I really like that positive week. And I did a couple of media interviews during that week, and a couple of the presenters even laughed when I turned around and said, it's been really good. It's been a positive week this week. And we haven't said that a lot, you know, during this season, you know, beating Brentford and Slavia Prague. But I completely agree with what your point, or what you said earlier. You know, these are games that you should be winning anyway. You know, the Copenhagen game, that was a really positive attacking performance. But again, you know, the level of opposition, you should be winning these games all day long anyway. But you would hope that, you know, you would take in, you know, those positive moments into other Premier League matches. And then, of course, you had that Nottingham Forest, you know, performance. We were served up with that. But I think that Forest game, the players underperformed. I think that Frank got a lot of it wrong, you know, in so many different ways. And there are improvements needed, you know, across the board. And this is why we're here. This is why we're doing a 6-hour fan show, G, because, you know, so many people want to vent frustrations. This is where we are right now. You know, tickets, you know, people are trying to give them away, empty seats, you know, booing at the stadium, you know, a record number of league defeats in a calendar year. You know, all of these things, we could sit here all day talking about all these negatives. And it's sad because you do a 6-hour fan show. There hasn't really been a lot of positives from, you know, all of you guys from all over the world. And that is a sad reality. So we need injection of real quality in the January window. Whether that's realistic or not, let's wait and see. You know, the window opens in 10.5 days' time, so let's wait and see what happens there. But all I know is that we need to do a lot better. And like I said earlier, I think that a couple of wins, a couple of positive results, a couple of positive performances, 1 or 2 signings in a January transfer window, all of a sudden, me and you could be smiling, you know, from ear to ear again.
Well, I am. I'm still living off champion, mate. I am absolutely still fumes of it every day. That's the only thing that keeps me going right now. Yeah, I think. He's got this month in my book. That's it. He's got this month. He's got until February. You know, he's got some good games. That on paper and anywhere else you want to look, you know, we really should be winning these. You know, Brentford, never a loss in my book. That was a minimum of win and substantial win. You know, Forest. I know Forest actually. Forest. They're not a bad team actually. Even with Ange was there, they actually weren't bad. I think they had like 60 shots and 1 goal or something out of it. So they weren't like they. Their XG and everything wasn't right. You know, they were way underperforming. You know, getting results for their performance. But even so, you know, all those. No, we should be beating. We should be beating them. Yes, and then we should be beating the others. You know, Liverpool are having their worst period. If we can't do them at home convincingly, not just do them at home by, we should have had like 11 players playing and blah, 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 and all the rest of it. Yeah, I get it. But even with those players on the pitch, there was nothing there. I didn't see anything in there. So, let's of course, Chris, you know, we always live in hope, don't we? You know what I mean? And we know it can be done. The fairy tale can be achieved. In some way it can be done. You know, we did it last year. And we have to live off of that for quite a bit of time, I think, before we see the actual change. But there has been some progression, let's face it. Like if you're looking back, if you want to go retrospective last season, you know, last year, this year just gone, we're champions. You know what I mean? Come on. That's what you live for. That's all you've ever wanted. Anytime, I can tell you, the amount of times before we won that, every single time is what you always on your wish list, your Santa wish list. And you had all those Santa And we all did, you know what I mean? Of course we did, but we got it, you know what I mean? So if we look back at perspective of this year just gone by, that would do it. We got rid of the wicked witch of the Levy family, you know what I mean? We got rid of Levy, which is, I think, is a good way forward. Not just because of the way he was. I think he was just needed. The club needs a turnover. You can't stay with the same people as long as, you know, the same hierarchy as well, and keep going, because it gets stale and there's no movement. So I'm hoping that these kids within the family now, I hope that they have got a fire in their belly like Richerison had when he came on against Liverpool now. You know what I mean? I hope that that's all going to come through and ring true. And, you know, just that's about it, really, I think. You know, I just want to say thanks again, though, Chris, and to all the other champions out there. I loved Gary, by the way, Gary Crackers, and the other Gary Wolf was great. I'm looking forward to seeing his channel. It's very good, actually.
Yeah, he'll love that new nickname, Gary Crackers. He'll love that.
Gary Crackers now, mate. Sorry, Gary Crackers Maloney. There you go. And
Well,
50 quid, if there's a ticket in there for 50 quid, he's been done.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't wait until he posts and let us know what's actually in those crackers. Cannot wait. But G, thank you so much for coming on again, and stay safe and well, and have a great Christmas, and we will talk to you again in the new year.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you very much, mate. Take care. Good care of yourself. And hi to Gary, everybody. Craig as well. Thanks, Craig, for everything. Brilliant channel, and the best. And to you, Mr. Marathon Man. I can't see because I've got my glasses right here, but yeah, you've done a good deed today. There's no doubt about it. You will be in Santa's good books. You know, you are getting a nice present.
G, thank you so much. Come on, you Spurs, indeed. Cheers. Right, we're now going to go to our last guest of the fan show, and it is Des. Des, how are you?
Hi, Chris. How are you? 6 hours without a toilet break. You must be in person, are you?
No lunch yet. It's 4:30. Going to get some lunch in a minute.
Excellent.
How are you feeling, Des, as a Spurs fan right now?
I was out with family last night, so I didn't actually. I wasn't at the game and I didn't see it. But yeah, I think I don't see Thomas Frank turning this around. I really don't. It's, as much as he's a nice guy and stuff, and he genuinely is a nice guy, I think he's a coward. I think he likes to, after every defeat, find some sort of distraction to kind of divert attention away from bad tactics and from mistakes that he's made, and it seems to be happening. If it's not the fans, then it's the goalkeeper. If it's not the goalkeeper, then it's the referee. There just seems to be no acceptance on his part that it's absolutely dire for us as fans to watch, especially when you think, 6-7 months ago we were lifting the Europa League trophy, and the players, it's in their body language, it's in everything that they do. Apart from, I did watch the game when it came back, I'd recorded it, but apart from the last 10-15 minutes, yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Des, what do you make of the defeat against Liverpool? Do you take that that positive spell in the game into feeling positive about Thomas Frank's football at Tottenham for the future?
No, absolutely not. I think a few callers, I wasn't on for all of this show, but I think I've heard a few callers say that the players took it on themselves, maybe because they were annoyed with some of the decisions, and that's quite possible what's happened. And I think I was at the United game where I think you talked about it as well. We were absolutely awful up until about 75, 76 minutes. And at that point, he brought Udogie on and Odegaard, and the players seemed to take it on themselves to really go for it in the last 10, 15 minutes of that game. And that's what it is. I think these players, I think they're confused by what they're being asked to do. And someone mentioned that players being played out of position and the rotation of the squad and the way it's happening. And I think some of these players are thinking, you know what, we're going to have to, because this guy isn't up to it, we're going to have to do this for ourselves. But all too often, the damage is done by the point that gets decided.
Des, when you get so many fans talking about the January transfer window and indeed the summer transfer window, which players do Spurs need to move on? Which players does whoever is in charge, whether it be Thomas Frank or someone else, who does need to build this team around? Because it's fair to say that a lot of guests today have come on and said that we've got a lot of good, young, promising players. But if you want to take Spurs to that next level, and of course Thomas Frank has come out and said a number of times now, remember we finished 17th. Well, if we're finishing 17th and the squad is that bad, who does need to move on?
I think they definitely need to be looking at moving on players like Richarlison. I think maybe in the midfield, Bentancur. I mean, when you talk about the young players coming through, if you think of the Poch era, and just after the Poch era, we moved into Mourinho, we had a lot of young, good players coming through. At the minute, a lot of the young players we have are players that were bought in from other clubs. So the likes of Archie Gray, Bergvall, Udogie, those are players that were bought from other clubs. We haven't actually brought them through. And if you look over the last few years, there seems to be less young players coming through. They seem to be getting sent out in loan. They seem to be getting sent elsewhere and not given the chance. I mean, how long has Dane Scarlett been waiting for a chance to try and prove himself? 3-4 years. Well, I think it goes right back to the Mourinho era, because Mourinho apparently said this kid is going to be a superstar of a striker, and it's just never happened because he's not getting given the chances. And I know Richarlison is scoring goals, but if that's what we have as a lead striker, then that it kind of epitomizes where we are as a club at the minute, because he doesn't cut it for me. He doesn't cut it. So many things in the game he does wrong. So many times he loses the ball. He doesn't read the game well. And you can see it with some of the other players. Quite often they're reluctant to pass to him because, I think I said this before, brokenrecord.com, but I think some of the players are afraid of losing possession if they pass it to Richarlison. And a lot of the goals he's scoring are, inside the 6-yard box, 8-9 yards out. I know he has scored, I think it was 2 corkers, but yeah, he doesn't cut it for me. Richarlison definitely have to be moved on. Players like Odegaard, we're going to have to persevere. He's still quite young. He was bought for a lot of money. You're not going to get that money back at the minute. The only thing you're going to get is a loan. So try and persevere with these. But I'll tell you, Chris, my biggest fear at the minute is if you look at our season, people are saying, oh, the next 5 or 6 games are massive for Thomas Frank. But if you look at our season, the FA Cup is a realistic opportunity for us, and we're playing Aston Villa, who, up before their game today, they're 9 games in a row. And if we lose that game, where does the season go? Because we ain't going to win the Champions League with Thomas Frank in charge and with the squad we have. And whether or not this board will bring the players in January, I'm doubtful, very doubtful.
Des, what's your prediction for the January transfer window? Do you think that Spurs will bring in 1 or 2 players? Because surely the club have to back the manager in this transfer window, if because they're watching the games just like us. They must know fully that we need more quality in this squad.
Yeah, and definitely in the midfield, there's just not a lot of creativity. There's not, it seems to be all sideways passing, backwards passing. There's not a lot going forward, and I'm really not a fan of this concept that players don't be shooting from outside the box, don't be taking a long range shot, because it's just wasted possession apparently in the eyes of Thomas Frank. But if you take a player like Kudus, and the goals that he scored for West Ham, so many of his goals were about running through the middle, shooting from long distance, shooting from long range. And now, if you tell a player like that, well, you're not allowed to do that because it's just wasting possession. What's the point? What's the point in having a player who has those qualities to be able to do that type of thing? Oh, and yes, I do. I think, yes, sorry, Chris. Moved away from the question. I do think they'll bring 1 or 2 players in, but I don't think it'll be the players like Semenyo, the ones that are getting mentioned. I think realistically, if they're going to go for Conor Gallagher, a player like that, that's probably someone we'll have a realistic chance of getting, because Atleti, they want to sell a few of their players to be able to bring some more in, and he ain't getting the game time there that he was last season. So that's a possibility.
Des, last question for you. The Crystal Palace game, of course, takes place a week today on the 28th. How do you see that one going?
Tough place. The atmosphere, we always seem to. I mean, in the Poch era and the Mourinho era, we went there quite often and got 1-0 wins. I seem to remember. Since then, it's been tough. It's a tough atmosphere. The way it's really old school stadium, isn't it? And we seem to struggle there last few years. So if we get a draw from that, I think we'll be doing pretty well.
Des, happy Christmas to you, and let's hope that we're smiling a little bit more in 2026, particularly after home games. Thank you so much for all of your input this year. You up to anything nice for Christmas?
No, we're staying at home in York this Christmas, so we usually go to Northern Ireland, but we're staying home. So yeah, and take this opportunity as well to say thanks to you for all the hard work and for having us the fans on to be able to, speak from the gut and say what we think. Thanks to Craig, Gareth, Gary Crackers, and all the other people that you have on. Very enjoyable. Thank you.
Des, thank you so much. Have a great Christmas, and thanks so much for all of your time. Yeah, have a good Christmas break. Cheers.
You do too, Chris. Thanks. Take care. Get yourself off to the toilet.
That's it. We're done now. Nearly 6 hours 10 on this fan show, and I tell you what, I always enjoy talking to every single Spurs fan. So you, the fans, can get your thoughts, your feelings off your chest on how you're feeling right now. We have had many questions today. How can we get involved? How can we appear? You can appear just by sending me an email. It's tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. It'd be great to have you on a future show. You're very welcome to talk about anything Tottenham Hotspur related. I know we also get through a number of other subjects. I don't know how we get onto that, but we somehow do. Just want to say a big thank you to every single one of you that has watched this channel throughout 2025. Of course, covering the Europa League victory in Bilbao against Manchester United was a huge highlight this year. And of course, the parade a couple of days later outside the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, that was simply incredible. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who has contributed to this channel. A number of fans come on here every week. We have so many regular guests. We have different hosts now on the channel as well, which is great. And let us know, what do you want to see more of? What do you want to see less of, if any? Because we're trying to bring you content every single day. So thank you for watching. As some of the guys mentioned during the fan show today, we are now nearly at 200,000 subscribers, which is unbelievable. This channel started by accident, and now talking Tottenham every single day, which is an absolute pleasure. I always enjoy going to the home games, the away games, and doing shows like this. So as I say, if you'd like to get involved, please do get in touch. Have a great Christmas, everyone. Have a great new year. And of course, we will be back for an after match reaction podcast after the Crystal Palace game on the 28th. And of course, as per normal, there will be content every single day on this channel, even on Christmas Day. Stay safe and well. Have a great Christmas day. Have a great festive period with friends and family. Stay safe and well. Keep smiling, and come on, you Spurs.